Alrighty. Are we live? We live.
Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in 10 minutes, we will be getting the first CPI of the year. So I said this on the watch list yesterday. I think a lot of people got to realize, although it is the first CPI of the year, it is actually the one for December. Remember, it's always going to be like a month behind, so keep that in mind because not much has changed. We did get a lot of updates for end-of-the-year data. You had consumer credit and a couple of other things, but for the most part here, people are not expecting too much. I've even had people talking in the morning. They're saying anything above 0.3, everybody's going to freak out, but the way I'm looking at it, it is probably going to be a status quo report. I'm telling you, every analyst, every bank, they all sound the same. I'm going to give you a couple of analyst comments here as we start getting into them, but you will notice everybody and their mother is expecting a pretty solid print. And by solid, I mean it's all going to stay around the same. It should be lower. Everyone is looking for core to go down. That will be where we will get a couple of surprises. Otherwise, I don't think headlines should bother us too much. But now, I brought this up on the watch list as well, too. We got to watch out for any surprises. Even if we do get surprised, you saw what happened with the non-farms. You got to make sure the surprise actually happens. So we'll see how that all plays out. Yeah, you got Bitcoin approval. That's another one. But Ethereum. Now Ethereum is next up. Everybody going crazy, baby. So, excuse me. We'll see what happens. But Chattadonia, I hope you're ready to go. I hope you are locked in. I hope your morning is great. We're going to get to our good mornings after the data. But no, I'm here. Good morning in spirit, baby. I love to see y'all bright and early, man. I hope you got some good rest. Okay? I hope you got your water. I hope you got your poop in. Whatever you need to get started on the day. But good morning. We're going to go over all of it. We're going to have our news. Honestly, I think within like 15 minutes, man, we going to see what's up with everything. 15 minutes, you'll probably figure out how it's going to go. But remember, whatever the data shows is not necessarily what you're going to see reflected in the stock market, okay? There's a lot of crackheads out there, and you gotta learn how to maneuver, baby. But let's get into the info, huh? Let's see what we got. For annual inflation rates, the estimates are for a headline rise of 3.2, a core increase of a more worrying 3.8. Though it would be down from 4 in November, the good thing is that wage increases have been outpacing inflation lately. The Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta's wage tracker showed a 5.2% increase for December, leaving real wages well into positive territory. There's something that Biden administration has been trying to hammer home lately, though it's been a bit of a tough sell. It will take time for voters to face the cost of living shock. When the CPI surged over 9% in June 2022, Bloomberg is expecting increase CPI of 0.16 on the headline versus 0.1 the year over year, remaining at 3.1. Core probably increased 0.18 versus 0.3 prior, with the year over year ticking down to 3.8 versus 4. So they're a little bit more bullish, if anything. They think that one's going to come down a little bit more. Fed policymakers tend to look at annualized measures over 3 and 6 month horizons to assess the progress of disinflation. In our forecast, if our forecast is right, the 3-month annualized core CPI should edge down to 2.8 versus 3.4, and the 6-month measure should stay around 2.9, both below the psychologically important 3% threshold. U.S. inflation has come down below consensus lately. The surprise models turned negative in late December. The explanation, Bloomberg's economics Anna Galvo points to the decline in fuel prices as well as the moderation in core good prices globally, with some influence of deflationary impulse from China. Would you look at that? From Bloomberg's Anna Wong, she says and Stuart Paul, December's core CPI print should add to the Fed's confidence that disinflation is making encouraging progress. Holiday discounts and imported disinflation from China likely drove a decline in core goods prices, while core service prices is also moderated. Still, our house view is that underlying CPI is running at a pace closer to 3 than the Fed's 2% target. The disinflationary impulse for core goods is likely to fade in the second half of the year as firms complete destocking of excess inventory. Catch up in wage growth driven by some sharp momentum or sharp minimum wage hikes on the horizon will create some bumps for disinflation in core services ex-shelter categories. A number of service categories are likely to have kept core inflation rising, including health and auto insurance. On the good side, deflation in prices of imported goods from China is one reason that we have been seeing disinflation here. Bank of America expects to see that both headline and core rise by 0.3 month on month, with economists predicting goods and services to continue to paint two different pictures. How do rate strategists factor this in? They will be waiting. A number of service categories are likely to keep inflation rising, including health and auto. Let's see. Headline expected to increase by 0.2, according to FactSet. Following December 0.1. Core CPI expected to increase by 0.3, pushing year-over-year rate down to 3.8 from 4. Previews flagged expectations for the 7th straight month of goods deflation. Both used and new vehicles highlighted drags, and some focused on softer apparel prices with holiday promotional activity. More discussion about supply chain normalization as a driver of broad disinflation. Previews also featured usual discussion and still elevated sticky service inflation, though thoughts on OER and rent. Housing represents a third of the CPI basket, will also decelerate a bit following the recent upside surprises. Auto insurance expected to remain elevated, though some debate that December direction. Airfares flagged as another inflation driver. Previews downplaying impact of reports on broader Fed pivot narrative and highlighted more benign inflation takeaways from core PCE, though some talks of largely inline print could still push expectations for timing of first easing to May from March. That's the first bearish thing I've read. A downside miss could see the markets pricing greater conviction in a March cut and a lower trough, while an upside miss would see the curve flatten and near-term cuts get priced out. For the Fed, which announces its next policy decision on January 31st, the U.S. CPI, where'd it go? The data will help shape policymakers' views on the extent to which they want to get into rate cut timing at that meeting. Minutes at the December meeting released last week effectively damped speculation over the Fed cutting rates as soon as March, but if we get a bunch of soft economic data points, it may make more sense for the Fed to signal that March is, after all, a potential starting point. President John Williams, market checks. What time is it? We got 2 minutes? We got 2 minutes. So, Chattadonia, again, 0.3 to 0.1 on the month over month. Again, really 3.8 for core, 3.9 for core, and then literally 4.0 to 3.9 on headline. Watch the Fed futures. I'm still holding my bond play. I'm going to be in both Fed futures plays and the ZBs. So we'll see how that plays. On your tape of CD, true born killer, no team illa, the power, the famo, any channel. He been raising for a long time, burning like a candle. No? Okay. All right, it's the morning, man. It's the morning. Good morning. All right, you got about 1 minute, man. Survey shows investors are generally optimistic about inflation glide. Theme around the world right now is inflation is slowing faster than forecast. The cardinal sin of central banking is calling all clear on inflation, only to later reverse course. Treasury yields are just under 4%. Equity futures are up by a quarter. Let's see what we got. All right, Chattadonia. God bless you all. Like the video. I hope your morning is great. Let's have a good one, but here it is, man. You got 45 seconds. I wish you the best of luck, my brethren. I wish you the best of luck. My goodness. Spy pump forever. Spy dump forever. What's going to happen? Oh, man, the crackheads everywhere. Everywhere. Let's see. I'm actually kind of curious about rate hike odds. Again, I actually read one bearish comment there. Some people say even an inline print can make you get clapped a little bit. I don't know how much I believe that there with all the crackheads out, but that could be something. All right, 15 seconds. Again, you could go to the BLS.gov and get all of this info too. You don't have to really wait for anything. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. And what do we got? Ooh, CPI month over month 3.1. 0.3. Estimate was 0.2. Core was 0.3. Estimate was 0.3. So headline came up a little bit. They revised the weekly jobless claims, but that one looks like you got a little bit hotter on headline, believe it or not. But headline, core is at 3.9. Inflation at 3.4. Yeah, that one's a little bit higher there, like we were talking about. But again, it shouldn't be too crazy. I think you're getting your first candle down. But if anything, core came in a little bit in line, but then headline was a little hotter. That one actually a little bit more surprising. Again, we got surprised on the non-farm payrolls as well, too, but it wasn't too crazy. Weekly jobless claims 202, estimate 210, so that's even a stronger number, too. So let me get up the report. Payrolls, publications, inflation and pricing, consumer pricing, PDF. January 11th. Yeah, we got this. All right, I have the BLS one. I'll read that for you in a little bit. But headline's a touch higher, but the core is in line. So, again, headline, remember, some people were saying I'd watch the Fed futures. Again, bonds and SPY already took a pretty big dump off of that. But did the Fed futures, they barely got a little bit more hawkish. So that's what I'd be watching out for. Again, wait to see. Again, I really wouldn't fall for it too early now. Rapture day today, I don't think so. Again, literally, headline, it did come in hotter, but that's headline. At the very least, core is now down below 3 point. Is that 3.9? So this is the first time core fell below 4 in a couple of years. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to focus on that one right there. Yeah, if the dollar didn't move, that might be it, but we'll see. We'll see the bid. Yeah, dollars break even. 2 years up. All the bonds just literally, they were up by like 0.8 in the morning, at least on the futures. They all just reversed to negative. So bonds actually moved up a little bit, but not anything too, again, I don't think we're vomiting just yet. It is a 0.5% move if being up a quarter to down a quarter on S&P futures. So we'll see. Housing contributed to more than half of the overall increase. EM securities, stocks trim gains. Dollar index drops after U.S. data. Erases drop. All right, let me get you the labor statistics. So the consumer price index for all urban consumers increased by 0.3 in December on a seasonally adjusted basis after rising by 0.1 in November. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported today over the last 12 months, all of the items increased by 3.4% before seasonal adjustment. The index for shelter continued to rise in December, contributing half of all monthly items. The energy rose by 0.4 over the month as increases in electricity and gasoline more than offset a decrease in the natural gas index. The food index increased by 0.2 in December as it did in November. Index for food at home increased by 0.1% month over month, and the index for food away from home rose by 0.3. The index for all items less food and energy rose by 0.3 in December, same monthly increase as November. Indexes which increased in December included shelter, motor vehicle insurance, and medical care. The index for household furnishings and operations and the index for personal care were among those that decreased over the month. All items rose by 3.4 over the 12 months in December, a larger increase than the 3.1 increase for the 12 months ending in November, though all items less food and energy rose by 3.9 over 12 months after rising 4% over the other 12 months ending in November. The energy increase index decreased by 2% for the 12 months ending in December, while the food index increased by 2% over last year. Let's see. Food index of 0.2 in December as it did in November. Index for food at home increased by 0.1, also the same as the previous month. 4 of the 6 major grocery store food group indexes increased over the month. The index for meats, poultry, fish, and eggs rose by 0.5 in December, led by an 8.9% increase for the index in eggs. The eggs went up again. The index for food at home rose by 0.1 over the month, and the index for non-alcoholic beverages rose by 0.2%. The index for dairy and related products rose by 0.3. Cereals and bakery products declined by 0.3, with breakfast cereal index declining 2.4, the largest decrease in the index since January 07. You got a deal on cereal. The index for fruits and vegetables decreased by 0.1. Food away from home rose by 0.3 after rising 0.4 in November. Index for full-service meals rose by 0.3, and the index for limited-service meals increased by 0.4. Food at home rose by 1.3 over the last 12 months. The index for food at home rose over 2.8 over the last 12 months ending in December. The index for cereals and bakery products and non-alcoholic beverages both increased 2.6, while the index for fruit and vegetables rose by 0.3%. The dairy index has decreased by 1.3, and the meats, poultry, fish, and eggs fell by 0.1. Index for food away from home rose by 5.2 over the last year. Index for limited meals rose by 5.9 for the last 12 months, and the index for full-service meals rose by 4.5 over the same period. Energy rose by 0.4 in December after decreasing 2.3. The gasoline index increased by 0.2 in December, following a 6% decrease in the previous month. Before seasonal adjustment, gas prices fell 5.8 in December. The index for electricity increased 1.3% month over month. That's a big one. In contrast, natural gas fell by 0.4 after rising 2.8 in the previous month. The fuel oil index decreased 5.5 in December. Energy fell by 2 in the last 12 months. Gasoline decreased by 1.9%, and natural gas declined by 13.8, and the fuel oil index dropped by 14.7 over the 12-month span. In contrast, electricity rose 3.3 on the year. All items less food and energy. The index for less food and energy rose by 0.3 in December, as it did in November. The shelter increased by 0.5 in December after rising 0.4 in the previous month, and that was the largest factor of the monthly increase in the index for all items less food and energy. The index of owner's equivalent rent rose by 0.5 in the month, while the index for rent rose by 0.4. Lodging away from home increased by 0.4 in December. Motor vehicle insurance increased 1.5% after increasing 1% in the preceding month. Used car and truck index rose by 0.5 over the month after rising 1.6 in November, among other index. That's actually pretty surprising. Those two weren't supposed to go up as much, but used cars did. Again, this is on core. Among the other indexes that rose in December was recreation, new vehicles, education, and airline fares. Medical care rose by 0.6 in December, as it did in November. The index for hospital services increased by 0.5 over the prior month, and the index for physician services increased by 0.2. Prescription drug index fell by 0.4. Household furnishings and operations fell by 0.4 in December. Index for all items less food and energy rose 3.9. Shelter index increased 6.2% over the last year, accounting for over two-thirds of the total increase in all items less food and energy. Other notable increases last year include motor vehicle insurance up 20%. Wow, that's an outlier for sure. They try to slip that one literally. So again, all these numbers, I'm reading you the year over year. Not any of them seem too crazy, but like straight up, motor vehicle insurance, that's one of the things, 20%. Again, even like food, eating out and eating, like literally eating at a restaurant is up 4% year over year. But your motor vehicle insurance is up 20.3. Recreation is 2.7, personal care 5%, and education 5.4. Non-seasonally adjusted, I don't think I'll care too much about that. A brief explanation. No, I don't think that's it. That's pretty much it. I think it's kind of a dud, man. We're a little bit lower. Let's see. Ira Jersey says the modest beat of CPI probably won't have a major effect on pricing for the Fed near term, but another 0.3 monthly print in January could take a March rate cut off the table and less certainty of a May cut. If so, the yield curve would bear flatten a bit further. The report hasn't moved the needle for market expectations. Markets pricing in a rate cut of 16 basis points by March, or slightly less than 70% of a quarter point reduction. Meanwhile, we've had some job data too. Weekly claims, recreation, new vehicle, education, airline, along with shelter, the biggest factors. Auto insurance, the motor vehicle insurance index rose 1.5. Housing or shelters, the standout, but there's also increases of cost of car insurance and medical care. So before seasonal adjustment, gasoline prices did drop, but after the adjustment, they were up. That might have been the factor in the above forecast headline. So again, literally, non-seasonally, gas dropped. Seasonally adjusted, it went up. The reaction in yields to the higher than expected inflation print has been instantaneous. 2-year yields jumped over 4.38. 10-year is above 4%, and SOFR futures, which have been down on the day, are now up by 2 to 3 basis points. Expect the dollar to strengthen and stocks to open weak. Energy prices climbed. Housing contributed to more than half of the overall CPI. For now, this isn't getting in the way of the election. You got to think about it. Everything is like borderline in line. In a weird way, I mean, it's still kind of good in the sense that, your core inflation is down by, it's down below 4. I don't know if you guys know the problem. I mean, you got to really think about it. Inflation went down for energy. Energy inflation has dropped considerably. You read some of those numbers. Even natural gas is down like 13% to the year over year. But then again, it is also, you you have electricity prices and other utilities going up, but it's housing. It's housing, and then energy is dropped, and then you have everything else. I'm leaning pretty neutral. I think it depends on the dollar. So, like, the dollar's still green. I don't like that, but, we were talking about this. I don't think today was going to surprise anybody too much. So we'll see what happens, but I'm not really, I don't think this changes the story. I don't think this changes the election. You know what I'm saying? This is all just, in a weird way, you're still in the purgatory of, a month or two ago. Think about the last data sets. Go look at this. Think about it. We've been playing this same game for, 3 months now. If you really, you had the drop from 4.7, and then you went down, and then, you start just, chilling, but it's now 2-3 months in a row of the same thing. So again, this is core inflation, which is good. It's going to be a little bit lower, but it's not as if the story has changed. Like we said, the big thing would happen is if we saw a big shift. That's what we would really be worried about. Then, a lot of people wouldn't be prepared for a gigantic surprise, but I don't think you got any of that here. So we'll see. Bond yields running up. Yeah, they got murdered, but I'd watch the Fed future. So, again, 10-year can move around a little bit, but all in all, we want to see those March rate cut odds. They're still around 70%. So we will see. But let me see, 10 minutes. I just read the BLS thing. The only size and scope you need of the day, motor vehicle insurance rose by 20% over the year. I could very painfully attest to this. Philip Newhart, Director of Market and Economic Research at First Citizen Wealth Management, says that the print is a reminder that cooling inflation to the Fed's target will take time, with core inflation steering near double the Fed's target. We remain skeptical the FOMC will cut the overnight rate as soon as the March meeting. Dana Peterson, the conference board, tells Bloomberg that the Fed will probably start cutting rates around June. And while core inflation is slowing, the Fed also cares about the headline print. The good news, she says, is wage inflation is cooling. For the Fed, the report doesn't really argue in favor of teeing up a March rate cut. We'll get some of the other data between now and January, policy statements, and Powell's press conference. But as of now, it's still too high. CPI readings would argue against signaling March is the play. So, once again, everyone's starting to doubt the rate cut things. But after what we saw with the non-farms, I wouldn't buy that. Literally, Fed futures have already recovered. I think it's bullshit. Again, everyone talks about how this is kind of throwing. Again, people are going to be like, oh, this doesn't put March rate cut odds. But, dude, the Fed futures are still pricing them in. Again, literally initial drop, Fed futures get bearish. And then 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, it starts to recede a little bit, like my hairline. How is anyone falling for these nonsense numbers? It's the Fed's favorite because it's the lowest, because it's foo-foo. Well, I don't even think the numbers are nonsense as much as they are seasonally adjusted, but it's just it's certain factors that are just moving around. And again, I think it's mad delayed, but you see it and if you read the BLS report, there's things going up, but it's energy and real estate. That's it. Those are your only two competing factors. Everything else is up. Remember, when we're talking about 5% year over year, food is up 5%, it's year over year. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I think people are getting confused. Again, that's why some people are trying to say inflation is still too high for the Fed. But remember, this is all year over year. So, again, your energy is up 5% year over year. It was probably up another 5% the year before that. And then look at the year before that and all of that. But for the most part, I just think it's the pace. And that's why we're kind of reacting in a weird way, in the sense that we're still holding up. Nothing's changing because everybody is monitoring pace. They're not looking at what the total equation adds up to, if that makes any sense. So punt till next data. Well, earnings pretty much. So now we get into earnings mode. You'll have 1 or 2 days. I'm pretty sure. I think we might melt up above all else. I mean, we're break even. I think people are going to try to spook the rate cut narrative, but as long as the damn Fed futures get bullish, I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna shock anybody. And then we're gonna have earnings, and then Jerome Powell, and then that's it. I've read the 07. I've read you guys the 07 headlines on soft landing. I agree. So, again, that's why I still think hard landing is on the table. But if there is no hard landing, we are going to rally probably another 7 to 10%. So, sadly, you have to be prepared for both scenarios. If you're only prepared for one, I think you're setting yourself up to get clapped. But Unfortunately, that's just the situation that we're in right now. We're getting into the final stretch of inflation data, Fed policy shift, even an election, but it's either we're going to get a hard landing, and if we don't, and you pull off the non-hard landing, I mean, it's going to look very, very good for a little bit. And then again, think about the time. You guys know it's been, ever since we've rallied from October, it's been like 3 or 4 months now. You know what I'm saying? So that's, and what has changed with data? Nothing. You've had 3 or 4 months of data from October, and quite frankly, nothing has changed. Only Powell has. So keep that in mind. What do we have here? For Richard Flynn, managing director of Schwab, today's increase in the rate of inflation will be a change that will be likely interpreted by the market as unwelcome but unsurprising. If today's report is the start of an upward pattern, there's a good chance the Fed will delay rate cuts until later than previously expected. It looks like the market may have jumped the gun in penciling in as many as 6 rate cuts in 24. Tell that to the Fed futures that are now going green. It looks like the BLS will be applying a new methodology to used cars and trucks from this month. With the release of the 24 data, the CPI program plans to update the mileage adjustment applied to each sample used vehicle in the used car and truck index. Historically, a single stable mileage amount estimated for a given make and model was applied to each sampled vehicle and was unchanged throughout the year. The assigned mileage amount will now be replaced with a monthly average mileage based on the average age of the sample used vehicle and not the make and model. Each estimated price for sample used vehicle will still be adjusted for depreciation. So instead of looking at an average mileage per make and model, they're going to use a monthly average mileage, and then they're going to ignore make and model. That's kind of bullshit. Because if you think about it, again, depending on the type of vehicle, again, some vehicles just people don't drive them as much. Again, either work trucks versus luxury vehicles and all that. But yeah, they're making a change. Well, there you go. While the monthly change in core consumer prices met the ostensible economist consensus as discussed, it was above what was actually expected in the market. Meanwhile, headlines surprised to the upside, as did the yearly change in core. Super core services, housing, another 0.4 in the month, which obviously remains above levels consistent with the Fed's inflation target. That naturally offers no support to the notion of early and aggressive cuts, which should encourage a repricing in stirs, though, of course, there are still 2 payroll figures and 2 CPI releases until the March meeting. Still, it's hard to see that the FOMC is signaling a willingness to cut soon at this month's meeting. As you know, prices for both new and used cars both rose again. This speaks to the idea that some parts of the inflation index are going to prove persistent. In terms of what voters notice most, the staples, this isn't really good news for Biden. Some grocery items like breakfast cereals and other products are down for the most since 2018, but overall, food prices are still up on the month. The meat, poultry, fish, and eggs category rose further, and that's on top of large increases earlier in the inflation cycle. Are we just going to ignore that auto insurance is up 20% on the year? I feel like that is the elephant in the room. I think that's the worst thing, possibly. If you want to talk about the election and how it relates, that one, I wonder how that one's going to play in. I wonder if any politicians bring up auto insurance in a debate, because that's wild. That's mind-blowing. So, again, that right there is everything looks fine. That's an elephant in the room when you look at it, because they're oh, this is only up 2%. This is only up 5%. But then auto insurance is up 20%. That makes no damn sense. Literally, you have auto insurance running at a faster pace than real estate. Now, granted, thankfully, it doesn't cost as much as real estate, but my goodness. Steve Sosnick of Interactive Brokers calls today's event a non-event. While the headline print was a little higher, pump prices, he added, are edging lower. Even modestly, the market reaction is expected, he added, given the slightly hotter than forecast figure. Futures are down, yields rose, and CPI after the hot CPI print was released. Meanwhile, the dollar fluctuated. My goodness. All right, Chattadonia. I don't think too crazy. Again, even the 15-minute moves, we should start picking a direction from here. Otherwise, you could wait till the opening bell. But I will be right back. I'm going to go prepare some of your news. I got to take it out of the oven. You know what I'm saying? Get it ready for Chattadonia. So good morning. I hope you're ready. But Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity, and I will be right back, my friend. I will be right back.
Bloomberg, Craig, catch up, sir. I guess just your initial reaction to this one as it dropped in the last hour or so.
I mean, it's just fascinating to me because I think back to when Hertz announced that they were going to buy a ton of Teslas. This was 2021. We were still in kind of, the meme stock, era. It was very clearly, to me, it seemed like a play on the part of, a just bankrupt Hertz to really generate interest in the company and interest in their strategy going forward. And it made Tesla a $1 trillion company. And, it was soon thereafter that, it was about a year ago now that, we saw in the regulatory filings that Hertz was actually buying a whole lot fewer Teslas than they initially announced, and even falling well short of their plans for the number of Teslas that they were going to purchase. They've really sort of taken a bath on those purchases. It can't help that Elon Musk has cut price so much, and that's got to be a big factor here.
Craig, unfair to you, but let's try to go there. What's a new Tesla cost? What's a used Tesla cost now? And what's it going to cost in 90 days?
Yeah, I think if we think about, the cheapest Tesla you can get your hands on, right, a Model 3. I mean, this is a car that, was supposed to, out of the gate, cost $35,000. The company is now fairly close to that in terms of, how much you can pay for a new one. And that moved down dramatically last year. This is a company that, just repeatedly was cutting price to try and, keep growth going. It was effective in helping the company to continue to increase volume, but they really took it on the chin in terms of margin, and it really burned Hertz. And over here in Europe as well, you've heard rental companies gripe about what the price cuts have done from a depreciation standpoint for their fleet.
On a $35,000 value, then what's that used car going to be in 90 days?
We're seeing the 90-day question is a little bit tricky to answer, but I will say that one of the things that we saw, just as Hertz has started to list these cars on its website, is that you can, get your hands on one for like $16,000, and so this is pretty substantial depreciation for a company that only was buying, Teslas just in the last couple of years.
Craig, I want your view on this. Tom and I have been talking about it over the last hour or so, ever since this news came out, but I think it's been a topic of conversation now for months. This is another reality check. When you speak to the manufacturers, the big automakers in this country, they talk about a change of execution, not ultimate strategy. I think they all agree on the ultimate destination, the objectives of this administration and how it's going to support them. At what point do we start to question the ultimate destination? Where is this industry going?
I think if we take a step back and think about this from a global perspective, we're not necessarily seeing this, sort of disastrous result in China or over here in Europe. So I do think that this is a bit of a U.S.-specific phenomenon where you've had a really dominant player in Tesla that was pushing for years, and maybe the fact that they pushed on a string to some degree in the U.S. just in the last year and a half or so, and we've seen this really sort of cyclical change in the auto industry, which we've seen over a long period where you see companies kind of boom and bust quickly. The question is whether or not this is a U.S. specific and Tesla driven phenomenon. It seems to be the case that this company that's been very successful maybe got over its skis to some degree, and the rental companies are taking it on the chin.
Pabst Blue Ribbon ago, John Farrell had a blistering conversation with Mary Barra. How did GM and Ford react to today's bombshell announcement? John, what's a pickup truck cost? Like $150,000?
What, an F-150 Lightning?
Yeah, whatever.
If you deck it out, it's going to be pretty expensive.
Craig, why can't we make a $38,000 GM whatever to compete with the Elon Musk company?
I think the fact that Musk has been at this for so long, we're seeing, to use his phrase, production hell on the part of GM and Ford, where, these are companies that have a long history of making combustion engine cars. They don't have nearly as long a history, of course, making electric vehicles. And they and their battery partners are really struggling to scale up the way that we saw Tesla have challenges with the Model 3 years back. And so you've seen Tesla jump out to this big lead, it's been a long slog to bring costs down. We've seen, similarly in China, a ton of investment, a lot of losses, a lot of, negative headlines for many years for some of the companies in China, where, we've seen Tesla and BYD really emerge as the very clear 1 and 2, but it hasn't been a sort of, clean story of all as well.
Craig, thank you, sir, for jumping in front of a camera in London. We appreciate it. Craig Trudell there of Bloomberg out of London on the latest with Hertz, needing to sell 20,000 EVs and replace some of them with internal combustion vehicles. The stock is down by about 3.85%. Tom, the standout from that conversation, just how unique some of these issues are to this country. That these are headlines we're seeing in America and maybe not seeing them in the same way in Europe and elsewhere.
We're not seeing them there because are we bringing in Chinese EVs into America? And that's a huge distinction for German manufacturing America. I want to be accurate here. We try to be accurate on surveillance. John, it's the LEVC TX electric taxi. Mayor Adams, can you just bring them to New York? That's all I want, John, is some fancy 5 or 7 year pay structure for our cab drivers and cab companies to bring the best cab I've ever sat in my life.
You love that cab, don't you?
What
is it you like about it? Is it the ceiling?
It's got the weight. Yeah, the ceiling.
Sit in it?
Yeah,
is that what it's really about?
Unlike here, do it again. I can't.
You want me to pull you up?
Unlike the Tesla.
Is that where you're at?
Again, but the bottom line is John, is it's just done right, and that's what we need in our transportation.
Dude, they hate
This was nice. We should do it again.
Yeah, we should.
I'll see you
I
tomorrow.
swear from the morning.
We'll do it tomorrow.
Live from Bloomberg TV,
Banker
Bloomberg
all
Radio,
day, baby.
from New York City for
All
our
day.
audience
You don't hear
worldwide.
that? I don't know if y'all heard that, man. You could get a Tesla for $16,000. Hertz is selling these Teslas for 16 grand. I'm kind of down with that, bro. That's not bad. That's cheaper than a Camry. I don't think you could get a Camry at 16. You get a used Camry. I guess it's a used Tesla. That's cap. It's not from the website. Yeah, it's gonna have a bunch of mileage on it. Yeah. Go to the Hertz. Not Hertz.com, but wherever they sell the fleet or their auction site. They have 90,000 miles. That's fine, Habibi. Don't worry. A brand new battery, hopefully have good shelf life until it explodes, Not bad. Maybe an autopilot. Wow. But Chatadonia. Chatadonia. How you living, baby? Are you ready? The CPI came in a little bit hotter. Again, core did come in lower, or again, in line at below 4%. You do have a knee-jerk reaction from everything else, even the bonds and the SPY, but you're barely down right now. I don't think today moved much. The Fed futures, they're already back to normal from when we started. They're actually a little bit more bullish. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're ready for 7 hours. Welcome to Young Thursday, Friday Junior, baby. Tomorrow we get earnings kicking off, so today will be a good one, especially after hitting highs yesterday. But Chad, good morning. How are you? What's going on, baby? What up, Lucky J? What up, Carissa Hines? What up, Laker J? Good morning, baby. What up, Awaz? Cam, baby. Samra, Desi, Candy, Tim Whitman, baby. Carter, Rogello, B. Dizzle, baby. Mr. Danny, Mr. Mabus. Good morning. What about Tony Garlinger? Shih Tzu Ninja, baby. Good morning, baby. Ben Stone, Jamar, Anzo. Oh, my gosh. Callie, dude, the chat's going insane. You feel me, Ian? I forgot y'all been here for a while. Chat is crazy. Wild Style, Maddie, Gary, Sakoti. Good morning, baby. What up, Hobby Life? What up, Chibsy? What up, Lucky Soldier? XRP to Arkansas. Winning loser, Devlin, baby. Good morning. Tasia, Theo, Chad, baby. We got Chad in the chat. That's crazy, man. What up, Ben Stone? Youngblood, Christina, Carter, Raymond Perez, Louis J, Nick Soto, J Buck, Ben Stone, Nando, Lucky J, Brother J, Gio Nat. Good morning, Caleb Invest, El Trapato, Rigo, Greg, Ale, Theo, Micro Work Art, Marcus Hanlon, baby. Good morning. What about Riley Mack? What about Sneak Jones, Sissy, Unapologetically G, baby. Good morning, Catherine, Laurie, Ernest, Oh, my goodness. That's what I'm talking about, Chad. What about picture of Tom Cruise? Good morning, Miguel. I know Daquan ready to go. Chris Haynes, you ready to go too, baby? I feel like Carlos got a long term. I know Nepal got a long term. Oh, good morning, baby. Greg Gord, positively positive. Those three shepherds. Sergeant Book, Candy Upton, G-Unit once again, and Mr. Michael Medina. I probably missed 1,000 of y'all, man. My bad. Chad going pretty crazy. I've almost lost my voice. I was screaming. I get excited seeing y'all in the morning. You know that? What about the Twitch, baby? What about Brexton, T. Toxie, Iceberg, RJG, Blizzy Bean, Stacy, Racy, Vino, I'm Gladiator, Blowing Dough, Rayano, Crypto Bean, Waterboard Gaming, Pinelander, New Earth Objects Long Term, El Coyote, Miss Trader, LV Lover, KJ Lemur, Charlie and the Tree, baby. Good morning. Hailstone, Waterboy, good morning, baby. How you living, Cisadonia? Blowing Dough, Smeely Doink, Young Nick Pie, Bruce Mercado, Universe's favorite, Gus Gonzo, Preforms, Lightning Blue GT, Mabis, Most Dope Andy, Gus Guac Overload, not Gus Overload, T-Sway, Mr. Robo Hand Tech, and Pie Express, Alfredo Braxton, and WT Swami. Hopefully I didn't miss anything, man. What up, Belvedere? Yo, what up, Young Rone? Young Ronald? What up, Live Chad? Good morning. So, Jad, I hope you're feeling good, man. Tesla tells staff that all production workers are getting a pay raise. Tesla flyer doesn't say how much of a raise workers will get. Tesla notifies workers of a bump in pay in California plant flyer. They just sent out a flyer. Say, hey, you're all getting a pay raise. We ain't going to tell you how much, but there you go. He said, put that in the news, mother. You know? Anyways. Oh, shit. I have water? I need a water, man. Bop. Well, that's good. Let's see. Wall Street whipsaws amid hotter than forecast CPI. Stock futures, bonds, and the dollar struggled for direction after hotter than anticipated inflation data raised concern that the Federal Reserve will refrain from cutting interest rates anytime soon. S&P contracts swung between gains and losses. Treasury yields top 4. Dollar fluctuated. Fed swaps priced in less monetary easing in 24 after the data. Bullshit. The consumer price index increased by 3.4 year-on-year in December, the most in 3 months on a monthly basis. It has also rose more than forecast. CPI, excluding food and energy, rose by 0.3 in December from a month earlier. On an annual basis, the so-called measure increased by 3.9. Hertz Global plans to sell a third of their U.S. electric vehicles and reinvest in gas-powered cars due to weak demand for battery-powered options. Chesapeake agreed to acquire rival Southwestern for $7.4 billion in an all-stock deal to create one of the largest U.S. natural gas producers. Stocks linked to crypto received fresh impetus from U.S. financial regulators. Approval for the exchange-traded funds that invest directly in Bitcoin, extending their gravity-defying gains of the past year. Key events this week: China PPI, CPI on Friday, UK Industrial Production Friday, US PPI on Friday. Some of the biggest banks report on Friday. Minneapolis President Neil Kashkari Friday, and ECB Lane on Friday. Are you serious, bro? You guys, there's a lot of lack of news today. There's really no headlines. Today might be like fun and boring at the same time. ETF approval, exchange-traded funds investing directly in Bitcoin were given the green light by U.S. regulators, marking a landmark moment for the crypto sector that will broaden access to the token both on Wall Street and beyond. After a stellar run in 23 and volatile start at 24, Bitcoin's price hasn't moved much after the approval, briefly topping 47,000. Rival coin Ether, however, has surged on speculation that they could be next in line. Crypto-linked stocks in the U.S. are extending their recent rally, and approved funds will start trading today. Inflation day, U.S. consumer price inflation is due later today and is likely to show another soft reading, in part due to more declines. That didn't happen. Tech layoffs. Google is laying off hundreds of staff that work in the digital assistant, hardware, and engineering teams as they continue to cut costs. The move leaves Google, a part of Alphabet, which has been seen their core business face some pressure from rival AI offerings of Microsoft and OpenAI, and the latest slew of tech companies to announce layoffs already this year, echoing what happened at the start of 2023. Amazon is cutting workers in its Prime Video and Twitch units, and Unity is planning to slash 25% of their workforce. out of favor. China is quickly losing its place as a must-have holding in global portfolios following years of losses, with that trend likely to accelerate. Some of the world's largest investors distance themselves from the market, and analysts covering 14 pension funds with investments in Chinese stocks show most of them have cut their holdings since 2020, with some larger players doing so for the third straight year. Elsewhere, Chinese leader Xi Jinping is calling for stable U.S. relations amid attested ties from the election in Taiwan. Deal prospects, the earnings calendar is light on Thursday, but will pick up pace on Friday as the bank stocks come. The JP Morgan, Chase, Citi, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo are all on the slate. The slide in revenue and profit, and Jefferies reported earlier in the week, have darkened the mood in the UK. Barclays has also suggested that investment banking environment in the fourth quarter was subdued. Dealmakers think that M&A could bounce back as inflation eases and interest rates eventually get cut. All right. Let's see what we have here. S&P futures are down by 0.1 Thursday morning after U.S. equities finished higher in prior session with upside leadership from big tech and other outperformers, including software, networking, building, housing-linked, retail, medical, and building products. Laggards include semis, legacy, OEMs, energy staples, credit cards, banks, chemicals, biotech, casinos, and China tech. Treasuries little changed, but a bit weaker, reversing earlier strength. Dollar weaker on the major crosses. Gold is up by 0.2. Bitcoin futures up by 2.5 following SEC approval, and WTI crude is up by 2.0. December headline reading came in hotter than expected, with core in line holding at 0.3, annualized core lowest since May of 2021. Shelter contributed the most with the rise of 0.1 month over month. I thought it was 0.5. While energy also saw electricity remaining elevated and gasoline turning positive month over month. Goods inflation didn't fall month over month, though services inflation did tick down slightly. Initial jobless claims also beat consensus. Oh, Bradley Frizzle and the peach. Oh man, I got news in the corner of my eye, and I see the peach. Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and happy Friday, Junior, for sure, baby. Oh my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Peach Nation? You've been blessed like that in the morning? Oh, stop playing with me, baby. Lucid has delivery numbers. A little higher than expected. Lucid, we were just saying how clapped they were. That one's interesting. You got a Friday Junior Peach, baby. Bradley Frizzle in the peach, ladies and gentlemen. Bradley Frizzle in the peach. That was a bigger surprise than the CPI. I think that news of Bradley Frizzle might be bigger than the CPI. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. God bless you, Bradley. Thank you, and good morning, my friend. Good morning. That surprised me more. I was more shocked to get the peach while I was reading the news about the inflation, more so than the inflation. The only thing that's going to surprise me is when the Fed futures start moving around a little crazy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That's amazing, baby. That's amazing, but initial jobless claims beat consensus, holding just above 200,000 level, while continuing claims also came in below consensus, lowest since October. Following data, Treasuries modestly sold off given CPI less disinflationary than expected. However, some previews noted the upside risk given shelter expected to keep core service inflation sticky, though some thoughts of rate increase may slow from elevated readings over the past couple of months. Netflix reportedly surpassed 23 million users for ad-supported subscriptions, up from 15 million in October. Citi announced several one-time items and plan to record Q4, did not on track to achieve 23 expense guidance and all medium-term targets. Oxy said that operational performance helped it overcome a third-party outage in the Eastern GOM, and total Q4 production expected to remain within guidance range. In addition, BRKB boosted stake to 34%. KBH EPS headed the management, adds some upbeat demand commentary through full year 24 on revenue, and GM guidance underwhelmed. SWN and Chesapeake confirmed their merger plans, and HTZ is backing away from EV rentals. Q4 earnings season flagged as a big catalyst over the next few weeks, with nearly 75% of the S&P 500 market cap of the week ending in February 9th. Bar is low from an estimate trend perspective. Healthcare, energy, and material sectors are going to be the big drags, though the market did rally in Q4 bigger than consensus and will revolve around the stability of 24 consensus of 12% growth. Disinflation trend flagged as risk for pricing in power top-line growth. Operating leverage, though meaningful Q4 FCI easing and continuing corporate cost cutting seen as cushions. And then Chattadonia, I think the bad news is there's no more headlines. Yeah, I don't have anything else crazy for you. It's dry today. Again, we went over CPI, more positioning and sentiment, stretch positioning and sentiment metrics, seemingly the biggest overhang on risk assets to start 2024. Goldman Sachs noted that U.S. futures length now stands near record highs of $158 billion, adding that CTA positioning is approaching 2023 highs, while Goldman Sachs sentiment indicator, which tracks position across more than 80% of the equity market, owned by institutionals, retail, and foreign investors, is 1.2 standard deviation stretch. JP Morgan said it's hard to be excited about the market in the near term from a positioning standpoint, given how much has changed in the past 2 months, noting that many metrics are back at late July levels. AAII bull-bear spread jumped by 3.8 basis points on the week ending of January 3rd to 25% above its historical average of 6.5 for the 9th consecutive week, and the 10th time in 18 weeks. Spread has surged more than 50 basis points from its earlier November low. Bank of America bull and bear indicator ticked up to 5.3 from 5.0, the highest since November. Not all stretch sentiment readings sending contrarian sell signals. Stretch positioning and sentiment readings are widely discussed overhang of risk assets in early 24. Much of the focus has been on systemic longs running at levels not seen since July of 2024, following record November buying and a more than 50 basis point surge in that bull bear index. National Association of Active Investment Managers, NAAIM exposure index hit 103 in the final week of 23. Jeffries noted, though, the index has only pushed through the 100 level 16 other times prior to this breach, and pointed out that unlike the bull-bear spread, risk on appetite in the NAAIM tends to be a positive signal. Noted that 90% of the time, the 6 and 12 months returns of positive, with 12 months returns averaging 13.5. Added that not only does it do well, but cyclicals also tend to see outsized rallies, beating defensives by over 200 basis points on a 6-month cycle. However, Bank of America has flagged how cyclicals have historically underperformed after the first Fed cut. Yeah, Netflix running on 23 million ad subscribers. Pretty big. Again, they only had 15 million in October. So that's what, like that's more than 30% increase. Consensus Q4 estimates fell nearly 7% over the course of the quarter. According to FactSet's latest earnings insight report, the bottom-up consensus estimate for quarter 4 EPS fell by 6.8 to $53.90 from $57.86 over the final 3 months of the year. Report noted that compares to the average 5, 10, 15, and 20-year declines of 3.5, 3.3, 4.2, and 3.8, respectively. Adding this marked largest decline since Q3 of 2022. 9 of 11 sectors saw a decrease over the course of the quarter, led by healthcare and materials. Utilities, and tech are the only sectors that saw increase. Outsized estimate declines lower the bar for Q4 earnings season, and after a higher bar of Q3 was blamed for an underwhelming response to beats and aggressive sell-offs. The bigger issue may be 24 outlook, with a debate about the extent of the downside risk versus the 5% reduction that Citi said would fit with seasonality. The consensus for 12% earnings growth, FCI easing, and cost savings pushes it flagged as a cushion, while lagged effects of the Fed tightening and disinflation dampen the pricing power and operating margin. Did you guys hear what I've been reading you? I don't know if you picked it. Does anybody pick up on what I just read there? They slipped it in the last two. I don't know if you heard it. Yeah, Lucid had delivery numbers. Tesla had pay hikes, and then Netflix had ad numbers. All right, man. I think that's sadly it. I'm too fast. No, nobody got it. Nobody understood what was said there. It was actually very important. Very, very important. Let's see. Okay. Get you the final one. Another punt. No. You didn't hear it? Okay. I'm gonna make a whole video on it. I'm gonna make you watch a 10-minute video on it now. That's it, y'all. I had it for you, man. It's very big, though. Very, very important. I could explain those last 4 days, but it's very important coming into earnings season. Very, very important coming into earnings season. But as far as pre-market movers, Chesapeake, they are up by 2.7, confirms deal to merge with SWN, an all-stock transaction. Ericsson is up by 2.4. SQM is up by 2.4. Deutsche Bank downgrade. Netflix, they're up by 2.0, surpasses 23 million monthly active users for ad-supported subscriptions. APP is up by 1.8 off of nothing. SMCI 1.7. CRM, Baird upgrade, they're up by 1.6. INFN is up by 8.5. Guidance, HIMS is up by 3.9. CDE up by 3.7. Zim is up by 3.6. Archer Aviation up 3.2. Spec is SPEC up by 48.1, signed distribution agreement. TGAN is up by 28% to be acquired by Renaissance Electronics for $5.10 a share in cash. MRT is up 15.1, $2.5 million reshare purchase program. AIM is up by 13.6. CRNT up by 10.3, signs $150 million agreement with global integrator to modernize a tier 1 director in India. DCGO up 9.3, responds to short report guidance. Sarah up 7.9, EBS up 6.9, press release confirming Department of Defense contract. ABSI up 6.4, CARM up 6.2, VOR up 5.4, ESPR up 4.4, SMR up 4.3, LFMD up 3.9, CYT up 3.6, NLOP up 3.4, sold 4 U.S. office properties in December for gross proceeds. APLD up 3.4, iRobot up 3.0, bounce from yesterday's 20% acquisition antitrust risk. All crypto stocks are ripping, literally some as much as 13%. Chinese ADRs are actually all trading higher by 1.8 as well. Trading lower, BCS down 3.3. Barclays traders, investment bankers had challenging end of 2023. C-Day down 1.5. Citigroup down 1.3, News Q4 1.3 billion reserve build and other items. Hertz down 5.9 on guidance. LPG down 5.4. KBH down 2.5 off of earnings. FRO down 2.1. Hayward, HAWY down 1.7. Jeffries downgrade. SWN down 1.6, confirms deal to merge with Chesapeake. EKSO down 15.5. 4.6 million registered direct offering. 3 million shares priced at $1.55. OPI down 11.1. Where was it? OPI down 11.1, dividend cut. Offers properties income. Rail down 10.9 off of earnings. YGF down 10.5. CEO and Chairman Jungho He, CFO Ku Shi detained by Shanghai police. Oh, another one of those, bro? Hold on. Who was that? What was the other one? Yes, was it Dada? I think it was Dada. That was the one the other day. Somebody got detained, and then the stock got absolutely wrecked. Zcar down 10.2, and then Prax, PRAX, is down 5.0. Common stock offering of indeterminate amount and cash update. Chatadonia. So those are the plays. We got them nice, bright and early, baby. Bright and early. We got a lot of time, so maybe we could talk about a couple of questions here if you have them. We'll go over plays here in a second. I might go on them now, or I'm about to go take another potty break. We've been down a lot of... Oh, yeah, maybe. I'll give you my names for now. I'm going to be watching gold in Abivi. Again, I really like gold. And like we were talking about, depending on what the dollar does, I do think gold will be important. Gold was even up, man. It even got to rocket up there a little bit. Oh, wow. I didn't even notice that. I did hit 2050 right when the data came out. So maybe that could be a little bit good. Josh misses the super chat. Is fine. Oh, man, my bad, bro. I'm trying to get the news for people in the morning, bro. So forgive me, man. I hope you forgive me, and I hope the news will make up for it, Kev Dog. But good to see you, baby. Good to see you. But I'm going to be watching gold and then keeping my eyes out on Abivi. Again, we got one more day for the ex-dividend. But other than that, Netflix, Lucid, those are the ones with news. I'd watch that YGF China one and then keep your eyes out for CRM2. Again, they're getting an upgrade. They have earnings right along the way, so we'll see. But Netflix should be a little bit good. We're going to find out what happens with that one, man. We will find out what happens with that one. Netflix isn't at 500 already, is it? Oh, shit. Well, damn. Those last 2 days. Maybe we might not be able to play Netflix, but we're going to watch how it plays out. That one would be good. But, Chad, I hope you have your plays ready. I will be right back.
First, not the
thanks
pale
for what you do,
pastels
baby.
of
God
the
bless you,
warmed-over
Hank.
corporatism
NASA
of
lies.
people like Nikki Haley.
I'm not a flat earther, man. I'm
GB
sorry.
candidates
I love you, though.
Ron
Thank you.
DeSantis, Nikki Haley battling for the second place in the Iowa debate, slamming one another's economic policies, taking shots at Bidenomics. And this CPI number coming in just a smidge hotter than estimated, putting the pressure on the president as he pushes his economic agenda amid worsening poll numbers. You've got the latest CBS YouGov poll showing 64% of Americans disapprove of his handling of the economy. Bloomberg's Katie Lyons joins me now for her assessment of the chunk-biting debate. Kaylee, good morning.
Good morning, Manus. I mean, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis spent more time throwing barbs at each other than they did, frankly, at the current president or the former one who remained the frontrunner in the GOP primary. But they did get into the issue of the economy very much so, both pointing to higher inflation, putting pressure on American families and voters, but also on the high debt levels. Both of them did point out in their few swings at Trump the idea that he added $8 trillion to the deficit. And as we just heard there, Nikki Haley, when asked what she would do to address the economy, said she would cut levels of spending and borrowing, would veto any bill that didn't bring spending below pre-COVID levels. Also said she would get rid of the federal gas and diesel tax, while Ron DeSantis talked about the idea of a flat tax across the board, also unleashing American energy production in order to get inflation down. But the fact remains, man, is that both of these two are competing for second place right now, as Trump far and away is the frontrunner in Iowa, which of course comes up on Monday, and generally right now, and they have to get through him and to get to an actual general election with President Biden as the Democratic nominee. Now, on the subject of President Biden, the numbers today heading in the wrong direction for this administration, which has been touting inflation and price pressures heading lower. And even as they have been heading in what has been consistently the right direction, he is struggling to get actual credit for that in polling. You mentioned just the latest poll, but it is consistent across the board that he really struggles with approval on the economy front, which is why the president has increasingly turned his messaging from Bidenomics more so to the threat of democracy that he says former President Trump presents to the American people. That really is how he's been leaning. We haven't yet gotten a statement out of the White House on today's figures, but I would imagine they're still going to stress that prices are lower than they were or price pressures rather, are coming down compared to where they were a year or two ago, Manus.
Yeah, well, it's certainly about the cost of the basket when you go into the store, Kaylee, and the gas at the pump. Kaylee Lyons, thank you very much. Robert Tipp and Matt Hornback are my guests this morning. Gentlemen, I'm not going to ask you what you thought of the debate or who you think is going to be in the White House, but the way the odds look at the moment, Trump is out front ahead of his pack and his peers. From a market's perspective, how early will we begin to see? If Trump is on the ticket, what will that mean for the fiscal narrative to the bond market? Matt, to you first.
Well, as they say, 2 weeks is a lifetime in politics. So I don't think that markets are going to be particularly concerned about who ends up being the nominee for the Republican Party until it's actually in hand. But nevertheless, I do think that as we make our way later into the year, there is going to be focus on how the upcoming election and, importantly, the uncertainty around the election outcome.
Live in the hills, but there's still some inflation. What? No? That could be a good one. No? Anyways. Chattadonia, I hope you guys are feeling good. I hope your morning is good. Again, the market, we're like barely down now. Actually still in the green from the data that we had to deal with in the morning. Bonds are a little bit lower. The rate hike odds are all over the place. But Chattadonia, I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling blessed. We've went over the news, the plays, but tell me, what is your first play of the day, baby? I'm not out of my bonds play. I was up $500 on it, and then now I'm down like, what, $500 on it. Yeah, a little flip. What do we got, man? Feeling good? Post your first play in the chat, baby. What do we got? Microsoft, Netflix, or MSTR pump, selling Mara, Zim calls, IBIT, Ethereum long, SPY calls, M2K, getting GME, NVIDIA puts, playing coin to the upside, iRobot, Apple calls, buying Tesla, calls on KevDog, MSTR, holding XLP, Tesla calls, SPY calls, Netflix 500, had CVX yesterday, 480, then a rollover, it was up 700, JPM, ST puts, Mara puts, Baba calls, SPY, all-time highs, watching MMM, NQ future short, McDonald's, SQQ, Baba leaps, Lucid, GCT, whoa, NLST, buying gold, NVIDIA, SQ long, BTB, 8 p.m. Miners call, UEC, Bitcoin, ARC, Mara, SPY calls, holding long-term, NVIDIA calls, ISRG, Beetle calls, Microsoft, SPY calls, ETC long, BTCM, Miners call, nothing, gain again, rolling Mara, vertical, building short position, Tesla, ETC, running, miner call, SPY call, Lucid, Beetle, short 10-year, Paycom, short, hook call, Oxy long, Mara calls, AU long, Uber calls, buying Mara, SPY all-time high, Snap puts, holding still, Nat gas for the data, why won't she call, Ghetto spread, holding SPY puts, that candle real, I don't see any real candle yet, MO nibble, AMD, gold law, Mara calls, UPCT short, Pfizer shares, Jesus calls, watching the euro, Bank of America puts, coin calls, got no cash available, Disney, first play pondering when we could load up the long-term truck, NQ shorts in the final plays. Ethereum shares, TLT short, shorting FaZe Clan, buying ARC, Pinduoduo, and selling Mara calls. Wow. Chatadonia. I already went over my place. That's it. We've gone over a lot. I've honestly, I think a lot of news-oriented plays. And if I were you, I'd start thinking about earnings now. Again, there is headlines here. Netflix is probably going to be the big one in Techlandia here. So we'll see how they'll keep on the pre-market since we got a little bit of time. But for the most part, it's all about earnings into tomorrow. You have the PPI tomorrow morning as well. That'll be our next set of data. But then besides that, I mean, I think you're going to be chilling with that until we get there. And sure enough, we're doing the melt, baby. You're doing the melt right back up, right back. You're almost right back up where we started by open. So once again, expected, unexpected result. And you see where the market's at. But you got 1 minute. Any questions? Any pressing questions before we begin? 1 minute till the pledge, baby. So if you got anything, speak now or forever hold your peace. Oh, that thing I can't believe y'all missed that thing I went over in the morning. I'm going to have to make a video on it. I'll try to make you a Thursday, Friday video on it, man. It's a good one. It's very, very good. What do you think the oil future? I have no idea, but I do think whatever happens with oil will determine our hard or soft landing more or less. What's going on? We're melting up. I think we're just going to be pretty much neutral. Maybe a bearish tilt or a bullish tilt, excuse me, but I just don't think we're going to do much today in the sense that the data was nothing. It wasn't surprising at all. Wasn't surprising at all. But you know what surprises me, ladies and gentlemen? That we live in a country with all this freedom, all this opportunity, and the fact that most of us had people make a sacrifice for us, and a lot of us don't even realize it. And that's why here at the Cult, baby, every single day, every single morning, it is a pleasure and an honor to give a special shout out and pay homage to a very special group of people that has made the ultimate sacrifice, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your dedication to this country, whether people patted you on the back or not, showed you appreciation. Most have abandoned it, man, which is wild. I really thank you all, and God bless you. We wouldn't be here without y'all, so thank you, thank you, thank you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches. You helping making your community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about, and thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Chatadonia, baby. Chatadonia. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I hope you're ready, baby. The CPI day, and you're literally back to unchanged practically. A little bit below it. The bonds are still wrecked off of it. The name is Bond. James Bond. No, Bond. Josh Bond. How you about Josh Bond? Who is a Josh Bond, huh? What does this mean, Bond? Josh Bond? Huh? I don't get it. I don't get it. That'd be 4. All right. So, Chad, we got 1 minute. I'm looking at a play right now. I have an idea. I got a couple of ideas. We'll see how this starts us off, my brethren. We'll see how this starts us off, my brethren. This one will be fun. But, Chad Adonia, you got 1 minute till the bell. Like the video. Drop your thumbs up. Make sure you're subscribed. Post any plays, info. Chad, you got any questions? Let's have a good one. Yields are still above 4% for now. But they're trying to come back up here. And again, a lot of individual movers in terms of like pre-earnings plays. So I would keep that in mind as we start moving from here. But other than that, seems to be pretty chill for now. I think we're kind of chilling out. We're kind of chilling out. We will see. The next level for the SPY is like 47.90, I think, right? I don't know. Where were we at? Yeah, 47.90, where we were at yesterday. And then it's like 47.93 or something. And then from there, you go to 4,800, and then 48.15 or 18. You might get a little resistance at 48.17, and then that's it. But, Chad, you got less than 10 seconds. Get ready. Let's get some good call-outs. Be careful. Again, China plays are up. I'm seeing TSM everywhere. You got the Netflixonian. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. All right. I grabbed a big gold contract. It's higher than my MGC. I'm going to try to flip that one out today. I grabbed a GC at 2034.80. We'll see. Oh, I didn't send those out? What the hell? My bad. My bad. HODL is live. Oh, is that it? Oh, no way. HODL. Vanek Bitcoin Trust. I don't see a candle. Maybe I give it a minute. No way, Habibi. That is crazy. If they called it HODL, that's a great name. Great name. I think those ETFs might be live. Yeah, I just bought GC. I think 203.480. I'm going to flip this one, though, because, again, we bought the MGC a little lower. Boeing wrecked? Really? Again, watch Netflix and a couple of the other ones. I don't see HODL trading, though. Netflix already up 4, man. That's actually insane. So that's going crazy. You got Pfizer. Damn, Pfizer is getting kind of clapped there. Almost down 1%. We'll check out those puts that we have in a little bit. What was the other one? Boeing. Boeing's only down by 0.37. I think Pfizer's down even more than that. So we'll see for now. Tesla, they came down too. Again, the Hertz stuff wasn't good, but I thought they were kind of holding up a little better. Coinbase rises 5.8 amid a crypto stock rally. But I think some cryptos are as high as like 13% right now. And then Amazon, 52-week high. Everybody else was hitting 52-week highs. They didn't, so they're doing pretty good off of that. Microsoft opening up strong. NVIDIA, another 52-week high. Why do I feel like everything's hitting a 52-week high? NASDAQ is up by 0.45. Dow up by 0.06, and then again, Russell down again. So in a weird way, we are getting the, I feel like the last couple days, maybe this whole entire week, I feel like it has been more about the bigger cap names. We hit 4796. Am I tripping? Wait. So you just gapped up off of that. Oh my goodness, Habibi. Wait, you hit a new high. Am I tripping right now, or did we just open up at a new 52-week high? Yeah, you did. 4796. So again, 4800 is like literally, you're right there at 4800. We already fell from that, but you are approaching that 52-week high. Yeah, you hit a new 52-week high on the SPY right now, just 2 minutes ago. My goodness. EU weighs naval operation in Red Sea as Houthis continue attack. Roblo on the way up. Coin's already down to 2.5. My goodness. That thing's moving around like crazy. HODL, no volume, but other ETFs. IBIT. Yeah, I don't see them trading. I see iBit now. Well, the other ones I couldn't even see them move. Amazon's killing it. Again, tech is up by 0.3, SPY 0.16, and then Dow 0.09, and then the Russell is getting murdered. Madasirot. And then Pfizer down to 28.64. Let's see where that's holding us. Bonds are trying to come back. Yeah, you got 150% on the Boeing puts, but again, we're down now on the shares. But literally, it's just protecting those. So, not too bad until we get into ex-dividend mode. We could ride that for a little bit. Roblo gassing, Google gassing. Again, I feel like a lot of tech. Some of the mid-tier ones, too, are going up there, too. And then CRM. Again, they have earnings coming up. What's the other one? Jake from State Farm, baby. God bless you, my friend. Good morning. You know we love you, baby. I know you got a positive message for the day. Where's YGF? That was the China one where the dude got detained. Netflix 500. That sucks, bro. I wanted to make a play on it. I really thought we could have been a little more patient, but that big news there. Again, they increased ad subscribers by like 30%. Whoa, those options went up 2,000% on the short term. That's crazy. The next week's even went up like 500%. Yeah, so Netflix killed it on there. Microsoft all-time highs. Pfizer crazy. Pfizer just doing what it does, you know, finally hits that big run-up, gives back some of it. So if it flushes from here, it'll get ugly. But if it starts to get dividend support, you know, again, leading into the next 2 weeks, it'll be decent. Snapchat on the high. I made a play on gold, GLD, or GC. I grabbed on one of the futures. It's moving up right now. Coin going down. I just saw Snap on the high. Again, Netflix. Snap almost at 18. Oh, wait, didn't it hit that the other day, though, and come down? Yeah, hold on. We got to get past like 1770. Again, a couple of other plays moving. EYPT on the high. Again, that's one of those biotechs. See. Okay. I finally did it. Wait, what was I filled at? Nice, 2015. 2015. I had to do this for my home country. I finally had to do it for my home country. It's for my people, you know? For my I'm scared, though, because it's kind of a liquid borderline because it is a biotech, but not a recommendation. I grabbed 200 shares of EYPT at 2015. So, again, this was the one we've talked about even with, like, the buyout stuff and all of that. I decided to go for it. Egypt. Pondering that into the Qs. Yeah, EYPT. Again, this is the one. They got approval not too long ago. They've been holding up. I've been hoping it'd be a buyout candidate, but we will see how that one plays out. And then gold's still moving up there. Again, bonds are trying to come back. Honestly, it's kind of interesting here. Let's see where that takes us. Yeah, now I'm only down $100 on the bonds now. Bonds have just literally, that price, I'm surprised by how stable the bonds have been. That thing has kind of been blowing my mind. EYPT, not a recommendation. We've talked about it a lot, put it on a couple of watch lists as well. Nothing a liquid. Well, it's not like a liquid to the point where like you don't see trades going through, but I'm just kind of having a high standard. But it still does its thing. Again, I think a lot of people know what this has been over the last couple of months here, or last couple of weeks. So, but it's not like it's like a penny stock, a liquid type beat. But definitely, this is leaning more towards a liquid than not, just because it's a biotech. Apple flipped. Happy birthday to you, man. Happy birthday. My goodness. Meta's on the low. Remember, they were going crazy. Dollar is still barely up. Dollar didn't drop because the data wasn't good enough. The market was going to take the CPI data. No, I don't. Again, everything was just in line. We're playing that game of no surprises and status quos. It's been like that for months. It is getting people to think about the future and what's going to happen. But for the most part, it's not like it's it's not like anything dramatic happened with the data until it does, until maybe January's data. If the next set of data is bad for inflation, then we might have a problem. But for now, just like the non-farms, everybody brushed it off right away. The Fed futures, everyone's like, oh, no rate cuts in June. And then sure enough, it goes crazy. Meta and Apple are flushing. Again, Meta was going crazy yesterday. Both of those are down. Shopify 52-week high. Again, Russell's trying to come up, but it's still the dog of the day. PPI, PPI tomorrow, I think that'll be a surprisingly big data set, more or less. And then bonds are trying to climb up right now. Is there a 20-year bond auction today? JP Morgan. So we'll look at those earnings plays for that too, because again, they're going to be tomorrow morning. Welcome to Friday, Junior. Yeah, I'm still in my ES short, unfortunately. Again, it's helped. The Russell came back up a little bit, but these last 2 days, ES going up, and then the Russell not moving up as much. It's kind of eating into it, but I do think it'll balance out eventually. Netflix just keeps going. I'm going back to Netflix. So yesterday was Meta just doing the melt up. Mara is going crazy. Actually, let's see it. Mara at 28. Oh, these are still like the same price. Interesting. Those options didn't go too crazy. Marathon, all the crypto plays. Again, it's funny because the crypto plays are moving, and then now there's like actual crypto ETFs that are trading, but then again, they're just moving with the actual assets. CRM's going up. We may have missed that one. That one's starting to do a little bit of a move. BSE. Bonds down. Gold has came down now too. Let me turn on some VWAP. See what we're at. Again, I think dollars is chilling. Yeah, dollar's still up a quarter. That's so, again, kind of nuts. Again, the last couple of days. I guess it's still in the range. It's all in the range of the, was that the ISM that one day? You're like right above the ISM range. But then again, last time the market had that, I mean, we were like, what? Here? Almost 10 points lower. iBit new high. Netflix coming back. XRP is up 8. I think all of the cryptos did good, no? Wait till options become available for Bitcoin ETF. That'll be wild. SPY selling. Oh, I'm looking at some of the crypto stuff. Again, dude, Ethereum is crazy. Ethereum's like 8% right now, or 6%. Now, the futures are crazy on Ethereum. It's like $50,000 margin requirement to open up one future on Ethereum. I think even the same thing with Bitcoin. You're locking IBIT for the long term. I would just buy a Bitcoin. Why would you pay the ETF fee if you're a Bitcoin hardo? You know, again, I'm a Bitcoin hardo. I just buy that. But I put Bitcoin in your long term. But I wouldn't buy the ETF. You're not 70 years old. ARK B at 50. Boeing dumping. Boeing's down 0.75. Again, I think Pfizer was down a little bit more. A couple of names still getting clobbered. Apple is down by 0.52. Again, Meta, they dropped a little bit. SPY's coming down. I can't believe we hit a new high. So that's it. You hit a new 52-week high. 47.98, you guys. You get what? So again, very uneventful CPI. And you literally are 2 points now off of 4,800. You're from the high, you're 20 points away from all-time highs. Oscar on the high. Thessalonian, SMCI going up. Where's TSM? Nike's on the high. TSM flipping. Again, I think Baidu and Baba, they're supposed to be on fire here earlier. Some are calming down more. NVIDIA's on the low now. Again, even TSM, some of the other chip makers, they're coming down a little bit. Baidu, hopefully it stays up. I might say good morning. Appreciate you. Listen from this time to grind out the real estate. Let's go, baby. Amen. You had 5-6 friends text me a position started in 401k Bitcoin ETF. Oh, yeah, I guess. That's pretty cool to think about. Technically, now through your 401k, you could buy Bitcoin. Or maybe your employer will match it. That'd be great. But, yeah, I think it's good for, again, if you don't know how to buy Bitcoin or have that ability, it'd be good. You want to sell premium on it? Yeah, that could make sense, too. There's just a fee. But I do think holding Bitcoin is good. Otherwise, it's going to... This ETF, I think it's for a whole different debt generation, more or less. EYPT got clapped already. Oh, what the? Oh, no. Google to end fees, switching to another cloud provider. Google says it encourages rivals to end fees. Fidelity waiving fee for transfers. They paid for mine, so that was good. Was it BITX? Is that that has to be an ETF, right? 2-time Bitcoin strategy ETF. Damn, they got a double levered ETF strategy already? We really out here. Spot ETF trading volume hits 2.3 billion. I didn't know they already have a 2 times ETF. That's crazy. One start to the year. There's one called Easy BC, another called BRRR. They really couldn't help themselves on the names. And there's HODL. GBTC still trading at a 1.9% discount to NAV. Well, yeah, I mean, it's already ran up a lot. You still got to take on you're still buying the Barry Silber risk as well. I don't know. In a weird way, I'd rather go for a brand new ETF than GBTC now at this point. You bought Burr because you thought it could Burr. That's so crazy. Valkyrie Bitcoin. Easy BC. I like the 2-time Bitcoin ETF. That's crazy. BITX. That's insane. Wait, it already has. I don't know. So maybe it's already existed for a little bit, and now it's just going to trade a little differently with the ETF. ARK B. Boeing near 225. Again, chips and bonds coming down. Even gold sold off a little bit here, too. Boeing down 1.1. Yeah, Boeing's starting to slip. One of the premiums is holding up, but the other ones are still kind of clapped. So again, we still got another week, but Boeing is, maybe it does the dance a little bit more. And then again, where's Netflix in those earnings plays? Netflix, CRM, JP Morgan. CRM already gave back up. So again, we were right next to the high and then dropped. Is Biden live? You're getting headlines? I don't know. S&P slides to session lows after erasing opening gain. Yeah, UUP's up on the day, but it's still in the same like multi-day range. No, I don't see Biden live. He could be making statements elsewhere. Hoping for 480 SPY today. I mean, I'm kind of shocked. We were kind of close to that. So now you've filled the gap. You're right back up to open. So is this lower than... No. We were a little bit lower pre-market. So again, this is all the data. You literally came right back up a little higher than the first candle from when the data came out. And now we're like kind of back to that first 15-minute hold window. So again, and then bonds. Dude, bonds are barely moving, 0.08. Again, intraday, they've moved a lot more. So bonds are definitely lagging behind. But equities are pretty much near their lows of the day. But like it's like the middle lows, higher lows, more or less. Microsoft briefly tops Apple as world's largest stock. Pump it up at 4,800. Unfortunately, 4,800 is so close to all-time highs that we have deferred to pump it up at 48.18. So when we set a new all-time high, you will get a new pump it up. I'm down 200 as soon as I bought an option contract. Did you overpay for it, or there might be a high spread? So if it has a large spread on there, it could be showing you the unrealized difference. Otherwise, you may have top-ticked it. CVS, Chicle, AMD, Red. SPY's still kind of going a little lower. Again, bonds looks like they're flipping first. CVI heading towards the low, little one. Beto's going up, so crypto, Bitcoin names still going. Pfizer at the low. Boeing still selling off. Netflix holding up. Very good, 3.8. Microsoft gave up some of it, but it's still in the green by 0.7. NASDAQ is red, though. Remember, NASDAQ was up 0.4 in the morning, or literally 10 minutes ago. Bonds are starting to come back up now. I'm about to be in the money on SPX. It's a decent move so far. I mean, you've already moved 1.9 points literally in the last 10 minutes or 21 minutes. Bitcoin 49,000 now? No way. That's great. So it's actually working its way. Where's Ethereum? Ethereum's at 27. That's crazy. Ethereum is up 8% on the day. So again, even though Bitcoin's starting to come back, 6.5. We have 49,435 on Bitcoin futures. Bitcoin rises behind 49,000, the highest since December 21. Right up 10%, almost doubled from 25 to 48 in 5 days. I've been seeing that going up. I hope it lasts. But then again, I don't think we're scheduled to get any updates. But we will see. Amazon gave it all back. Amazon hit a new 52-week high this morning. But yeah, they're still up, though. That's the crazy part. Some of these names, Microsoft, Amazon, they've moved down there after just running up in the morning. But they are all up like over 0.5%. Humble business, baby. Oh, Habibi. Oh, Horde. My bad. Good morning. Good morning, baby. Good morning. That's what I'm talking about. My friend. Amen. On Bitcoin Day, Happy Bitcoin Day. God bless you, my friend. Happy long-term day. I hope you have a long-term above all else. Amen. Amen. You had first real estate class. 9 more weeks to go. Let's go, man. Congratulations. Very big morning already. I feel like sell stocks to buy crypto. We talked about that. That could happen. Or again, I'm still kind of keeping my eyes out for any sell the news type beat. But we're going to find out, man. Already, though, again, it's holding up. I think Ethereum, though, like we talked about on the watch list yesterday, just with all the crackheads out there, everybody's like, this is next now. Now, it gives it its own little catalyst. But I haven't seen sell the news yet. If anything, you're getting a buy the news. At 25, how much should you have in your long term? As much as possible. There's no specific amount. I'm sure some people in here had a lot of money when they were young or a little bit amount of money when they were young, but it's all about what you do with it year after year. So, I say you should save up 10% of every dollar that you touch and apply that to the long term, Give yourself 10% and you'll be good to go, but there's no real amount, but you should be saving at minimum 10% of every dollar you make. CRISPR on the high. Yeah, CRISPR. Remember, they had a lot of headlines yesterday. They didn't move too crazy. And then bonds are kind of just right at their opening, but everything's still below where we're at. So, again, I think we opened right here. You opened up right here on the stock market. This was the low of the CPI. And then, again, bonds were a lot higher there. I might keep on the pre-market for a little bit. Have an idea. I've been trading on and off for 8 years. If I bought and hold, I would have been in a way better position. It is the realization most people have. It's not to say you can't make money at trading and that, there's great opportunities to make quicker money trading. But that's why I always think you should have a long term on the side of it, because some of these stocks, if you just bought them the first time you knew about them and held them for as long as you've been trading, you would have been sitting pretty. But I learned that after a couple years of trading. Uber on the low. They were killing it. Yesterday, at least. Again, watch if bonds break out. They have the most room to run here, but I guess so does the SPY. They're both down. Uber down by Uber's still up by 0.68. All of these names are like down and up at the same time, except Airbnb. They're just down from yesterday. And then Snapchat, they came down. They were up in the morning. MSTR, no. The king. He was the king. By Tessie, I don't know. Again, remember, they've had delivery numbers. They got earnings coming up. But right now, the next catalyst is earnings, unless you want to wait till January 31st for more economic data and more Powell. But other than that, I'd be keeping an eye out for earnings plays. And then if you are going to buy anything, you should ask yourself when's the earnings and keep that in mind. Abivai is coming up. Still red on the day, believe it or not. Roku down 3.3. RXRX on the low. EYPT got clapped instantly. That was kind of bullshit. Bank of America earnings. That could be a good one. Again, Bank of America, JP Morgan, Citi, and any of the banks that will be reporting here. And SPY's still hovering near the lows. These are CPI lows. So, again, we had a nice gap there before. Thoughts on gold miners lagging hard to gold? It's because they're miners, so their correlation, pretty much if gold goes up, the miners don't have to go up. So I don't like the gold miners. Why? Because it's a company, whereas gold might rocket up to the moon, but then if you pick the wrong company or they have the bad management, kind of think MPW, you could still get clapped on it. The ETFs are a little bit more diversified, but I just prefer the spot price of gold. But I already hate paper gold to begin with, but if I am going to play it, I would go with the actual asset linked to price rather than the company. Paper gold or not paper? No, paper gold like a pay-per-view. No, paper. Paper gold, paper. Like a give me a pen and a paper. 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 What do you not understand, Habibi? Paper. Like a Kinkos. No? Okay. Like the video, man. Shukran. Baber. Yeah, that's true, man. My dad can't say peas that effectively. It's Baber. Give me the Baber. PayPal. Where is PayPal? Actually holding up a little bit in the green. What a wild day. Nasdaq's barely green now. SPY barely red. Russell's still getting rot. And then Dow Jones down by 0.18. But the amount of names that are just all over the place. Some are like a little red. Some are more red. And then the names that you think are coming down, they're still holding up like 1% gains. There's a lot of names green that just sold off right from the morning. Again, NVIDIA is one of them. I think Amazon's quite impressive, still up 1%. Even Microsoft, people thought they were dumping a couple of minutes ago, and they did from the top, but they still expensive. You're good people. Have a great day. Have a great day, man. Are you leaving this early, man? Enjoy it. It's early, man. Hopefully you did good. 30 minutes in, go nap, do whatever you need to, get to work. God bless you. Yeah, Netflix news was related to advertisers. They pretty much increased their ad users by 30% in the last quarter. So pretty wild news to come out with ahead of their earnings in, 2 weeks? Or next week? Tesla been underperforming? I have no idea. I think there's just been a lot of Elon shit talk, and then, again, their deliveries. It's not like the deliveries weren't bad, but they also weren't the greatest. But then again, it just seems like it's been in its own little range due to all of that. And then not to mention, just a couple days ago, a lot of negative press on young Tess. Coin red? Like actually red, or is it just coming down? No, Coinbase did go red. Well, so again, I don't know, maybe sell the news there, but Bitcoin's still up a lot. And all of crypto. I don't know how to approach this day or trade it. You feel bearish because the data and Fed are bearish, but markets relentlessly greedy. I wouldn't do anything if you don't want to. Again, if you really feel that way, because I think the data was nothing. I think the data was as neutral as possible. I know everybody would say it missed and this and that, but I think at this point it's going to be wherever the computers want to take us. But I don't think it's like, I don't think today has a real clear-cut signal of like, this is what you should be doing. And if you don't, you'll miss an opportunity. But you could take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, Pfizer's are up 200%. Nice. It's literally just, I'm down on the shares now. So I have like 1,600 in profit on the option, and then I'm down 1,600 on the shares. But it did what it needed to do. Yeah, Pfizer. Let's see where they're going to go to. Damn, Pfizer's giving up all of that. You got like one more rally there. Again, we got in at like what, though? 26? That's still kind of crazy. Then Tesla, Boeing, SPY breaking down now. So you're going a little bit lower here. Watch how that one plays out. I think you're going to break the CPI lows if this actually flushes. And then bonds are right back to the lows of the CPI too. But again, this is like the final calendar candle. It wicks down like another quarter of a point. FOMC is on the 31st, yes. Microsoft surpassed Apple as the largest company for a little bit. I don't know if it flip-flopped again. I think it depended on how that morning played out. A lot of things are starting to dump now. So again, even Pfizer, that thing's down 2% here to start the morning. Boeing's down 1.5. Again, a lot of these Dow. Russell's down 1.1 right now. Where are the crackheads today? I think they're still there. Just we hit a new high, a 52-week high today. So again, kind of those morning moves. You're back to the lows of yesterday. You filled this gap, but maybe we get a larger move. But like we were talking about, it was only pricing in 0.7 on the day. So we were up by a quarter here. Now you're down by a quarter here. It's just playing this game. But, if anything, this is just killing premium and then still giving you, a small move from where you closed yesterday. That's the weird part about it. People in Sweden are now in panic, buying emergency supplies after the government and military warned that people are that they have to prepare for war. Do they have a new Netflix movie or something? All right, you flushed below the CPI candle there. Bonds are somewhat staying more stable. I think the dollar is still just ripping through. Yeah, dollar is part of the problem here. Again, dollar's actually climbing. Is that a new range? That's, again, new high on the market, new high on the dollar. So, yeah, dollar is breaking out of that range there a little bit. I don't think this is good if it goes, really crazy. But, again, dollar was down in the morning. That's the craziest part. Flush picking up. Again, you're breaking below CPI level, so it kind of makes sense. I think you're breaking 47.65. You were below here yesterday, but then you had the melt up. But you pretty much gave up all of yesterday in 30 minutes, 45 minutes here? About 30 minutes. So I'd watch out. I guess you fill the gap at 47.55, 47.50, another 10 more points. And then if you go anything below that, then you could start to really panic. But if anything, NASDAQ SPY Dow catching up with the Russell, but Russell was already murdered. She wrote. Reversal back up. I think you might just dance around a little bit, and then, again, another 0.3% on the SPY will fall into what was priced in. So maybe we go a little bit lower and then kind of bounces throughout the day. You might drop 1% and then it bounces up another 0.5%. But I think everyone's just working it out from the data and all of the Bitcoin stuff going on too. I think the same thing happened on Friday. We just didn't hit a high. So remember the non-farms, you kind of had something similar. Drop, pop, rocket up, hit this level. Then you just started selling off pretty early. But I guess that was around Euro close. I'd watch for Euro close. But yeah, you're taking another low now. Yeah, dollars keeps climbing. That's the part I think should be worrying. Because like I told you guys, I thought CPI would help the dollar and markets match up, but not so much. Crap, that's the only thing. The dollar's going up. The bonds aren't even reacting to any of this. That's the crazy part with all of it. And then you got Bitcoin in the sidelines. And then again, Bitcoin's up a lot. Why is the dollar even getting strength? Dollar should be like a clap, clap. NQ at 20 MA. Better late than never. Morning. Let's get this bread. Good morning, Wandering. Hope you're living good. Welcome to CPI. They thought it was bullish. They thought it was bearish. Nothing happened at all. The event effect. Yeah, well, yesterday's event effect, we went up on nothing. And then remember, there is PPI tomorrow. that will be another one of those things to deal with. Like, I think that would actually be more important than even today. The Fed futures now, they ain't go up, man. Nobody care about rate cuts. Fed futures are negative. They got bullish. So Fed futures are pricing in more cuts for the end of the year, and even March is still holding up. I'm telling, it's not even so. If anything, you got more rate cuts priced in even on this move than anything else. That's the thing that's mind-blowing. That's the real crackheads right out there. Foreign funds pouring into these crypto. Maybe. Or all the people who don't want to buy China, buy Bitcoin. Or again, just sell stock, buy crypto. Another flush. Again, it looks kind of crazy. I wonder how it looks without after hours. Yeah, you're just going straight down for what? It's only been 39 minutes, and you are just going straight down. I think you only had a handful of green candles. But again, when you start looking at it here, it looks a lot more vertical down, but you're already breaking the levels. You're far from it. Again, bonds are the one holding up, but you're not even getting a fear bid on bonds. That's the interesting parts. That's why I'm like, it gets kind of weird when you think about it. So we'll see. In the grand scope, it's small compared to how we've moved. I think it's just consistent, right? You just had that sell-off after hitting the highs, but like all you did was just give up yesterday. So now we're about to fill that gap. Oh, wait, I think we did. So again, now I think you go below 47.47, then you start to panic once again, but you just gave up in what, 30 minutes, 39 minutes. You gave up all of yesterday, and now you're starting to cut into the day before that, which again, the prior day had a little gap up here. So you're just coming back, and that's after hitting just under 4,800, a new 52-week high, 47.53. VIX is still down. VIX is still like at $13. They're waiting for this yesterday. People asked if this was cushion, but just keep in mind, we're pricing in 0.7%. So I think when it's all said and done, we may shoot below that, shoot above it, but I feel like it's going to follow around the options pricing. Because, again, I think these moves, one move up just fucked up everything in pricing. You have to think about that. It's good if you had a put straight down, but if you get one little pop, you're going to hate it. When was Pfizer's last dividend? Any bank plays? JP Morgan, that's the only one we have. We might double down on it, but we'll see. Pfizer was, what, December 14th? Huh? And ex-dividend is 25. Ex-dividend was November 9th. Yeah, like the week before I'm down. We're going to ride out those Pfizer puts for a little longer. BA descending. What is the thing? Lift up, terrain. Max Payne. Did you listen to the debate last night? Nah. I'm retired in politics. I don't care about any of them. I think they're all pretty bad. Even down to, I think, Republicans and Democrat candidates, I've given up. Fortunately, unfortunately. Altitude. Altitude. That is the scariest noise in the world. The Fed did not say anything today. No, we are gonna. We might get Loretta Mester, I think, or yeah, I think Loretta Mester. Other than that, tomorrow you get the other one. You still gonna vote? I plan on it, but I don't know. I may change my mind. I'm kind of getting over everything again, but I did have a plan to. But at the end of the day, you got the long term. I have Jesus. That's all I need. But everything else is just sketchy. Love the new badge. Sending the Jets, baby. Amen. And then still going a little lower. Watch if the bonds react again. Watch if the dollar keeps going too. That's going to be another one that we're going to have to watch out for. Again, gold even coming down a little bit more. Yeah, dollar keeps climbing, bro. I don't like that. Dollar went up another 0.1%. So that is still not stopping. Gold flushing, getting clapped on that for now. Where's Bitcoin? Bitcoin 4826, 48,000. Ethereum still up just below 2,700. Have you thought about trading Forex? I mean, I do. Again, currency futures are Forex, but I'm not going to use like a Forex broker. They're usually scams, or at the airport, or when I'm trying to buy sunscreen, and that's just, they still scam me. ZB going on your tape of CD. And then Pfizer. I'm glad we got those puts. I'm very glad we got those puts. You want a short sunscreen? Nah, man. I want to buy sunscreen and take it to Tulum. It's a big market, man. It's a big market. Why are we tanking? I couldn't tell you the reason why, but I would blame the dollar. Again, we did have slightly hotter data, but once again, your hotter CPI or just it was all in line. You drop, you bounce back up. We literally ripped up, hit a new high of the year, 52-week high, and then we just started dumping. But I do think the dollar is the culprit. Again, anytime we've had, like, this is since the beginning of the year, the dollar is the only thing that has not came back down. And that is what I think is some of the problem, more or less. You have any plays? I made a play on EYPT, got clapped on that, and then I got clapped on gold, but I'm going to be writing those out. And then I'm still in the bond play from yesterday. And then we had a couple plays come up, like the Pfizer's, the puts, but that's about it. CPI was not in line. Core CPI was in line. Headline came in like 0.1 hotter. It wasn't like a big move. Again, I don't think the story changed, and it just I don't think it was anything, to be honest. But I mean, if you want to read into it, you can. But I would just think nothing new happened. So it's not like, again, I think I bet you tomorrow PPI will have a way bigger immediate reaction than the bonds and anything else. I'm at boomer level. I wear the UV long sleeve t-shirts instead of sunscreen. I didn't even know they have those. Tesla, I don't know. Somebody was asking me earlier why Tesla won't even go up. You know, that, and I think they got a lot of things, but they already had their delivery numbers, so in a weird way, that's like their earnings. So I don't know, Habibi. I don't know. JPM puts getting close to being back in business? No way. But that's bullshit. You know why? Because yesterday the calls almost went green again. So again, like I hope watching some of these plays like shows you, but like literally yesterday I was only down like $5 on the calls, right? Coming in day before the earnings. So then now still down on the puts, they're coming back up, but now you're down on the calls. So it's the way things, these back and forth moves, man, killing premium. This is your first little bounce off the bottom, a little bit of a decent recovery. That's almost 1 point, actually. What am I saying? That's literally 1 point in 3 minutes now off the bottom. I really think so. A lot of premium getting killed on both sides. That's why I just watch for the number 0.7 on an index. We're either going to end within that range. Again, it could undershoot, overshoot. We got a long day. And then wait, whenever the dollar does come down, we should rally. But that's it. You need the dollar to fucking chill out. That's the only sus thing of the day. Biden economic advisor Boucher speaks on Bloomberg. He reminds me of the guy. Oh, no, not Boucher. The other dude reminds me of the guy from Vegas Vacation. Tell me how good the economy is, Boucher.
This historic global pandemic, and we know now that we've sort of looked at the data and we've seen the trends over the past few years, that a large part of this inflation that we've seen was due to the supply chain challenges. And there are two different kinds of supply chain challenges that we saw. On the one hand, challenges in moving things from place to place, challenges in the ports, cost increases in ocean shipping, various sorts of issues. And the president took decisive action to address many of those issues. That helped bring price pressures down. But the other challenge, of course, is, because of the pandemic, that you saw factories close, and that meant that manufacturers couldn't get the things that they needed in time. And the president not only took steps in the moment to help that by helping get the pandemic under control, but has made all of these investments that are going to ease those supply side pressures over time. So those investments are so important on the supply side to increase productivity, to make sure that as we transition to this clean economy, that we make sure, this clean energy economy, that we make sure that we're making those investments in the things that we need now and that we're going to need. That's going to help keep those price pressures in check.
Making sure that there are enough people in the labor force is a critical element to all of this. Just to kind of pick up on Alex's question and be more specific, we understand that there is potentially a deal coming on Capitol Hill that's going to extend child tax credits in exchange for business breaks. Heather, would that be inflationary? Would that have an impact on inflation? Would that slow the progress to target inflation, do you believe, were that to go through?
Well, let's be very clear. This is all just negotiations, and the president has remained committed to the fact that if we're going to do anything that gives businesses tax credits, that we make sure that people and families also get the tax relief that they need. And certainly we know from the evidence that those expansions of the child tax credit that were part of the American Rescue Plan were so important in lowering child poverty. So this is a really important policy for people and families all across the country, and will help families at the lower end of the income distribution make sure that they have the income they need to be able to buy food and child care and all the things that they need. When you look at the full picture, we're making these investments that will help grow the economy, help address those supply side issues, and I think both of those tax credits will address some of those in their own way. We know, again, that childcare, access to child care and being able to support that is really important for parents to be able to get to work, and that child tax credit can really help help with those labor supply issues as well.
Speaking about supply chains, another thorn in the side is what's happening in the Panama Canal and, of course, in the Red Sea. We talked to a lot of shippers that are seeing costs and time continue to rise. European companies are seeing costs continue to rise also. Is this going to be the next supply chain problem that the White House just doesn't have the power to fix?
Well, certainly this is a pressing issue. The combination of the challenges going on in the Red Sea, along with, of course, the drought conditions caused by, of course, the ongoing challenges with climate change, connected to those ongoing challenges with climate change in the Panama Canal, do mean that there are some shipping challenges. There are options, and certainly the president's economic team has been looking at what this means for the economy and looking what it means for shipping. We do see that shippers have options to take different routes, and as of now, we don't see that kind of significant effects that we saw during the pandemic era, but certainly it's something that we're watching carefully.
Yep, Grant Shapps, from the UK, hinting at possible action on that soon. Heather, let's talk a little bit about the claims number today as well. Claims remain very low, surprisingly low. You got a PhD in economics. Does the Phillips curve no longer apply? Do you think in order to get inflation back down to where ultimately we want it to be, that we do need to see a rise in unemployment?
Well, listen, folks have been talking about the need to raise unemployment to get prices down for quite some time now, and that is not, of course, what we've seen. We have a very nice blog out from the Council of Economic Advisors today looking at that very question. That, of course, we have seen that the pace of inflation has been falling, and yet unemployment remains below 4%, where it has been for now 23 months, the longest stretch in over half a century. So I think, what we're seeing now is because this was a different kind of price challenge. It was, as the Council of Economic Advisors actually wrote about I think 2 years ago, this was more akin to some of the price pressures that we saw at the end of World War II than it was to other kinds of moments because of the supply side challenges. We've been able to get those prices down without seeing that rise in unemployment. So of course, nobody's magic ball is anything but cloudy. So I'm not making a forecast here, but we certainly have seen that we've been able to get that inflation, that pace of inflation come down, and especially that core come down without seeing a commensurate rise in unemployment. And the continuing claims and the initial claims numbers continue to show a healthy labor market. I'll also add just one last note. Yeah, go.
Okay, I'm done. Stop adding there. That's good. That's good. Eli Lilly's running up. But yeah, y'all didn't. I'm glad I had this conversation with you guys. Like, you guys remember when we were talking about childcare and the cost of childcare, and then you guys started telling me how much you guys were spending, and then I said this is another reason why I don't have kids yet. But that's another story. You remember that? And we were like, do like some of y'all spending a McLaren every month to take care of your kids in daycare? Well, your boy Dave Ramsey, the guy who, Dave Ramsey, the OG of like, he don't even want any debt. Like, if you would have paid him to take debt, he wouldn't even take it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're like, Dave Ramsey, I'll give you $1 billion and I'll pay you $500 a month to take my debt. He said, no, I don't like debt. I won't do it. No debt, Dave. Yeah, exactly. You know who I'm talking about. Cash man. He's like my mom. He said, buy it cash. Well, there's like a call to cancel Dave Ramsey because somebody called in and was like, I spend $80,000 a year in child care cost for my 2 kids. And then Dave was just like, you idiot. It just started roasting him and was like, there's no way you spend that much. They said that it was the most like expensive there, and then what else? There's someone they even like suggested a free summer camp, and people got pissed. And I was like, well, I don't know, man. 2 kids, 80,000. You tell me, Chad. Is he wrong? A lot of people think he's wrong. Again, I'm like, I would have said he was right until I asked some of you guys how much you spend on childcare. I think it's kind of in the middle. It was $25K. I think it was $25K per child. So I think they said they were spending like $80K for both of them. So 2 kids, $25K, or no, so it was $50K. And then they had a nanny, which brought it up to $80K. Average cost of childcare between, but is that like childcare or like feeding, diapers, and everything else? But I thought that was crazy. We just had this talk a couple months ago, bro. We just had this talk. he's wrong for what he said. Well, I don't know if you could judge Dave Ramsey too hard. I mean, the guy, I'm pretty sure the guy he said, like, someone asked him if he would take $1 billion at 0% interest, and he refused, even when interest rates are at 5.5. So I don't know, man. I can't judge the dude too hard. Other than that, I do think he gives some good advice here and there. Yeah, Lily just went crazy. Well, why? I don't know. He just doesn't like it, man. He doesn't like debt. Apple, okay. SPY China, hold on here. Again, you just went up a point in 3 minutes and then spent the other 10 minutes holding up here. His loans got called by the bank when he first started in real estate. That's his whole reasoning for hating debt. Yeah. You just don't like that, man. Just don't like that. SBGI on the high. Where's Coinbase? Coinbase in the fun bunch of crypto. Is Netflix still up? Not up 4.5%, but still up 2%. UNG, Boyle on the high now. Natural gas storage, negative 140 billion. Estimate was 122. RRC shooting up. What is this? Range Resources. They're all going crazy. I think that whole high taker flush right there was oil and natural gas plays left and right. My goodness. And then is the dollar coming down because we're back up on gold? A little bit. Dollar did come down. Actually, it came down a quarter from that high. That's kind of crazy. Oh, yeah, we are closed on Monday. I forgot. MLK. I think I have one UNG play still. Or no, I think I did sell it. Oh, I did sell it. Right when I sell it, it has its biggest pop. Oh, no. I still have UNG. I sold, I think, Boyle. I'm still clapped on those. Loaded on coin calls. Mara, dollar's coming down now. Like I said, that's going to be the key. Dollar's dropped a lot, so we're getting back up to VWAP. VWAP is going to be the lows of the day. So, again, even you've already moved 0.5% almost from the bottom. That's crazy. SBGI, Amazon, bankrupt Diamond Sports gets extension to score MLB streaming deal with Amazon. Oh, they were just on the high, yeah. SBGI still moving up there, 4.6. There's a headline attached to it related to Amazon. SPY based on the dollar. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. You know, it's not. None of these things are ever going to be a one-to-one correlation, but it's kind of just understanding the broader aspects at play here. So again, like, you know, especially this year, I've noticed the dollar, again, it got off to a very wild start, just like the market did, but eventually, you know, if the dollar's making certain moves, it's either gonna create a good or a bad environment, more or less. Save option chain? I haven't looked at it. I'm in JP Morgan both ways, but let's see coming close to the middle of the day. We'll get an idea if we want to double dip on them or not. But I think now I'm down. I was about to go green on the calls yesterday. Now after today's move, I'm down on both of them. So we will see. We spent like, what, 170, and I'm down 70. So that's why like 30% total. Yeah, Bitcoin hit 49,000. Ethereum hit 2,700. I think even fucking Ethereum Classic went up 50%. Yeah, everything at Crypto Land went crazy, man. Crypto Land went crazy. Yeah, even XRP went nuts. All the crypto, but again, I think Ethereum was a big winner. Because now Ethereum just has something to look for. Now Mara, Riot, all these crypto names are on the low. I'm seeing a lot of those on the low, actually. And then even Netflix, you're getting a little red. So you had dollar come down. That helped out a little bit, but that just got you right below VWAP, right at the low, the first set of lows from the CPI. And then now you're coming back down a little bit. What happened? Nothing. Again, we're still kind of reacting to the CPI in the morning. Again, some people think it missed. Some people think it beat. I just think it was an absolute nothing burger. Again, everything was borderline in line. So, but I think we're just kind of moving. And I said this yesterday. I think today was going to be an excuse for some volume. And sure enough, you got 19 million by hour number 1. That's pretty exciting. Piggyback the Pfizer puts. Nice, even though you didn't hold. 14 to 15. Wish I bought more than 2. Yeah, well, be careful on those plays, though. I mean, again, I'm glad you kept it small, though. Because if you didn't own the shares, like keeping it small, that's a good move, right? Because then you're not, if you didn't have an idea to play it with, like, again, I just wanted to protect the shares, but it's good you kept it small. Otherwise, it's kind of just, that one had a bigger play logic. But yeah, they're up 245%. We grabbed the 29 puts a couple days ago. So they did good. They did good. But again, that was related to holding the puts and then playing, or holding the stock and playing the ex-dividend. China urges Canada to avoid misaligning on Taiwan. That was above this level. We got to 47.7. You're moving so much bigger, though, than yesterday, if you think about it. Like, you just moved in this, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. You moved as much as you moved half of yesterday, 4 hours of yesterday. So these candles are pretty massive right now. Again, you are actually getting some bigger volume, more or less. So if I have AbiVi contracts, you'll get $1.55 a share. No, if you have AbiVi shares, you'll get $1.55 a share in dividend. But it'll take 1 month to pay out. So if you buy AbiVi right now, you will get $1.55 per every share if you buy it today. Tomorrow, and then today is the deadline. If you don't buy it today and you buy it tomorrow, you will not be able to get that money. That is ex-dividend. Kathy's live on ARC YouTube talking about crypto. I don't even like listening to her anymore. She don't say innovation. She don't say deflation. It's like she's not the same. She's not the same, man. Is this, yeah, this is the actual YouTube?
This, but considerably higher flows than almost all of them. And from the 5 minutes into the open, it's actually the second highest of the flows. There was one that on the open looks like they dumped a bunch of their own and then since. So off to a great start. Obviously, we've been talking to investors of all shapes and sizes, from public pension plans, state treasuries, sovereign wealth funds, institutions, corporates. I want to ask Haney in particular, how do you think about day one for all of these products versus where we see, the flows, the assets, the tradability? Obviously, about 3 million shares right now here at 10:30, just past 10:30. A great start. In any other product launch, this would be a historically incredible day. We're very for the day, let alone for for an hour. But where do you see day one versus, week one, quarter one, year one, generally speaking, from the direction of the addressable market?
Oops, you're muted.
I'm muted.
Oh, there you go.
There you are.
Okay, good. Day one is just the start. We've seen this happen time and time again. And if we're having such a solid start, I mean, you're talking about 150 million or more in volume, a billion in volume in total. You're talking about the size of this market compared to anything else globally is quite staggering. This is what we're seeing. We're in an era now where the level of inflows that we can get from Bitcoin just in America is more than we have seen in any other geography. But unlike a lot of the other geographies, America has a very real effect on bringing additional regulatory certainty and bringing additional jurisdictions that may not have these products yet. All of this is a net benefit to our partnership, our products, our inflows, and all obviously Bitcoin and crypto underlying. The level and the magnitude of the interest on
the high.
We've just now crossed the hour mark on the first day, just shows how crazy the upcoming opportunity in front of us will be. And like I said, it has always been just the start, and we've had incredible first days. It's always just the start. So this is quite exciting.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, please.
Go back to spreads for a second. I would love to just point out, what I was saying about infrastructure and battle testing and working with APs and knowing what's going on. If you want to see that, like the proof is in the pudding in numbers, you're going to see it in that spread. That spread represents market makers being confident that we can operate. They're confident that the creation redemptions are going to work the way they're supposed to. They're confident that primary market is operating effectively, and they're confident that we're executing those underlying cash creation trades efficiently. They're excited about the model, and they know how the tech stack works. That's why the spread looks like that. It's a literal numerical proof of how our infrastructure works and why it's so robust.
I think, people obviously, a huge focus on this is why ARKB versus any others, right? And so I want to put one last, question on here, and then I promise we're going to get to some of the fundamental
like a 15-cent spread
with Ellie and Yassine. But obviously, in addition to what we pledge to be the best support, both for investors who are research, obviously programs like this, the ability to interact directly with us on social media. For advisors, we are promising unparalleled support for you, and we have the track record to prove it. So you feel confident saying that with your Resolute wholesaler and the ARK and 21 product specialists. During what I would anticipate from an advisor standpoint to be a little bit of a perhaps scary time, because you're going to have investors.
Okay, we'll come back to this. We'll come back to the. I think they're just kind of touting everything, but good for them. Good for them. The Bitcoin is launched. The product is their Bitcoin ETF. It's just going to automatically buy Bitcoin, take people's shares. Remember the whole ETF lesson. Remember when you buy into an ETF, it takes that money and then it's supposed to go and buy that asset automatically. It's not like it's going to be you're not investing in a company. You're investing in an ETF. So all the money that goes in, they could issue more shares. It does it automatically and then goes and buys the underlying asset. And then it's designed to track that underlying asset. But this case, with them owning it, it should track it very well. You're not really buying it off of them. I guess you're paying them a fee for them to go buy it and hold it for you, more or less. Let's see. Yeah, that's why you pay I don't even know what the fees are. I'm sure. I hope they're a lot lower than GBTC, but I haven't even looked into the fees of what these guys are offering. ARCB. I just posted in Kathy Wood's chat. I spelled her name wrong, but I shouted out Jesus. So it evens out in the long run. GBTC fee is 0.1. The lowest is the lowest. Most of them are above 0.2. GTBC. Why they have to be so similar? I know GBTC Grayscale was usually the more expensive one before the approval, but I'm pretty sure Grayscale is known for the high fees. Interesting. It's 1.5. HODL won't load up for me. Oh, now it does. The Van Eck one, it wouldn't even load when I try to do it. Tesla's still lower. We're holding up this little baby rally here for now. I think Pfizer could reach 26. I kind of wanted to so I could buy in again, but I think it's possible for sure. I mean, it was just there just a couple days ago. It's going to depend on the market and then maybe after X dividend. So it could go a little bit lower for now, but then the next step will be X dividend. That's why I was looking there. So it might even start drop. If it wants to drop now and then like 3 days ahead of X dividend, it'll probably get a pop up and then that's it. Most volume GBTC, ARCB, and IBIT. I mean, what they were talking there, it seems like they got a lot of volume in the. Again, it's only been 1 hour, and Bitcoin's already gone crazy. Where is Bitcoin futures? Bitcoin's down to 47,000 now. Damn. So that was just up at. It's already dropped $2,000 in the hour. Bitcoin's only up 1.5. Ethereum's up 4.8. But all the crypto plays are kind of selling off right now. Meta dropping. Let's see. Meta, bro, bonds. I think are we going to start to chill now? You had a freak out for the first hour. Now we're kind of chilling here. Like I told you, man, if you look at the chart, how much you moved in this little 10, 15-minute window more than you moved like all day, 4 hours yesterday. So we're kind of chilling. We're above one level, but Bitcoin looks like it's flushing. High-low ticker kind of balanced out. We've been holding this like 0.4, 0.3 down for a minute now. So we're kind of chilling. Curve starting to uninvert. I might box the trade. I think it's already, I mean, this already is going to kill a lot of premium no matter what. Even staying stalled out, I mean, you go one more pop, one more drop, and then the reverse move 30 minutes, an hour later. I think it's there, but I am keeping in mind that sweet spot, that 0.7. Trifigura's oil trading head, Lukacs, says OPEC Plus is in a tough spot, would prefer higher prices. Says oil market relaxed about Middle East events on ample supply. And then $1 billion in U.S. military aid for Ukraine, not properly tracked, Pentagon. CPI didn't disappoint. If anything, it came in a little hotter on headline, and then core came in line. But depending on what you were looking for, you could have found a disappointment. But I really just think another day of status quo. Seeing rumors that most of the ETF volume is selling side from Grayscale. Majority inflows seen at close. So is everybody getting out of Grayscale finally? Or is Grayscale dumping Bitcoin? I don't know. Was not following. If CPI is hotter January, I mean, people get really panicked off of that. But for now, I mean, it's not like, again, just the status quo is here. Unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know. Grayscale, dude, Grayscale is not the cheapest. So Mike sent me this from Bloomberg, but this says a lot, I think. But it's like you're saying, like ARC B is a quarter percent fee, quarter point, and then Grayscale's at 1.5. That's insane. And then Hashdex is at 0.9, Franklin 0.29, Van Eck a quarter. The Valkyrie one is at Burr. That one's at 0.49. So BTCO 0.39. And again, Coinbase is holding all of these. Fidelity's a custodian. That's actually wild. They're their own custodian. And then who's using Gemini? That's sketch. But yeah, HODL's kind of sketch. High fee held by Gemini. These other ones, they're all about a quarter. So again, you're paying 5 times as much to hold Grayscale. They're dropping 1.5 to 1.25 in the first 3 months. Beto is futures. So Beto, nothing is going to change with Beto. Where is it? We're coming down again. So watch out. Again, I turned off. I don't know. I kind of like the extended hours, but just keep in mind 475.61. Unless we get below that or above that, you might have to go round 2. And bonds are coming down now as well. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. What time has it been? Just over an hour. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Across the board. And that's why for us, we're extremely excited about the prospects of Bitcoin. And that's just for the risk of environment, the risk of aspect of Bitcoin. But then when we think about the technology, the software, and the developments, this is beyond just a $10 trillion opportunity. As we look at how Bitcoin can become also an app store, a global computer as well for payments and remittances, etc. But in simplicity, Bitcoin is just a commodity, digital native, international, globally accessible for asset allocators. And this is also a risk-on opportunity for all the software developments that we see at the base layer. But Yassine, of course, you have also a competitive.
Yeah, I think you framed it very well. As the first digital open source global monetary system, Bitcoin has birthed a new asset class. And in 2017, we published our white paper that basically suggests how Bitcoin is the birth of a new asset class. So when you have to understand, when you understand Bitcoin in the context of traditional asset classes, it starts to make a lot more sense why Bitcoin is worthy of an allocation in institutional portfolios. So when you can do the simple comparisons across commodities and real estate and equities and bonds, and you see, where Bitcoin's use cases are, what its governance are, what its basis of value is, you ultimately start to realize that Bitcoin cannot be bucketed under any traditional asset class. And then when you overlay that with how Bitcoin behaves in the market relative to other asset classes, it becomes a really interesting portfolio diversifier, an interesting opportunity for investors just to have broader growth, and allocating into Bitcoin now becomes a lot easier for these institutional allocators that perhaps weren't as comfortable with the custody mechanisms that Bitcoin presents as this open source software. We have a lot of research that we've published both on the 21 Share side and ARC side that really makes the case for the institutional allocation. We have more research coming up in the coming weeks that updates that institutional allocation case. But I think, you take a step back and you look at the outlook. What Ellie mentioned on both the risk on and risk off narrative is a really important point that should not be dismissed, because I don't think really there's any asset that has started as a risk on asset that has been, extremely sort of tech forward, disruptive from an innovation standpoint, that has now over the last decade evolved into a risk off asset that is in the same breath and conversation as fixed income and gold and bonds. And so when you think about that tipping point that we saw, we have actual use cases and examples of why this risk-off narrative is real for Bitcoin, and why institutional allocators should now look at this a lot more seriously. The regional banking crisis, I think, is the most prevalent example here, where last year you saw regional banks across the U.S. collapse, the Silvergates, the Silicon Valleys, the First Republics, while Bitcoin over that span was up 40%. I don't think that this is a coincidence. You look at Bitcoin as this hedge against counterparty risk. You look at Bitcoin as independent of traditional financial systems. What an ETF represents is that little plug or that bridge where you can now, as call it a traditional financial stakeholder, allocate into an asset that presents these risk-off narratives. So 2024, I think, be on the lookout for that risk-off narrative as there's increasing global macro uncertainty, but also that risk-on narrative where and Kathy will be the first. I think our outlook on broader macro with potentially rates taking a pause here should serve Bitcoin well. So it's I think a quite a versatile asset when you're thinking about this from an allocation standpoint.
And another way to think about it, Yassine, it's saying the same thing, but maybe with a different perspective. It's a hedge not only against inflation, but also deflation. So the regional bank crisis brought back bad memories of 08, 09, and the counterparty risk in the banking system that caused the banking system to seize up. I think that's why Bitcoin went up. This risk of deflation as demand deposits were leaving the banking system, the risk of deflation reared its ugly head, and there is no counterparty risk on this decentralized, transparent network. We have an on-chain analytics expert looking at this network every minute of the day, and again, watching the movement. So I think that's another way, Yassine, of saying what you just said.
And also, when we think about the decorrelation of Bitcoin compared to traditional assets, the fact that the policy of Bitcoin.
Is that muted? Okay. My goodness. So Chattadonia, it's been about an hour and a half. Bonds are trying to get above this little gulag level. Maybe I should open up again. If you look at the daily on bonds, it looks so much more stable. SPY hit a new 52-week high of the year, and then proceeded to sell off after Bitcoin hit 49,000. If anything, I want to say as much as it is CPI day, it is Bitcoin day as well too. But those are the only two things that pretty much happened here in the morning. Bitcoin went up because Powell said he's cutting rates. That's part of it. A lot of things went up because Powell said he's cutting rates. And Kathy was bringing up the Bitcoin going up because of the banking stuff. But then again, that was another liquidity injection into the market. So I will say, try to figure out oil markets aren't focused on China. Where is oil right now? Oil's ripping. Damn, oil's up 4%. So in the midst of all of this, oil's just, wasn't there was that Iranian, or wasn't there a ship got jacked in Iran? I forgot about that. That was this morning because oil's killing it, man. Oil's at 73.72, up 33.27. Oil tanker sees Meta flushing. Bro, Meta needed $10 to hit all-time highs, and I feel like it's down $10. Oh, no, it's at 72. $6. We'll take it. Last year of the day, I received 14 cents per month from dividends. This month, I received 14. That's awesome. Gotta love it, man. Let it drip. Let it grow. That's beautiful. What does BK mean? I just passed an abandoned Burger King. Are you like messing with me, or is that like a joke? I don't know if you're serious or not, but BK could be Burger King, otherwise bankrupt. That's the abbreviation for bankrupt. I don't know. Is there a K in bankrupt? Yeah, I don't even think that. Yeah, there's a BK like bank. Yeah, there's a bank. Yeah. Bankrupt. Could be Brooklyn too. Tesla, Microsoft selling off, NVO now too. Again, now we're back down a little bit more. Russell was kind of already down here. It's down another 0.1%, but SPY, NASDAQ, Dow both doubled up the loss there. NASDAQ's down by 0.6 right now. Everyone keeps asking about Tesla. I think Tesla has definitely underperformed a lot of names recently. Like, you could pick up Tesla at a very cheap price. Again, imagine when everything rallied in November and December, Tesla didn't do anything. Again, they're reacting to earnings and a couple of other factors. So, I don't know. I think it's kind of high risk, high reward. But last time I tried to trade Tesla around this price, I got murked with child support. So, I don't know. I think Tesla reminds me of Airbnb. It's kind of been up a lot from last year, and then it could outperform, it could underperform, but also when it does underperform, everything else could rip, and it kind of just holds up and stays there. So it's hard to say. It is hard to say. Energy, I think energy is going to tell us more about the economy rather than trying to predict it, because I think if energy prices go high, inflation comes back and we get a really big hard landing, we'll get a recession. And then if energy prices stay low and stable, I think that could help feed into the whole soft landing debate. So I listen to Airbnb, you think of that one person. Honey, you're my risk. They were in a different mood when that happened, when they were listening. I don't use any of the indicators, no. I use support and resistance, and then I usually go off of news or events, or again, support and resistance, or other factors, even down to the dollar and bond yields. They could always give you some signals, but I don't use anything crazy. Like a EMA or a moving average. I do use a VWAP, but I don't use it per se to get every indicator. Oh, the Elon running his mouth factor is real. That is true. You've had issues with Twitter. Remember, he was just saying, go F yourself. And then he keeps tweeting about illegal immigration. And then they accused him of doing drugs. And now the DOD, Department of Defense, is looking into him. I forgot about that, yeah. But then again, the also, unfairly kind of talk negative about Elon also exists too. He does run his mouth, but then people run their mouth about him. So it goes both ways. They did that when he smoked on Rogan, but they were cool when he smoked on Rogan. Again, the Department of Defense looked into him, but this time he didn't do anything. This time all he did was talk about immigration. Have you guys seen Elon Musk talk about immigration? I think it's the funniest thing, because I could only imagine there's a lot of people who get bothered by it. That's why. But then he's so he's just so cutthroat with it. That's all he's talking about. I think that's why people are getting more bothered with him. Accused him or he admitted publicly to microdosing? I'm not too sure. I don't really keep up with all of them. But I do. I mean, the Joe Rogan one, everybody knew about that. He smoked a blunt. Everyone recorded it. But I don't know if he tweeted. He tweets a lot. I don't know if he tweeted about drugs or anything and anything. But at the same time, I think he's there. Apparently, he takes ketamine. Jesus. Some fucking horse trank? All right. Elon Hughes, Howard Musk. The names work. Isn't ketamine for depression? I mean, if you live in LA, you know there's like a ketamine bar. I think it's in LA. I remember I saw a commercial, and it's like a place, and they're like, come by and do ketamine if you're sad. And it's for like depression, and like you could just go into this store. I think if you get like they have a doctor or something, and they'll like prescribe you, or they'll do some shit, bro. I think it's a ketamine bar. Yeah, and they like just gas you up on ketamine. Yeah, it's a very California thing. Very, very California thing. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of mixed reviews. Sava on the high. EYPT, we down $50 on that per share. 50 cents, not $50. Bond's trying to come up, but man, it got exciting to boring real quick, bro. Again, we are just chilling at the lows, so we could flush at any moment, but from that morning move, set you down here, burn some time. Remember, tomorrow is Friday, too. You still like the new Prius? Yeah, I have. I saw one the other day, and I stared at it. I stare at the new Priuses like they're hot girls. I don't stare at hot girls because my girlfriend would get mad, but I be looking at Priuses, and she looks at me like, what the fuck you look? And then she sees it, and she's like, all right. Because it's a nice car. It's pretty. It's hot Prius summer, son. Amen. Tell him. Tell him. Oh, don't you have one, Midwest? Yeah, it's a 10 out of 10. It's a beautiful car, bro. Does she get jealous over Priuses? Yeah, sometimes. Like, low-key, she kind of get jealous over inanimate objects. They're nice. They're one of the nicest, bro. I see more Rivians now. I think their delivery numbers went up. AMD flushing right now. Watch out if chips take us down. Even Netflix near the lows. NVIDIA kind of coming down. Microsoft's about to go red. And Amazon probably. Amazon's still close to 1%. But damn. Your JP Morgan went green. Mine is still down. I think it's going to be a premium cuck. But we'll see. Does it take a gamble on those 16K M3s? Oh, you're talking about like buying a used M3? If it needs repairs, you're fucked. But that's it. If it was maintained good, maybe. But I wish you the best of luck. Tesla recall. There was a Tesla recall not too long ago, and today was just Hertz announcing they're selling everything. FDA evaluating reports of suicidal thoughts from diabetes drugs? No. That one, I don't know. I feel like that could clap NVO. It's not moving yet. That's kind of crazy. There's no reaction on that. Oh, shit. Red candle. Preliminary evaluation has not found evidence. Yeah, that one could be interesting. That's crazy. If that's what claps Ozempic, they're like, yeah, what's the side effect? It makes you suicidal. That'd be crazy. Remember, we were all asking what the side effect would be. Euro close, yeah, in 20 minutes. Still got a little bit of time. I saw BRR, there's HODL, there's a lot of them. They investigated themselves. Well, watch, if that headline gets out of hand, NVO will drop a shit ton, and then maybe we could buy it for the long term. But that's crazy if that's like a real like side effect. That would be absolutely nuts. Eli dropping. Again, they're coming down a little bit, but if they have not found any evidence or anything, it might be weird. So it's like you'd want to see that thing actually move. But it's already moved a little bit. Some antidepressants cause suicidal ideation too, though. What? So you take something to not be sad and then it make you want to kill yourself? That don't make any sense to me. How is there not? There's not like a reverse side effect. There's not anything that was like it makes you extremely optimistic to the point of danger. Like, that's crazy. That's actually the number one side effect. Then what the fuck are you taking? That's crazy. Be Adderall. Yeah, but then you get addicted to Adderall, and then you're like, I don't feel good. And I haven't ate in 7 weeks. All I ate was 2 peanuts and a carrot. I don't know why. And then I could drink V8. I won the SBF. SBF was taking like a Parkinson's drug. That's how you know. Dude. Oh, man, what a weirdo. He wasn't even like, he was on some weird recreational shit. Aspen's on the high. $13. I said they hit 14 and then it came down. I don't know why it's not loading. And then bonds came down too. We hit all-time high, no pump. There's a pump it up at all-time highs. Yes, 100%. A friend under the curve telling us that inflation print wasn't high print. We'll see, man. I think everything, we're just buying time and kicking the can. That's it. The fact that the curve is still inverted with all of this, I think that even says enough. We'll find out. The Fed futures are still bearish. Or bullish, excuse me. So again, March odds went up a little bit. December odds. People are pricing in these rate cuts. ES low. Elon going in on DEI. All right, you got a little bit of a flush here, though. Hewitt Packard Enterprise rating BBB outlook negative. 4748. Like I was telling you, if we start breaking here now, I think you get a little bit more panicky. Again, this has been what? Almost 2 hours of dropping, and then 15 minutes before Euro close, we're dumping this. So I guess you do fill the gap. You already filled all these gaps. This guy would come down. I think every gap has been filled now on the year. If you think about it, I think you got to start pulling it out here, but you are already coming right back down. 47.47, I think below there, kind of its own little danger zone. And then now you're at 0.7. So ironically enough, this is where just above where the option market was pricing in. Mm-hmm. Oh, goodness. Volatility is insane. Now, I mean, let's see if we go more than 1%. That's the crazy part would be if we drop like 1.5 right now, or like even go to 1% and hold there. I'll be mind blown, just because it's not like today's print was anything crazy. If anything, people are getting worried about the future off of that print, but I don't think it was I don't think it's that crazy. That's the ironic part about it. But we'll see. No, the Fed futures aren't dumping. The Fed futures are pricing in more rate cuts. But then you have a lot of people talking about why today's inflation could lead to a higher inflation and worried about January and then Powell, or again the end of January print. But quite frankly, nothing. In my mind, nothing has changed. I don't think anything. I think it's all just an excuse to move some volume around. But you are dumping pretty good. You're now at expectation. Again, we still have 4.5 hours left, a little bit longer. So you got a lot of time still left on the table. I think it could be more so nervous about earnings, but not really though. Actually, I said it in the morning. I was kind of disappointed y'all didn't hear it. I read 2 little articles on it, and y'all didn't pick up on it. I asked if y'all understood, and you didn't. So I said I'm gonna make a video on it. I could sell it to you for likes. I'll need like 1,300 likes though. Maybe 1,500. I don't know. It's a good one, man, because I could make a whole entire video on it. It's probably one of the most important things right now related to earnings. I can't believe people didn't pick up on it. 1,500 high then. Carissa said that's a fair number. That's how you know it's high then. She said, okay, good deal. I'll take it. Good deal. Mm-hmm. Netflix broke the NQ. Turn it up. We need it. You do need it. It's honestly, you want to like the video, especially if you think the market is a scam. You're going to want to hear this. And you've seen this scam before, but it's definitely it's definitely a scam. It's pretty crazy. Gold futures breaking support. 2028, that's where it was. That's where I got my first pickup. So it's gone as low as 2024, but that is like it can flush from there. Honestly, the dollar's up. That's why the dollar's kind of keeping it down. I think gold was holding up great with the dollar up, but then again, if the dollar takes another one, it goes crazy. You have your receipt. Well, I don't think you guys are going to hit it. You might have to wait till I make a video on it. But we went over it. Went over in the morning. Internet out at work. Your full attention is here. Wait, why'd your internet go down at work? Are you on your phone right now then? Glad to be back. This year will be the best year of my life. Let's go. I love it, man. Claim it. Amen, bro. Let's get it. You got long term? That will help. NVIDIA red. I didn't know it could do that. Tesla's still doing work. NVO isn't moving. You'll exit the short. I think if you have another update on that, if the FDA comes out with something that's a real side effect and maybe they have to upgrade or they have to update the label or the warning on everything, that could be very interesting. But that'd be the only way you get. But then again, I would buy NVO. So like that's, I told you guys at one point there is going to be a fat pullback on the Ozempic drugs, but I'm going to buy the shit out of it. Because it's probably going to go back to the first price I could have bought it at. Henry Hub dealing with really cold weather. Yeah, UNG's crazy. Again, there was even a bigger draw in natural gas, too. Bitcoin erases gain after climbing the 2-year high. So was it sell the news? Is it red now? Yeah, Bitcoin has gone into the red. And Ethereum's still up 4%. That's where they gapped up to yesterday. How many red days for Tesla? A lot. Again, Tesla's like one of the cheaper, bigger tech names. Again, like remember too, during October, November, when the market had that crazy rally, October, November, December, Tesla didn't really do anything. It kind of traded like NVIDIA and some of those, but I think Tesla's only had one green day this year, maybe two, if you count that baby one. I'm in a JP earnings play for both ways. We might add to it. I want to double check. We'll wait till maybe 12 o'clock. You guys want the earnings preview? I forgot. It's still kind of early, though. It's only 8:30. We got Euro close in 10 minutes this whole year. Yeah, 2024, there's only been, literally 1 or 2 green days, and I guess it started dumping a little bit ahead of that. But it hasn't had a green day. It's had one solid green day this year. The other little green candle, 50-50. 9 out of 10 dentists hate Tesla. What? Why? Tesla, I don't know if they got downgraded, but again, they had earnings numbers, or not earnings numbers, delivery numbers that had an effect too. And then again, just all of the Elon drama too. I think that factored into it. We'll go over not Pfizer, we'll go over JP Morgan in a little bit, maybe like an hour or so. Unless we should just go over it now, and then we could be more prepared for the average down. I just won't cover this later. I usually go over it there. Elon, I think Elon getting accused of drug use, or maybe he was talking about it, and then he keeps tweeting about immigration. And then I don't know if the drop coincides with telling advertisers to go F themselves. But there's been a lot of different things. Owning any stock is frustrating. Y'all can I brainwash y'all? I'd love to brainwash y'all. Be hypnotized. Ooh, ooh. When you wake up, you will not give a shit. Ooh, when you wake up, you will not even look at it. Ooh, ooh. That's it. As long as you don't look at it, man, it's not going to, for the long term at least, but you just have to brainwash yourself into not looking at it. That's all. Again, I like looking at it. It just, I don't know. I feel warm and fuzzy inside, but you know what I'm saying? I don't, if it go down, I say, ah, la, la, I can't see you. It'll eventually do its thing. At least for the long term. Again, trades too. You got to have a certain amount of patience with the trades, and that depends on your risk management and everything else. Where is it? Where's my fidelity? Fidelity. Fidelity. This thing's so laggy. Market dashboard. Oh, I need a... Yeah, like the long term's down today, but if you don't look at it, you'll never know. I'm telling you, it's a pretty good strat. I got the active trader, but I just like it to get a better view of the portfolio. But it's like, it's still kind of weird. Yeah, today, yeah, we're down a lot on the long term. Everything got clapped. Redfin, Snap, the Uber covered. Wait, why did my Uber covered calls go? Why am I down on that, bro? That make no sense, sir. That make no sense at all. MO's up, Baba, and then Netflix. All right, we'll take it. We'll take it. But yeah. Again, though, how many times, like I told you guys, where I don't know if I could find it. It was on the video. Let me see. What hit 50? Yeah, we hit the stock market. S&P 500 hit 52-week highs today. But yeah, you know, same account. I think this was from what? What's the date on this screenshot? Oh yeah, this is it. This is from October. And then if you go look, bro, a year ago, this shit was below 100K. So it's like, again, you've gone through it. Just don't look at it if it's long term. You know, if you're really involved with it and then you put your money in and you get nervous about how it moves there in the long term, that's usually what messes people up. So again, I mean, although it could be frustrating owning stocks, it's a whole different experience if you just don't look at it. Oh yeah, gold is flushing now. No. 2020. I wanted the 2020. I got a little too aggressive. Got in at 2030. I kind of want to double dip, but I shot too early. I shot myself in the foot with that one. I only got like 2 long terms in the green today. And all right, I got to play this for you guys. I need to go to the bathroom. Please hold. It's an emergency bathroom break. It's a good one. It's a good one. I'll be right back.
Judge doesn't have to explain to an individual that's appearing in front of the judge what the legal process is. It'll make the entire process more efficient. And that's what we are about here, is making sure the system is more efficient, fair, and orderly.
Yeah,
that will help improve the processing.
Yeah, is it ever fair?
That's what we're all about.
Is it ever fair at this point? Ms. Egorov, you were cut off by the ranking member when you were going to complete your answer on the vetting of Ukrainians. Is there anything you wanted to add in regards to that, to give context to what you were about to say?
My husband's grandparents were 85-year-olds, and they lived in Kharkov, Ukraine, and they only left their house when it became unlivable for them. So they only left their house and tried to come to America when there was a bomb dropped in the courtyard. It killed 8 of their neighbors, and it blew out the windows of their apartment in the middle of the Ukrainian winter. So they were literally freezing to death. They would have never been able to cross the border. So I really think that the process of accepting refugees should accept the most vulnerable refugees, who are vast majority of women and children.
So there should be some context in regards to this.
Yes, and they made their way to the border with Poland, and they waited there for a very long time. Our grandmother did not have a passport because she had never left the Ukraine in her life, and so she had to provide documentation to prove that she was from Ukraine, and then we had to provide documentation that we would support them here. So there was a long process. I think it was about 3 or 4 months at least.
I really want to get to another question for you here. You cited public health concerns. Are there many parents that you're working with that are really concerned about public health issues? We're hearing about diseases that are coming from outside of America to places like New York City. Are you hearing those concerns?
There was one specific outbreak of varicella in my district last year. So the city health commissioner sent a letter to all health officials in New York City saying that the vaccination rates in the countries that are sending immigrants here is much lower than in the US. So there is this concern. I think the biggest problem is the double standards. My community were just blocked from entering school buildings for 2 years if you didn't have the COVID vaccine. Students couldn't play sports, even outside if they didn't have the COVID vaccine. Like parents who couldn't take the COVID vaccines for health reasons, not even ideological health reasons, couldn't see their children's graduation. And then now suddenly, anybody who arrived can get in without any vaccine, with vaccines that we have decades of data. I think there is a problem of trust now in terms of the double standards. We just went through so many rules. I'm sorry.
No, thank you very much. I yield back the double standard, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the following reports showing the economic benefits of immigration. A report by Giovanni Perry, The Economic Benefits of Immigration. A report by the National Bureau of Economic Research, The Economic Contribution of Unauthorized Workers and Industry Analysis. A report by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, Undocumented Immigrant State and Local Contributions. 3 reports by New American Economy, examining the economic contributions of undocumented immigrants by country of origin, Keeping Medicare Solvent, How Immigrants Subsidize Medicare's Trust Fund for All U.S. Seniors. And a 3rd one, Immigrants Contribute More in Insurance Premiums Than They Receive in Benefits. A report by the George W. Bush Institute, Benefits of Immigration Outweigh the Costs. A report by the Bipartisan Policy Center, Immigrants and Public Benefits, What Does the Research Say? A report by Forward US, The Positive Economic Impact of Immigration. A report by the University of Pennsylvania Wharton Business School, The Effects of Immigration on the U.S. Economy. And a report by the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, Immigrants Contribute Greatly to the U.S. Economy Despite the Trump Administration's Public Charge Rule Rationale.
Just for clarification, those are reports on immigrants, not illegal immigrants.
These are reports on immigrants and the economic benefits of immigration, which include documented and undocumented immigrants.
Right, which is what the Democrats love to do, is to conflate.
Mr. Chairman, are we having a colloquy? Because I'm happy to engage in it, but I had a unanimous consent request.
I just want to clarify.
I want to clarify that undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants contribute to the U.S. economy. And any indications that they do not is excluding the contributions of undocumented immigrants as well as documented immigrants.
I just wanted to be clear that you're confusing the two. Thank you.
I'm not confusing the two, Mr. Chairman. I'm including both because both contribute.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that in a moment. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the unanimous consent request is approved. Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's really important for all of us to take a step back and recognize what's really happening here. This is another example of the Republican majority's efforts to continue to demonize immigrants. That's what this hearing is about. The hearings that we've been having on this subcommittee haven't been focused on leading us to a solution or finding bipartisan compromise. Unfortunately, the hearings that this subcommittee has been having have focused on trying to paint the picture for the American people that immigrants should be feared, immigrants should be hated, immigrants are bad, when we know that the contrary is true. And I think it's really important for us to acknowledge some truths if we are going to find a solution, because we absolutely do need a solution to this very significant domestic challenge. Immigrants make our country better. I mean, one of our, Ms. Egrov, you're an example of immigrants improving our country.
Good, you guys got to listen. My bad. I had an emergency bathroom break there, bro. That was an emergency bathroom break. My goodness. We're back though. I didn't get, dude. It was hard in the morning. It was hard in the morning. So we good. No caffeine. No. But the morning I didn't get to prepare as well. To say it kindly. Hello. How are you guys? I'm sorry for triggering you with the illegal immigration. Y'all get worked up about immigration in here sometimes. Y'all forget my parents were immigrants, assholes. Okay? I'll just throw that one out there. And then last time I talked about how my parents immigrated, somebody reported us. So I was like, man, y'all really get worked up about that topic, huh? I love immigrants too, bro. Fuck yeah. You know, it's we live in a crazy world, but I'm not defining. We're like, Josh, define illegal versus. I'm just saying, I love immigrants, dog. Calm down. Calm down. It's cool, bro. Yeah, gold is fucking dumb. But we went too early. Again, I said 2020. This is where if I had the patience, I thought we were just gonna get a stupid, greedy bounce early. But in general, though, I'm still down with holding a little bit of the gold there. Not too bad, but at the end of the day, 2020 it might go down to 22,000 flat, but I think like 2010 will be the next level, or like 2012, 2014. I'm not talking years. I'm talking price. And then if it really is going to flush, I don't know if it'll flush too much pre-pow-pow. But we will see. I do like the dollar, though. I think the gold, though, honestly, gold, I think, is just finally giving into the dollar up so much. But yeah, it's hitting another flush there. 2019-20, you just hit another low. I still have the bond play. I'm down $500 on that. It's fluctuating. I was up in the morning. It's gone like close to break even a couple of times here, and then it just comes back down. If anything, bonds are actually quite stable on the day. So much selling pressure. Well, again, I do think tomorrow's data will add, and then we have earnings, and then that earnings thing, bro, I think this is all part of it. You went gold because you thought the dollar would flush. I thought it would come down a little bit, or I thought the dollar would stay in the range here and not kind of climb towards another high of the year. And then that would kind of allow everything to go up, because gold is still doing pretty well considering how the dollar's been. But now it looks like it's catching up to all of that strength. PPI tomorrow, yeah. What did I say? My bad. Bonds are waiting for the 30 bond. Is that today? Is it 30-year or 20-year? More billions of dollars. Yeah, 30-year bond auction at 1. So that'll be another little catalyst. And then it's 7 minutes after Euro close. I'm still in MPW for the long term, yes. I don't plan on selling out of it, but I also don't plan on buying anymore. I'll let Drip do the average downs for me, but other than that, I'm not even looking at anything too crazy. Yeah, 30-year auction's usually bad too, but remember last time we had the longer ends that were bad. I mean, it came in slightly better and everybody got stoked off of it. Disney Drip came in. Oh, I haven't checked. I tried to see yesterday. Let's see. Where is it? Well, let me check MO. I still haven't got my drip yet. I don't know if it's because of all these account movements or not. Where's Disney? Disney, where are you hiding? Yeah, I don't know. My drip's nothing's coming in. And then SPY, that little green, and then switched red real quick. Again, we're below. We're 47.45. You're right at what the market's pricing in for the SPY. NASDAQ down 0.94. MPW cut their dividend, but they didn't lose it. So just like Walgreens cut theirs in half, just like Intel cut theirs last year, MPW did not eliminate the dividend. They lowered it so that they could give the money to Steward. Yeah, spot gold falls 0.5, lowest since December 13th now. By 0.42. A mohip. I don't know. I got to check the fidelity. I don't know if it's because of the account transfer or not. I'm pretty sure I have dividend reinvestment on all of them. Yeah, my cash hasn't gone up. Mara down one. Again, all the crypto. Again, Bitcoin went negative on the day. Portfolio account features. Yeah, I have dividend, reinvest in secure. I have dividend on everything. But I haven't got mine. Fidelity kind of lagging on that. But I don't know if it's because of the account transfer or not. 30-year auction today at 1, yeah. That could move some things. Again, you had a slight tail yesterday on the other one. We'll see how it plays out today. Commodity bull cycle initiated. I mean, I don't know. Oil's still holding there. Oil, I don't know. Oil's at 73.50. It's still up 3%. Well, you need a lot of stuff to go up. You got yours on Fidelity, but don't use drip. Well, my account on there is like less than a month old, so I don't know. Maybe the dividend's still going to E-Trade or something. That could happen. And then they'll have to settle it. Mm. 2 months till my Chad NFT, baby. It's a jet. We don't have the NFT. How you liking this run, though, man? E-break. How you liking the crypto world, man? You getting hyped off of it? Where are the NFTs? I got to go look at my NFTs now because of you. How is crypto land with like NFTs right now? Let's see. I still like 10, 12,000. Chainlink is life. Don't look down bad. I mean, I'm still up on it. I'm happy with it, but definitely it's not the same. That's great. They still like new NFT projects that come out though. I'm like, I see so many like new ones on here that I've never seen before. And like they have volumes, they got like games now. That's pretty funny. NFTs will never die. Kind of surprising. Fed Mester won't get to 2% target this year. Yeah, it says CPI doesn't change my view that policy in a good place. It says CPI report shows jobs isn't done yet. It says forecast is that inflation will continue to move down. So there's that Mester comment. We were talking about that earlier. I guess she does come on today. She kept popping up and disappearing on the schedule. His report just tells us we have more work to do and we're going to do it. Fed in a good spot to assess conditions as they come in. My GC, I am down $1,500 on that from the morning. So again, it moves pretty much $100 for every dollar. So 2034 to 2019. Oof, I've seen worse, but yeah. I've been saying I wanted to get at 2020. I just thought you were going to get a little more hype today. So I shot a little too early, but I'm considering grabbing another one, but I don't know if I want that much pain if it goes against me. Numb to any losses. Well, yeah, and this is what we were talking about with like understand the size of some of these plays in the futures, because like if this was a smaller future, that'd be $160, right? So how would you react if it was a $160 move? You'd react a little differently, right? So it's just in a weird way, it's not as if it's that much. It's just the contract itself is very, very big. Can you shout out Billy at 11 at 11 today for his 1/1/1/24 birthday? Oh, yeah, if he comes in, he's not here now. I will try to remember at 11:11. 11, wait, like Pacific time or what time zone are you on? How do you handle big losses from trades and bounce back? I mean, just focus on what it is. And like I'm saying, put it into perspective. So it's not like, did gold go down a lot? No. Did I have a lot of leverage? Yes. Like I'm saying, you got to kind of and that helps me hold a lot of stuff a lot more different. But that's like where you got to understand that at times. And then, if you had an idea and plan, ride through it. So I do think, at this point, I may not have the best entry, but I do think that once the dollar comes down, it'll go down. Fed Mester, we won't get to 2% target this year. Fed Mester, my contacts tell me labor market not as tight as before. Fed Mester kind of bearish here. UNG, if the rates and we have other issues with commodities and people factor in lower rates and then you get colder weather, maybe UNG comes back up. But like I've been saying for the last year after the year, it's just more so. I don't know if we're going to get the same economic indicators as from oil and energy as we once would have. So it gets kind of weird in that sense. Yeah, I'm in the ES. I'm only down $600 on that now. So again, and then the Russell is still green on that future. So I've been holding a lot of Russell longs, and then I have ES short. But that ES goes from negative to positive to negative to positive. I think 30-year auction, and then again, I think PPI tomorrow. That's going to be big, and then I think this is all part of earnings. There's a big giant scam happening with earnings right now. I'll tell you guys at 1,500 likes. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait till we get the video. Housing never coming down. Well, housing has made up a lot of the inflation every year, but at the same time, we're not really talking about housing. We're talking about employment. I'm telling you, if you really think housing is so resilient, and you guys know how much I love real estate, it has nothing on employment, because once that finally moves, then you're going to get something a lot different. Airbus reports record 2,094 net orders for 2023, 735 deliveries. Boeing, back to Cali. Yeah, jobs and housing go hand in hand. You're right. That's what I'm saying. It's like is real estate really like, the greed is good. People are holding it up. It's like people just have jobs. And then again, don't underestimate how many people like, maybe once rates come down, but as long as people have jobs, they're not like it's tightening up a lot of inventory, but that's it. But right when jobs loss comes up, I mean, real estate inventory should increase. And I don't think we'll have to worry the same way. Agree with that, I do. I hope so. But that's why it's like we're kind of viewing them as like separate things a lot of the time, but I feel like the correlation is just so there. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's very obvious with, especially like rates went up to, dude, mortgage rates hit 9% at one point and real estate barely went down. I top ticked the property when mortgage rates were 8-9%. Like I sold one of my properties again, even Lending Tips was shocked. But it's just like people were still buying houses when interest rates were high. But like the thing that's going on is like jobs aren't going down. If anything, like the people buying these houses with high interest rates are the people getting good jobs. They're moving up in their jobs, at least in California and certain places, and they need a place to live and they're choosing to buy. Even though rent has now came down and now it's getting cheaper to rent than buy, which is kind of how it used to be in the past. At one point, they were kind of matched up. That's what helped to increase everything. But they're just like jobs. Once the job market gets bad, you will watch real estate calm down. That is, I definitely think that one of the easiest things to look out for, but you have to be incredibly patient. Well, people should rent instead of buy. That's the thing. But some people, what have you dealt with in the last 3 years? What would make you not want to rent versus buy? There's something, it's one word. One word. Starts with a U. You're the problem. No, I'm not. Fed Mester says March is probably too early for an interest rate cut. Not unemployment. Usury. That's a funny joke in response. I like it. Ukraine. No, that's a good one. Unaffordability. No. Your mom? I'm just going to time you out for 30 minutes. I'm not even going to check the Chad facts. But now that shows up on your Chad facts. See what I'm saying? Timeouts. That's a hit to your credit score. Utility. Come on, bro. This is the easiest one. How are you guys not getting this? Starts with the U. You use this word every day. Thank you, Brown Tom Cruise. Uncertainty. Yes, uncertainty. Think about it. You're going to move to a new area for a job, right? And you're like, okay, I'm going to be at this job for a couple years probably. And then you're like, oh, should I buy or rent? I could save like 10% renting maybe. Or I could buy, even if mortgage rates are high. But then what are people thinking? Well, what if the mortgages go higher? What if the rates go higher? What if they go lower? What happens if the real estate market does what it does in the last 2 years, in the last 3 years? What am I going to deal with? So it's like a lot of people are just buying simply because of uncertainty. At one point, when the rates, just a couple months ago, when the rates kept going higher and higher, I saw people buying just because they thought interest rates were going to go up. So even if it was a 7, 8, 9% mortgage, in their mind, they're like, well, what if it goes higher? So they wanted to buy. And again, after watching, how many people even in here, but like I'm telling you, outside of the internet, when I talk with people in real estate, and like it's insane what people have said, but it's like so many people fall into this category. How many people moved into an area, you just signed a lease, right, for a rent, and you're like, oh, I want to buy a property, but you're like, you know what, I'll wait until my lease is up and then I'll go to buy, and then by the time your lease was up, everything just went up another 10-15%. I know so many people like that. I could only imagine the amount of people in here, but like I've seen it in real life. I was just talking to somebody about that the other day, but it's just like that uncertainty leads people to want to buy. Do I think it's the best idea? No, I don't think so at all. But at the end of the day, it's like you got to factor that in. But that's why people were buying. A lot of uncertainty in the real estate market. That's what a lot of people had to go through. That's why they were like, okay, I'm just gonna fucking buy, call it a day. UVXY's up 3. SPY down 0.8. Again, 0.7 is the number. We barely moved since Euro close. Honestly, if this was our Euro close move, kind of shitty, but if we start dumping, could get back. Airbus backlog stood at 85.98 at end of December. I think there's an ES long. Yeah, but here's the deal. If you buy an ES long, I mean, you could get washed on it, but then your parachute will be tomorrow if the data, and then just, again, Friday back and forth gives you that opportunity. Creating an LLC for buying property. It's a good idea if you want to protect your personal liability. It's always a good idea. You're going to pay a little bit more in fees and do some other stuff, but at the end of the day, it's especially if you're running a bigger business or if you're doing an Airbnb, I would definitely put the property in an LLC. Fedmester, this is the year we will start to have the conversation on balance sheet. This year we will start to have the conversation. We're not that year to cut rates. What more evidence that the economy is progressing as expected? Fedmester says more disinflation will lead the Fed to discuss rate cuts. Bro, she sounds hella bearish today. Well, no, she's not. The other Fed members were talking about, stopping quantitative tightening, but nah, she's not. She sounds the most bearish out of any of them. Even John Williams was pretty bearish yesterday, but Mester's a voter now, I'm pretty sure. Everything is bearish today. Yes, she is a voter. Powell completely left the housing market when he announced he would raise the rates. He did and he didn't. Like, real estate definitely slowed down. Like, people got worried for a little bit, but, like, it was not the effect we thought would happen. Like, I'm sure a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, like, mortgage rates at 8%, bro. I think a lot of people thought the market was going to go down 30% or something, but, like, it wasn't as slow as you would have thought, especially with how fast, and then a little bit of SVB liquidity, and then now so rate cut talks by October. Everything just whoop. Dollar gapping up here a little bit more, getting some volume. So watch out. We are still near the lows. We might get another flush. Yeah, China names did very, very good today. Still got a little bit more work to do. Actually, they kind of came down, though. They were up a lot more in the morning. And then crypto names, they all got murked. Yeah, Bitcoin's down 0.57. Ethereum's still 378. That's where it gapped up in the morning yesterday. The red was caused by the CPI, but I don't think, I mean, that's the catalyst that aligns with it all, but I don't think it was, I think everybody's being kind of dramatic about it, or this was just going to happen anyways, and we're using CPI as an excuse, because nothing really changed the story. Oh, the initial run. Well, that's when he started. The rates were low. He just waited so long. That's where he definitely fucked up. I could agree with that. But again, even then people were talking real estate crash though. But like ahead of it. But it was just like, no man, like it was cheap. And then that goes back to the whole rent thing, because at one point, even up until like 2022, it was cheaper to buy than rent. So with it, and like house prices did start going up, but like for a good amount of time, it was cheaper to buy than rent. It didn't even make any sense. And then the prices skyrocketed, and then the rent skyrocketed as well. But at one point, for a good solid 2 years, it was cheaper to buy than rent, which was an insane. That doesn't happen all the time. It should. The normal is that it should be cheaper to rent than buy. U.S. Treasury Russian oil discount to Brent grown since October. No black swan-like drop. Well, that's the thing. I mean, if it's going to be a black swan, it shouldn't, nobody should be hedged. But even as far as today, it's like today seems bad, but you're only 0.15% out of what the option market was pricing in for yesterday. And then we've moved more top to bottom since we were in the green. So you've kind of moved like 1% today. We were pricing in 0.7, but it's not there. And then as far as black swans, I mean, again, I don't know if the black swans everyone expects will happen, because then if you expect it, it's not a black swan anymore. How many people are over leveraged in real estate? Not as much as you would like to think, sadly. Again, that's why when rates went up, people didn't get clapped. And if you have a job, it doesn't even matter, right? Again, if you know how many Americans locked in low interest rates between 2020 and 2022? And then not to mention the 60% that don't even have a mortgage payment. So it's just like, that's why when rates went up, you didn't watch Powell created something that's harder to take down than it is to get it back up. Got my single family with almost free money, 2.5. Yeah. A lot of people are like, and then like I'm saying though, even if you got a higher mortgage rate, even if you paid a lot, assuming you don't go too crazy into debt, that hurts you. As long as you have a job and can maintain a fixed payment. That's what I was saying. People like the idea of a fixed payment. Once you started watching rates and prices go up and then your rent kept going up afterwards, people like the idea of having a fixed payment. But if you know exactly what your rent payment, your mortgage payment's going to be, and you don't have, you don't lose your income, why would, again, what is that over leverage in your property going to do to you? Probably nothing. Again, unless prices drop dramatically, and even if they do, if you still have your job, then it's not hurting the way that you would expect. Dave Ramsey wouldn't like this conversation, I know. Dave Ramsey also thinks that there's free summer camps, or at least his co-host. But I like Dave Ramsey. I don't know. I like saving. I like how he feels about debt. But that's why I'm like a kind of, Dave Ramsey would hate what I say about leverage and certain things, but he has generally good ideas. Doesn't your mortgage go up with insurance and property tax? It does, depending on where you're at. And as of late, that's kind of been the trend. But assuming it's a little less, then again, it's not. It's generally more fixed. But that is, again, insurance is up 20% year over year. That's for cars, but even housing insurance. If you lose your job, then you're fucked. Then inventory increase. That's what we're saying here, though. Where it's like real estate, you could blame the greed, you could blame all sorts of shit, and there is a lot of reasons that contributed to the increase, but it's like straight up, once that stuff goes down, or once employment goes up, then we might be able to see real estate go down. That's the caveat. That's why I'm always linking, as of late, if you really want to know what's going to happen to real estate, you got to keep that in mind. General Mills popping here a little bit. They're barely green, but kind of a decent move into the high. You're trying to find cheaper car insurance. It's literally impossible. Oh, is it wild? Tesla has insurance. I don't know if you have to have a Tesla, but they have insurance too. Ramsey charges 80 people. He charges them money to go on to call in? I didn't know that. And then, wait, is he Christian? I didn't know any of this. I thought he was just like Dave Ramsey. I just known Dave Ramsey forever, man. Just like he was just the guy who would just talk about finances and tell you not to get loans. But he has a very good principles and fundamentals. I did not know any of that about him. He charges you money to call in? He doesn't charge to call? Oh, okay. Then I don't know. Y'all confusing me now. That'd be crazy. My friend called. I promised he doesn't. His course. Oh, they advertise it at your church. Oh. Oh, wow. Maybe blame the church probably got in on the affiliate agreement. I didn't know. Yeah, I don't think he charges to call, though. Your church uses his course. Dave loves Jesus. I didn't know that. That's cool. Nice. Dave Ramsey. But yeah, he definitely rubs people the wrong way when he tells them to save. Honestly, though, I see what he's saying about the child care, but like, again, I have a lot of nieces and nephews, so like I have an idea of what child care costs. But then again, even when I asked you guys, like what was up with child care, like even the numbers you guys told me, bro, like it's insane. So I think it's recently that it's just what's happened. Again, I think since the pandemic, I think the child care industry got upended. I think a lot of people went from staying at home, losing jobs, and then people didn't get back into the child care profession. They just started trading Bitcoin and shit. But I definitely think that like after talking with a couple hundred of you guys on this, it was like, damn, like it really is expensive. I don't know if everybody knows it. If you haven't had to raise a kid recently, or if you don't have a kid, it's like, nah, bro, like that shit is a McLaren. That's what I call, literally, it's a McLaren. Every month you could buy a supercar with how much you send kids to daycare with. And I mean, it's still around that same price though. It's barely down, but it is going down. One of the biggest projects of my life is now complete and up for sale. If anyone wants to buy it, man, why you gonna advertise on here, bro? Come on, man, you gotta hit up a call. Hey, you kind of know the rules, Vance. I love you, bro, but nah, yeah, I ain't gonna, unless you Dave Ramsey gonna pay me $80 to call in or something, man. I love you though. I didn't ban you. I just had to remove it though. Thank you. You should have emailed it to me. I would have shouted it out, bro, any day. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've never not. So, yeah, you paid for the ad. But that's what I'm saying. It's not supposed to be there for ad purposes. Or debt-free Colt daycare. 720S infant. And y'all keep telling me to have kids. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think you could find affordable daycare, but like it's just definitely not. I mean, it's not cheap. And for as much as I would love to tell you, just fucking, just put the little fucker outside, let him figure it out. Like it's like, nah, you could definitely, like it's definitely expensive now. Sadly, like I feel for the parents out there because it's something. It wasn't always like that. This is a recent phenomena, but it's like it's super expensive. Again, when I talked to I thought it was like, because I thought my sister, they have like special needs that they have to deal with their children. And then even then, like my other siblings, I just thought they were bougie and like spending a fuck ton on childcare. So I was like, but then when I talked to, you guys even in like fucking Ohio are spending like $1,700 a month on childcare. It's crazy. It's crazy. I've still got time. Tell that to my mom, Connie. Tell that to and the Chad. Half the Chad. But then a Chad tagged me in the funniest video. It was a video of a guy who's like, ever since I had a kid, all I do now is pressure my homies to have a kid. I'm like, wow. If that ain't the truth. DC, how can you afford that? I don't think, you don't really have much options. You know what I'm saying? Like you really, like that's just the sad reality of it. A lot of people spend, if you really have like limited childcare access where you need to stay in a certain area. You don't have the ability to move and get up and change your life and go to the cheapest area. Your job needs it. It's like there. Yeah, you say homeschool, but then that means that one person in that household ain't going to be working, right? If that's the case. So it's either someone stays home or you have to pay for it. So so usually you'll be making a little bit more money than the child care, but a lot of people there, I know if people say, it's like Dave Ramsey, it's easy to say, like, live within your means, but at the same time, it's like child care is extremely expensive right now. I'm surprised. I don't know if child care shows up on the CPI. Maybe we should take a look. I think that's the real issue. Let me take a gander. Your child will be the PHILO master. Maybe, or what if he just starts fucking doing a bunch of drugs because I raised him super conservative? That's what happened to me. And then, I came out fine in the long run, but and then I'll be like, fuck it, man. I'd rather have a McLaren for now. You know what I'm saying? I have 2 kids. I'd rather get a Rolls Royce. I'll just get another house. I'll be more responsible. It's a house payment, bro. You said beat them. Okay. Yeah, tuition, other school fees, and child care went up 2.7% on the year. Yeah, CPI is bullshit. Daycare and preschool. This is literally on today's CPI. But literally from December to December 22 to 23, daycare and preschool 4.5, elementary 4.9. There's an asterisk, number 9. Indexes on a December 1990 to 100 base. I'm taking my kids early on. Do it, man. Again, my dad, when they would do real estate stuff, I got to see it. I got to watch them lose everything, too, but yeah. Oh, my goodness. It's 11 at 11. You know what that means, right? It's 11-11. It's not the 11-11, but it's big boy Billy's birthday. Happy birthday, Billy. I hope you know we love you, man. Billy, it's a great one, man. Happy birthday. Everybody, the whole family, y'all have contributed. We love all of you, man, so I hope you enjoy it. Get another year to the long term. Don't let Stacy bully you too much, man. Make sure you check her long term, too, man. But happy birthday. Horna. Amen. Amen. Thank God we talking child care now too, man. Thank God some of y'all be thankful y'all getting older, man. Back when y'all were growing up, child care was like 10 cents or something. I love him, man. God bless. God bless the whole fam, man. Happy birthday. Another year. Toast to that. Y'all have fun, man. Y'all have a good day, a good week. It's birthday week. Are guys allowed to celebrate birthday week? Because I feel like every girl is like, it's my birthday week. I'm like, what the fuck? I never had a birthday week. But I don't know if guys do. Like, do we get a birthday week? Are we like, it's my birthday all week? I get January 11th to January 21, man. That's it. He can because he's awesome. There you go. Way to hold it down. Way to hold it down. Girls like birthday month, man. We do birthday year. Real estate email. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com or coltrealestate@gmail.com. You can send it to me. I'll forward it over, either or. It's my birthday year. Okay. Y'all getting out of hand. Okay. We don't have time for a birthday year. That's expensive, okay? Childcare costs more than a McLaren. I don't understand. You just scheduled my U-Haul for the move back to Illinois. I'm coming home. Wow. Are you excited? Are you going to do that house thing with your parents? That's hype, bro. Birthday decade. That's the long term. Amen. The long term is your birthday gift for the decade. You just have to add to it and let it grow. Celebrate every 2 years. just acting wild and entitled all year. I don't even get like, I hate my birthdays, bro. Like, I don't even like I just hate when people sing happy birthday. I hate it, bro. Maybe that's why I don't tell you guys my birthday. Test. I got your email, Gonzalo. Because, like, bro, do you know what it was like growing up with my Middle Eastern father? We'd be at fucking, like, Applebee's or some shit. He'd be like, it's his birthday. That's why I know the song, Happy, Happy Birthday from all of us to you. That's it. Anywhere we'd go, bro, my dad would be embarrassing as hell. That's it. He'd be like, what do you have? You have free cake? Free candle? Give me the free candle. Free drink? Come on. It's his birthday. Look. His birthday. Come on, man. Happy birthday. I'm like, man, yeah. So I don't know. I think I was traumatized from all of that. So, man, you guys don't know. My dad loved birthdays. He said the bunch of free shit. He was all about it. I like using my birthday as an excuse to have fun, but I hate being celebrated. I don't really do anything too crazy. Like I said, I didn't even, like, I think on my 21st birthday, I didn't even go. I played Call of Duty, like, at one of the, I forgot which Call of Duty it was, but I was playing Call of Duty on my 21st. I didn't even go to the bar. I was in college, too. They took me out a little bit before or afterwards. I think I went out to, like, a couple weeks later. Well, like, I was like, I ain't trying to do shit, man. I ain't trying to go to no bar. I'm really liking Call of Duty. It was really fun. That was when it was new, though. You should do your dad a solid and take him out on your birthday. Dude, I didn't even tell you. I took him out on his birthday, bro. And my goodness, that man lived it up. Like, I got it. I said, come on. Like, I took him. It was just me and him. I said, let's go on a little staycation. I took him to get, like, massages. I booked, like, a super nice hotel room for him, bro. And I left for, like, 2 hours, right? I left for, like, 2 or 3 hours, bro. And I come back, bro. Our hotel room gets upgraded. I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, the heater wasn't working, and, it's my birthday. I tell them, this dude got upgraded to the biggest suite. I was like, damn, bro, I couldn't even pull that off. I was like, how the fuck did you do this, man? This is insane. Nah, bro, it was insane. He was enjoying it. He was living the life, bro. You have no idea, bro. I was tripping out, bro. I've never seen this fool in a robe. I'm like, what the? He adapted so quickly. You know what I'm saying? He adapted so quickly. And then I think he got, like, free room service too. I'm like, dude, this guy is insane. This is like a 5-star hotel. I don't know. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? It was crazy, bro. It was crazy. Man, it was nuts. No, it was nuts. He took a bath. I'm like, you take baths, bro? Like, what the fuck? He said, why not? He used everything. He took every soap with him on the way out, too. Like, I'm like, nah. It was nuts, man. Coin on the low. Oh, yeah, I got coin up there. Mara's even dying, too. Again, bro, Mara was at, like, 28 this morning. Let's see. Oh, those are, you could 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You would have got $4 on the call. Yeah, so even if you bought the top and sold the covered call today, you would have only been down 40 cents a share. Because, again, I was looking at that one in the morning. Hotel with no. I checked in for him. I got it for him. And then, bro, he got to the hotel. I surprised him, and I told him to meet me here. And, like, dude, he did it. He still does it, bro. Like, he was just sitting at, like, the coffee. Like, they had, like, a coffee room and, like, a little bar. And this dude just sitting there with, like, a backpack, a PC, a laptop. Like, it's not even a MacBook. It's, like, an old PC he still be using, with, like, all these crazy wires, and then, like, a Bible in Arabic so people don't, like, they trip out every time. I'm like, dude, this guy looks straight up. He looked like he in Hamas, just sitting there freaking everybody out. And I'm like, man, oh, no. So it's like, it was a very nice place, too, but, they loved him. I still love him, too, man. Good guy. Yeah, he was just taking notes in Arabic, reading a giant Arabic Bible. They don't know. You guys don't know if it's a Bible or not. Y'all like, what the? And then you got 3 wires coming out of a backpack. You're like, he have wired headphones too. He don't use no AirPods. Like, y'all terrified of him. I'm like, wait a minute. And then he have transitions too. Mm-hmm. Philip Morris looks good. My dad is the GOAT, man. He's a funny guy. He's a very funny guy. You have to see it. If you wouldn't, but like you wouldn't, I know you. Some of y'all would be genuinely concerned though, initially, until you knew it was my pops. Now you guys are like, ah ha ha ha. But if you saw him sitting at like some nice hotel and you like in this lobby, he ain't even drinking, just drinking like a coffee too, you be freaked out, man. I know some of y'all. Y'all get worked up over the immigration shit. Y'all would freak out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If Bitcoin could be traded at market pricing during market hours, doesn't that make miners obsolete? Doesn't it shift to operational efficiency? But then if there's like, I mean, the miners are already dying down a little bit, but even in general, though, the underlying ACI on the low, Albertsons, flush. Yo, 2% flush on Albertsons. ACI on the low. Let's see. Albert is the 11th. Albertsons launches select mix match meal solution. That was 8 minutes ago, but I don't think that's why it's dropping. Washington State posed to sue to block Kroger Albertsons deal. So watch Kroger as well too. Is it even holding premium from that still? Or which one was holding it? Yeah, there's not even that much premium embedded into there. Cytokinesis. Swiss drug maker has been expected to clinch deal for heart drug developer as soon as this week. That was earlier too. Federal Aviation Administration formally notified Boeing it's investigating if Boeing failed to ensure completed products conform to approved design and were conditioned for safe operation. How come Boeing's not reacting to that? You guys see that one on the wire? I think that's coming out now unless there's another update. They're saying it investigated, failed to ensure completed products. I don't know if that's a reiteration. Novartis has backed away from cytokinesis. CYTK on the low now. My goodness. We got a lot. CYTK drop on that. Damn, they're already down 26. Yeah, that's crazy. That one's crazier. Again, remember when we played, what was it? So you were right you already gave up the buyout premium even before that, and then now you just dropped. Now it's below where I sold it. That's crazy. So I sold this shit higher off of the drug approval, and then now that's getting clobbered. That is nuts. Did Rita get... Yeah, Rita got bought out. They got bought out quick. That was kind of the same situation to this. This one, I don't know if somebody else tries to buy them back. It's kind of cheap now comparatively. Remember, that news got it up to 108. It moved 16%, but they're down 30% right now. That was a quick back. Dude, that's even the fact that the stock is lower. It just brought the stock down to lower than the damn biotech approval, or at the low candle of that. That's insane. Let's see. Yeah, people were buying calls and shit on that in the morning. I'm just looking at the option chain. There was a lot of option activity on that earlier. That's insanity. My goodness. Cytokinesis. Or cytokinetics. I still say kinesis. Was 30? No, I don't think it was. This was a drug approval. So cytokinesis, I think around that time, that's why they started to go up a lot. But I don't think it was at, like, if it was at 30, it's going to get even. If that's when rumors started, it would get murked. Where was it? Yeah, it was December 28th, 27th. Again, they got upgrades. What was it? Results of Sequoia HCM treatment with Aficatim significantly improved exercise capacity versus placebo. So literally, it's like December 27th, 26th, they had investor call. So like right here, they had investor call and then a major drug update and approval there on their phase 3. And then there was news that they were going to get bought out right around here. And then it shot up. But CYTK, we had this the other day. If you guys are watching, we got the news when it came out that I think somebody was interested. It was Wall Street Journal exclusive. And then what was the headline? Novartis in advanced talks to buy Cytokinetics. Deal could be reached as soon as this week. Not so much. That one's crazy. PHILO, what is it, 10? Oh, 9:30. I got PHILO for you today, if you guys could handle it. I don't know. It's an interesting one. I got interest in PHILOs. Would you handle it? I hope. I hope. The day I left Ecuador, the country started falling. Oh, dude, I forgot you were there. It's insane there. I've seen so many videos on that already. It's wild, man. I'm glad you're back. Yeah, well, they're saying Novartis is backing out of the deal. That's why Cytokinetics dropped. And Mara. I think I like the Mara covered call play, though. So, again, if you guys saw that, like I was looking this morning, I remember that video I made the other day, these covered calls at 45 when the stock was at 28, 29, your covered calls were $13. So it dropped $4 from there, but it's like you would have literally, however much you would have lost on here, you would have made it back through the covered calls, which is crazy. Yeah, the German farmer protest, that's been going on for a while. Ecuador, I don't know if it's like political revolution. I think it's like gangs and other stuff, but it's just like there's literally like just people and brawls in the streets, like people shooting each other. There's like gangs, I think, fighting with the government. It's like kind of insane. The like airports are getting clapped. People are like being told to like just leave. There's a government fighting the narcos. Like stores will just get shut down out of nowhere and people have to leave. It's nuts. People storming newsrooms. I saw that one. It's crazy. Pentagon a proposed defense chief's hospitalization memo from AFP. They're going to look into Lloyd Austin. Bidunius is still up. SDHC in Burlington. Yo, Burlington, BUR. That's popping. I feel like that would be a buyout candidate. I don't have any news. I'm just talking. But BUR, big pop. Or is that Burford? Why do I always think it's Burlington? Burford. Didn't they have a buyout thing the other day? Remember, we saw this the other day, right? Burford. I remember this weird-ass name. Yeah, this was in September, Burford Capital. Big pop. It already came down, though. That literally just shot up 2% on one candle. Now it's back down. Fed barking in 10 minutes. Burford. Russian rumors Lloyd Austin killed. Oh, you're wild for that one. Wait, have we seen him? I think we've seen him. That'd be crazy. Hope we're doing well. Yeah, man, can't complain. I mean, I can find a reason to complain. I'm getting smacked on gold, but other than that, I'm still feeling pretty good. Speaking of gold. Amen. It's relaxing. I feel better. Nat gas crash. I don't know. It was running up earlier. Yeah, the GLDs got murdered. The contracts fucking suck. I know never to play those, but I thought there was going to be a little bit more hype. They went up for a little bit. I put it in tomorrow. Next time on those hype crazy plays, just do that covered call strategy. It'll protect you. Oil kind of dumping. Bonds still at the same level. Oil, yeah, oil gave up like half of the gains of the day. Back to 72.40. Oil's been staying pinned for the last couple of days. Even the SPY, man, everything got kind of weirdly boring and pinned from here. You think they go back up? By March, you'll have another opportunity, yeah. But at the same time, even it might go up, but maybe you'll get lucky for the break-even ones. So I'm in gold futures for a reason. You know, I do like the gold to the upside, but at the end of the day, though, if like the data gets bad by March and things start to flip-flop, then obviously they won't go up, but I do think there's still a chance. The only problem is that those options on GLD are just very difficult, unfortunately. Gold could move with the bond auction depending on if the bond auction could bring the dollar up or down. Remember, that's still really the caveat of the day. The dollar has just been a nightmare. All year, the dollar's been a nightmare. NVIDIA closes red. We'll find out. Pfizer said late Wednesday it does not endorse an unsolicited mini tender from TRC Capital to purchase 4 million of its shares at $27.35 apiece. Pfizer said it recommends stockholders do not tender their shares because the offer is at a price below the current market price of Pfizer shares and subject to numerous conditions. So somebody wanted a block trade of Pfizer at a lower price? On Burr, no clue it's related, but a PM tagged Burr. Yeah, we saw that thing pop a while ago. But I think it kind of does that and then just chills out. Debating taking the GMAT, going to grad school for finance. Any thoughts or tips? I have not done it, so I think it's a good route if you really want to get into more finance stuff. But, just figure out what your end goal is going to be. Like, where do you want to work in finance and in the world? And, I don't think it'll hurt you as long as you don't go through it, spend all the money, and you're like, I want to be an artist. Vanguard don't F with BTC. Yeah, they don't have one. Again, everybody else, BlackRock has one. I don't know, though. The only thing that sketched me out today, I think, was this. HODL is the only one that sketches me out. I would stay away from HODL. Obviously, GBTC has his own thing, but this is the only one, maybe even DeFi. Like, who the hell are these custodians? But, like, somebody has Gemini as a custodian. Aren't they still clapped? Yeah, no, that shit's sketchy as fuck. But other than that, these are all you got Fidelity made one, ARK, Bitwise, Bitcoin, Wisdom Tree, Galaxy, Bitcoin, Invesco, Valkyrie, iShares. They could do everything. Franklin, and then again, where's BlackRock? Was BlackRock even on here? Which one's BlackRock? iBit is BlackRock. iShare, yeah, so it's iShares. They have everything. Everyone else, I'm not about that life. Invesco is not BlackRock. No, I think it might be. The Vanguard thing's confusing. Maybe they just want to see how it performs for a little bit. And then bonds are flushing right now. We got bond auction in 22 minutes. Because, again, some places are only Vanguard only for, like, your employer. So maybe they just want to kind of stay out of everything until the dust settles a little more. Invesco is Vanguard. So they're BTCO? I thought they weren't getting involved with one. Trade options on Bitcoin. You could have with Beto, but yeah, I'm sure it's going to be, again, literally more linked to the price. But I wonder what those premiums are going to be. Bonds are fugly. They've been worse, but that is the low of the day for now. And then even gold getting clapped. And then even my bladder. I need to go to the bathroom. What time? 9:30? Oh, we need to do push-ups, man. Y'all need to get your ass up. Do some push-ups. They all talking Bitcoin.
Ultimately, whether or not it's a store of value, it's certainly been one that people have been wanting to gain exposure to see it as volatile, to see the gains. But elsewhere in the world, they do use it as a way of also ultimately being able to transact, to use it as some sort of currency. Now, when does that potentially start to seep into the US? Because at the moment, we've seen the validity of it as an asset, as a store of value, but not as a currency here in the United States.
I'm not, to be honest, guys, I'm not sure it totally matters. So for example, I don't own any dollars anymore. I'm sick of them. You know, I think the real risk is owning dollars because all they do is go down. And traditionally, the game was, well, shoot, what do I own? The government's going to keep printing currency. They're in so much debt. Do I try and own a house? Do I try and own an index of stocks? Do I try and find out what Jeff Bezos is up to now that he's not the CEO of Amazon? And Bitcoin is the most accessible, most simple, best expression of this problem that, you know, Ed, how many people in the world have to deal with fiat debasement? Give me a number. What do you think?
You answer that, Jack.
8 billion, all of us. Everybody is subject to a fiat currency that's devaluing, and everyone has access to this thing. And so if you want to use it for payments, if you want to store it, so for example, I live on credit cards. The US banking system gives me a 30-day revolving door of credit where I could spend dollars without needing to own those pieces of trash. And so I just sit in Bitcoin all day. I spend on credit. And so to me, I don't know. Anyway, does that answer your question? I think
Jack,
it doesn't totally matter.
Jack, we have 5 seconds. Where does Bitcoin peak in 2024?
I think we see new highs this year, and I think this thing lands between 250K to $1 million, around the $500,000 range at some point in 25. I think there's a lot of money printing that the government's going to have to do, and this is the fastest horse.
Jack Mallers, Strike CEO, thank you very much for your time. Always colourful on this programme. Thank you. We'll check in on the health of the industry when it comes to healthcare and venture capital with Dina Shakir coming up next from Lux Capital. This is Bloomberg Technology.
We're back.
Fast track your career path with short.
We're back. It's all bad. Y'all thought inflation was going to go away. Not no more. He said it's going to hit a new high. I think it'll land right between 250,000 and 1 million. You know, right there at 500,000 by 25. The fuck? Bro, I found more of these buffalo chips. I couldn't help myself. It's like 9 o'clock in the morning. I have a problem. Fed barking live. That's crazy. We just said 250 million. Is barking live? Can we actually watch it? We haven't been able to see Fed barking. None of these Fed speakers have been like live. A little pop on the market. Let's see. No pay per Fed. What happened to fasting? Ever since I've been stopping caffeine, I haven't, like, I eat in the morning now. I need energy. It's kind of crazy. I don't have any appetite suppressants. A TV appearance. 7 Trillion Vanguard blocks clients from buying Bitcoin spot ETFs on their platform. He said, nah, I don't see a stream. Fed barking. Hey. Richmond Fed. No, I looked for him the other day. I couldn't find it. So I don't think there is Barkin live. We might get a headline, but I don't see anything else. Yeah, Vanguard banning all Bitcoin ETFs from their platform. It came out. Caffeine. Caffeine's nice, though. Caffeine is nice, though. I liked that the other day. But then I don't eat on caffeine. Maybe I should get back into it. Always good. That's suspicious. I got to eat one more of these buffalo. Bro, these buffalo chips is insane. I can't believe I've eaten buffalo this early, but... Oh, good. Better going. Like I said, man. Popcorn all night. I be getting chubby without caffeine. Yeah, well, I've still been on vacation, but I feel. But you gotta. It's good though. I think the other day though, I didn't have anything, and I think I survived a little longer. But it's good. But caffeine definitely helps you not eat anything. It's very, very good. At least ANSS options just did. They moved. Hopefully that don't cytokinesis, because they said deal this week too. But man, where is cytokinesis actually? Cytokinetics. And then we're kind of up a little bit. You're back to where you were at 11 o'clock, so you're a little bit before Euro close. That was that other flush. This was like your second bottom of the day. And then you're right below VWAP. Where is this on the extendo? Oh yeah, still far from home. Far from home. 13 minutes till the bond auction, though, too. We'll get a bond auction, then we'll get some PHILO. That's it. I'm going to hold the earnings plays for JP Morgan, yes, but I'm not going to, I don't know if I'm going to buy any more of them. But definitely, I mean, they're already down anyways, but I do think holding them is the best bet for sure. Barkin, I don't have a Barkin comment yet. eBay to pay $3 million criminal penalty in cyber stalking campaign. Lunchtime PHILOs, bless you, my man. PHILO good, man, very good. 10, 11. I guess it's lunch for the East Coast guys. Well, when do you guys take your lunch? Yeah, we had a 10-year bond auction yesterday. And then the day before that, we had a 2-year bond auction. And then today, they're going to offer 30-year bonds. Am I leaning towards JPM for earnings? I think a downside surprise would hit the hardest. But then if they could come out and, alleviate any sort of fear and raise up with guidance and, turn things up, I mean, they're at all-time highs. A stock at all-time highs that does good, I mean, you could go crazy. Stop eating lunch, less productive. I feel you. That's how I was. Y'all don't remember when I would eat, I would just be like, blah, blah. I couldn't, I turned stupid. You eat right now? Right now is your lunch? 12:49, I guess, Eastern. No lunch coffee. Mango and tagine. The best. The best. Send you the mini treadmill. Don't tell me, it's not the one on the infomercial, is it? I saw one that just moves your legs around. And I told my girlfriend I was going to get it, and then she just started telling me, she's like, look, it doesn't even move. I'm like, okay, I guess. Oh, no. Oh, I do need to stand up. I need a balance. We need to get a balance in today. time is it? 5:03, 4, 5. Okay, go. Balance. You work standing. That's good. But can you balance on one leg for a minute? That's the key. That is the key. It's harder than it sounds, man. Some of you are really good at it, though. We've had this challenge before. And I remember some of y'all stayed there for a minute. Like a real long minute, man. Easy. I'm not good at it. I need to work on my hips, my core. Like, I'm doing it now trying to talk to you, but, like, I'm struggling. It's only been 30 seconds. That pull your ear with the other hand, though, that works. Chef on the high. Again, SPY's trying to work its way up. Oh. All right, 50 seconds. I fell. I gotta go. We'll get the other 10 seconds. Yoga. You do a lot of yoga? That's dope. I need to get me some yoga. The video again, is it flushing or running? All right, left leg done. I like Thai massage, lazy man's yoga. Nah, I feel though. I feel. What is it? NVIDIA. Oh, NVIDIA is back in the green. That's quite phenomenal. Market is kind of coming back. I mean, it's still very early, so we'll see. And then if we do get a PHILO, you know, market usually likes that. Then again, we still have data tomorrow. But then watch out, that bond auction, 9 minutes. So it's either if we get a little rally, bond auction could end up killing it, or the bond auction will end up helping it. That will be the key. One leg is slight, do one leg. I struggle with just balancing on one leg, man. I gotta start somewhere. Trying to tell me to do squats already, man. Calm down. Give me a second. It's good though. I've already been doing it like every day for the last couple days. It's been helping out a lot. It's gotten a lot easier. But it's difficult. It's difficult. Chicago braces for heavy snow near blizzard conditions on Friday, followed by extremely cold wind chill on Sunday. Wind chill or wind chill? All right, I'm doing the other leg again. They said that about Tuesday, and it was mid. Well, Boyle is doing very good because of the weather. CPI was pretty much in line. Headline came in a little hotter, but kind of caused us to hit a new 52-week high and then immediately sell off. How do you cope with getting stopped out of NVIDIA for 800 and then it's mooning back up? Use less money on the next trade and don't use a stop loss. That's my personal recommendation. That's not a recommendation. People get mad at me. There's people who've been like trading for 10 years. They use technical. They get so offended when I say that. But like, and then I'll lose on a trade. They're like, that's why I use a stop loss, mother. But in reality, I just do think that if you use less money, that's way better. So instead of like losing, you're like, okay, I only want to lose $800. Instead of putting in $10,000 to only lose $800, why not put in a way smaller amount that you're comfortable with, and then you could ride it out for a longer amount of time. So it just, that's how I deal with it. There's a, you know, I've never used stop losses. I did when I was younger, and I would try to trade, but then I literally what you're explaining happened. So logically, my conclusion was, well, if I don't want to lose that much money, instead of throwing a big amount to get a small gain or a big gain, whatever it may be, but then like have to deal with it, I just started using way less money. So then that way I would have more flexibility when I'd be doing it. But that's the only way, I think. Otherwise, you know, you'll have your stops. You'll do your thing. You'll go back and forth. And then, you know, sometimes the stop losses will save you. You know, at times I wish I had a stop loss. But at the end of the day, there's other times where I was so grateful I didn't, because I've been in that situation. It goes down a lot. Then it comes right back up, and then you are good to go. No VTRS. No new. I think it was just from the conference. That's what got it going up. Close out for 150. Do you have a lot of time on it? It's up to you. I do think they have something with like a approval coming up. And again, that partnership with VTRX. Yeah, we're going to do a JP Morgan earnings preview today. For sure. Polar vortex case for NG. The weather is big, man. The weather is really big on natural gas right now. But then once the weather stops, or if it's not that crazy, then there you go. Got buffalo still stuck in my esophagus. And the video is crazy. Again, we had a nice little bounce there. That's like 1.5 points. Again, in the morning here, we were moving. You did a 4-hour move here in like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Rumble, I don't know. I feel like Rumble will be interesting during the election, but as of now, I like the platform, but I don't think I would buy the stock. You're funding their truth journey, more or less. But you know, I do think the concept and idea is good. It's cool that they have members and users on there, but I don't know if I'd want to fund it. I'd invest in them once they make it to the NBA. I don't want to fund them throughout college and high school. They can't retain viewership and members. Well, I mean, they're fighting an uphill battle, right? It's not like you're going against YouTube and everywhere else, and then, you know, the type of like eventually too, like I like the truth, you know what I'm saying? And like I like not being censored. But it's just like at the end of the day though, like sometimes like I don't know, I get sick of just like seeing such aggressive stuff all the time. In both ways, you know, I see stuff, you know, I tell you all the time with movies and Disney movies, and I don't like seeing it, but that's why I'm saying, even you've seen it in the chat, I see some of your guys' chat facts, it's like, they're like, talk about Epstein, talk about this, what about this, how are you alive? It's like, eventually, like, so I don't know how much that would last too much, but then again, the need for a more decentralized internet, less what's it called, censored, I think it has very, very big potential. Oh, it's there. I haven't hot yoga recently. Nah, I've been doing other stretches. I've done hot yoga back in the day, though. Who's getting censored? A lot of people. I mean, I've been censored several times. Like, I've literally been demonetized for playing a Trump video. I got banned for making fun of a Pfizer product. But shout out Pfizer in the long term, you know what I'm saying? Like, there are a lot of times. I mean, it's not. I think to ask that question, you gotta really think. Then, if you really think nobody's getting censored, I mean, I encourage you to look around. Oh, I got banned and then demonetized multiple times. If you don't think that's censorship, God bless you. But I do. It's, you know, I can't even say certain things because you run the risk of getting in trouble, and they'll take you off. They'll take you off a platform. The censors that they have that to make sure that certain content. Did you read the Twitter files? You should, but you know, a lot of what you see on the internet is not, even then, even advertisers can censor you by literally, they could put you on a blocked list and that's it. It's just like, you could even have the biggest advertisers in the world, if they put you on a block list and then no money goes towards your videos or your content, you're going to rank and show up less or won't even show up on a lot of things. They have algorithms, and then again, people report and other stuff. Aren't they private? Well, whatever it is, I mean, it's private companies. They may follow a political agenda, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's happening. You know, people get censored left and right on the internet. Your Instagram, your Facebook, your YouTube, if you think it's just natural, organic content and that, you know, that people watch and then you're seeing it because it's popular and other people like it, I think it's far from the truth. Bond auction. What's the when issued? 4.23 before $20 billion auction. Arthur Bachner, named chief of News Corp. So again, 4.23. Lower is bad, or lower is good, higher is bad. So all you got to wait for 4.23. Previous was 4.344. So it's slightly lower. That's kind of better than the other one. Because the other one, is no matter what, is always a quarter basis point lower. The 30-year is a little there. And remember, last time there was a good 30-year auction, we ripped. So get ready for it. 4.23. Lower is good, higher is bad. We're waiting for the next number. It'll show up. It'll say 20-year auction, something, something, then have the price. Whoa. Oh, wait. 4.229. So slightly higher. Wait, slightly lower. 4.23, 0.001 lower. Nice. So actually you got demand. A little bit. A little bit. Not bad. We'll see. Again, market. Remember, yesterday, after yesterday's auction, market was able to move more. I'm more kind of concerned with the bonds, but slight demand. Slight. Again, it's at least it wasn't a tail, but you got a little, status quo once again. Yesterday was slightly higher. This one's much more tighter than yesterday. But then again, the 30-year bond should usually be awful. So very interesting to think that you have that much demand or some demand on a 30-year auction. So we'll see how that plays out. But at least it's not going to be that's not a negative wind. If anything, it'll be what do they call it, a tailwind? I think it's a tailwind, not a headwind. Let's see how it moves or doesn't. Bonds, though, should get a little bit more of a bid. The earnings, I'm going to go over JP Morgan earnings, and then I could try to cover some for you tonight if you were interested in like Bank of America and all that, but by the time I come out with it, you won't even be able to, it won't even matter. So we if anything, if we have to cover earnings beyond JP Morgan, if you want Bank of America, Delta, any of those that report tomorrow morning, I mean, we have to go over it right now or by the end of the day. Yeah. Bonds are still kind of stagnating though. So 21 billion auction, 4.229. Previous was 4.344. Bid to cover 2.3. Previous was 2.4. Directeds accepted 17.7 versus 17.3. Indirect 67.8 versus 68. When issued 4.320. Yeah, this is literally 0.001. Very, very small. Very, very small. I think the banks are buying more on that. Again, you had more direct bidders, and then the indirects got a little less, but it's still nothing surprising out of that one. Again, like any of the other bond auctions, there would be some other wicked details about it, and then I don't even think that many people were covering. You had less people, covering shorts than not. We're going to do the earnings previews in a little bit. I have to make you sit through Bible study first. Actually, today is not even, I'm not even going to have a Bible study for you. Fed barking, open to lowering rates once inflation on track to 2%. Okay. What did you think about today, my friend? Back above VWAP. So let's see. No, the bond auction's over. It's good. It was decent. It was a status quo. Yesterday was status quo to the downside, and we went a little lower. Today, status quo to the upside, and now we're going a little higher. So let it do its thing. I'm still down like 280 on my bond play, but not too bad. Not too bad. The 30 years at 666? Oh, wow. We'll see a couple of Fed Barkin comments, and then we'll get into PHILO. We'll see what he says and what he does. It's above VWAP, man. We'll take it. We'll take it. Market comment would have flown yesterday. Yeah, let's see. But again, Mester was bearish as hell. And then John Williams yesterday was bearish. But we were already flying without it. It's that quick. Yeah. So the auction comes in. It's like right at the hour. That's when they end the auction. And then like 60 seconds, 120 seconds later, 2 minutes, they come out with the results of the bond auction. And then that's it. Other days, if there's more to it, but this, again, lately we haven't been freaking out and there hasn't been much attached to the bond auctions where we're like moving around a lot or it's causing huge reactions on the market. If anything, we're already running up before it. This will kind of help keep the bonds stable because, again, the bonds have been shockingly stable. Again, that play I got to hold the bonds through a bond auction, CPI, and then another bond auction, and my play is practically break even, which is kind of hard to believe. I guess that's still down $200, but that's nothing considering, when I told you I made that play, I was expecting to make or lose $1,000 in a couple of seconds. And the bonds at this price lately, they just haven't really been moving. Again, it's like you have this little dribble down, but you've been holding up very, very decent on the bond market. We got in like right here. But it's just like, it's bond volatility. Even the MOVE index has fell considerably. Nat gas, I think you're playing, you're just playing the, what's it called? You're playing the weather. So whenever the weather cools down or heats up, then nat gas will stop. But if this weather stuff gets crazy, it might be able to go nuts. Let's see. I'm waiting. There's not been another Barkin comment. Polar vortex inbound. Let's see if we hold above VWAP. If bonds go up, you might get a different second half of the day. We need to get, you really just got to get back up to here. First, for like real resistance will be like 475.59 on the SPY, just the low of CPI. If we could get above there, things will be good. If not, if it comes down before then, you'll just be trapped in this gulag for now. I'm holding the JPMs. We'll go over those in a little bit. I need to go to the bathroom if they'll let me.
For the second time since 2022.
And of course, to access all of the latest data and news on crypto, check out CRYP Go on the terminal. This is Bloomberg.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. It sounded like they were going to a commercial. Boop, 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 boop. I like the video. It's good for you.
History. The Fed back in the 80s wasn't aggressive enough as it needed to be on inflation. Then we had a big inflation problem after. So I think, if anything, they're going to wait until they see some real data that inflation's been beaten and maybe there see some deterioration in the economy for a rationale to really cut rates.
And Guy, meanwhile, you think March could be significant for quantitative easing purposes. You think they're going to end the program that soon?
Yeah, so I think it's certainly going to pave the way to end the program as soon as March. Last weekend, Lori Logan, the head of the Dallas Fed and former head of the New York Open Markets Desk, talked about the level of banking reserves in the system reaching or approaching or heading towards what the Fed calls the lowest comfortable level of reserves. And this isn't a big deal. It's not a big problem. However, as the Fed shrinks the balance sheet, among other things, banking reserves in the system decline. And at some point, the Fed is going to have to stop doing that in order to ensure there's sufficient reserves. Our best guess, and it's frankly a very simplistic analysis because nobody knows with much confidence, our best guess is that the economy will hit the lowest comfortable level of reserves sometime between April and May of this year. Now, in March, if the Fed slows the pace of QT, they could make sure that staves off a little bit further and there's no short-term accidents in money markets. So that seems like an attractive thing for policymakers to do. It looks from the outside like they're easing, but in reality, it's just a technical adjustment.
But more and more people, Michael, are saying, wouldn't it be convenient, hey, we don't want a banking crisis, but also it would help us be able to still buy some treasuries and maybe keep that long end from spiking like we were talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the market has wanted to see the Fed cut rates because they want that juice back. And, unlike Europe, which I think is definitely in a recession, we're kind of teetering. And so I think, again, the Fed's going to be more slower. Obviously, what Guy's talking about with the Treasury is a little bit different. They're going to do some different things because they've got a couple different arrows in their quiver. But I think when you look at it, I think the Fed is itself on hold. I think growth's going to be hard to find. And in the parts of the stock market that growth can be found, you're going to have to pay for those. And there's some areas that I think are going to continue to do well. But growth is going to be harder and harder to find as we all slow globally.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. We appreciate it today. Michael Landsberg and Guy Labat. Let's get back to the CPI data, dive a little bit deeper into what they're telling us about the economy with Jared Bernstein, who is chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. Our Steve Leisman is back with us as well. Jared, thanks for taking the time. I know you've been held up with the president. Anything you want to share from that discussion?
No, thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us. And what would you like to share about the CPI report, the economy, inflation?
Anyways, you're right at the level too. So VWAP, right above VWAP, is like right at that next level, that 47.65. Ah, yes. It's that time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're ready for the PHILO. In today's PHILO, some of you, it may be refreshing. I don't have anything to tell you about the Bible. I have nothing to tell you about your spirit. It's not anything too crazy, but it is kind of crazy. It's a common feature of life that I want you to be aware of. And today we have to talk about something, and I really hope for those, that I have been applauding lately, who have been embracing PHILO and embracing their personal development, you know what I'm saying? Above all else, caring about something bigger and looking for revelation. I say revelation. I hope you know it's not that spiritual. I don't know if y'all feel me at times, man. Again, you got to learn about this life that we in. You're going to learn every single day. That's why the market is so humbling. That we really do get to learn something every day. You get to take in all the information. You learn about companies, all of that. And now we're going to talk about something kind of trippy, man. Kind of trippy, but it's also something that I hope you be careful of. and we're going to talk about the inner ring. We're going to talk about the inner ring. I don't know if you know what the inner ring is. There's a story. There's like a little story. One day there's these like soldiers, right? And they're at like a dinner hall, right? And it's like this like little, it's kind of like a little dinner club. And this one guy who is a low-ranking officer goes up to it and he nods at his friend. He's like, watch this. And he goes up to this high-ranking officer and then he just starts talking to him. And he keeps talking to this guy and talking and talking and talking. And the higher-ranking general never tells him to stop. That's why he's just rambling on, saying all sorts of stuff, and he's like winking at his homie. Why? Because that's not usually how it would be. Outside of that little club restaurant that they were in, usually the ranking officer would be able to say, you know, hold on, you don't do this. And usually you don't have a general sitting there listening nonstop to somebody who is ranked lower than him. And in that process, like I said, he's winking at his friend, like, look at this. You see what's happening? So that's where the story starts. Can you imagine that scenario? What do you think that scenario has to do with? The guy figured it out when he came back to him, and he's like, did you see that? He said, what? He's like, you didn't. He's like, how did you get the ranking officer to listen to you like that? How come he didn't tell you to stand down or anything? Very interesting. The Officers Club. Think about it. What just happened there? I don't know. You may refer to this as something else. I think in modern times we give this a different meaning and a different word. You could call it the inner ring, but you could call it the inside. That's it. In this place, they had an unwritten rule. The rules in the handbook would say that you go based on command. This is how you operate. This is how you're supposed to do this. It wasn't a bet. It was like a little culture that existed in this thing. He didn't have dirt on the guy. This was just how they operated when they were all in this little scenario. It was an unwritten rule about how people behave in this scenario, but it was different than the words that were written down in the actual law of what they were supposed to follow. Are you following? So it's kind of like a little club. Think about that. This exists all throughout your life. You've seen this. There's places where there's rules, and there is places where even if there is rules, you operate in your own little, there's this own little unwritten rules to all of it. Guess what? That happens in the stock market. Why do you think they're all throughout the times they'll update laws and stuff, but even if there is laws in the market, people operate with their own little unwritten law. There's code and then there's an unwritten rule. Think about it. Even at your job, some of you guys work in a place where, yeah, you have rules for job and how you engage, but you guys have your own little unwritten rules. And not everybody's involved in it, though. That's the funny part. Funny, call it whatever you want. Some of you guys, you have people in your job who outrank you, but then you have your own little unwritten way of communicating with the boss or other people in that company. Some of you guys know when everybody goes home, the guys who stay at a certain amount, you guys kind of operate in your own little way. Yes or no? You tell me. You tell me you don't see this? Again, even your parents, you have your own rules from your parents, how they act. You have your own relationship with them, and I'm sure your siblings, your cousins, or other people, even your friends, you guys got your own little unwritten law. Very interesting. Well, this, my friend, is called the inner ring. This is the inside. People want to be on the inside. Do you realize how plaguing this is in everybody's life? I don't know if y'all feel me. We love to be in little clubs. We want to be in the inside. Some of us, the biggest pain people have is being on the outside. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me, man. Honestly, that's the thing that kind of sucks because, again, I'm like, oh, this is a cult. We operate like this, you know, and we do certain things. And that's what I caution you of, because the inner ring is a dangerous place. I don't know if y'all feel me. Yeah, insider jokes are the best. Inclusivity. So what comes with inclusivity? Excluding people. That's why sometimes you get into the inner ring, you start to you start to flex on people. You like, I got this. I know how this works. Oh, I know this. And then you'll probably start to exclude people next. Why? Because the people who made it hard for you to join the inner ring you're probably like, well, they did that to me too. I'm going to uphold this. So today we're going to talk about the inner ring, Chad. Yes, we are going to talk about the inner ring. And I'll just tell you the first thing. The passion for the inner ring is the most pervasive thing in turning a not so bad person into a very bad person. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. It is like pledging. Did y'all hear what I just said? This desire to be on the inside of something. Be involved in this. And be involved in this little group. I'm not talking about just here. I'm saying everywhere in life. That's why some of you, man, you meet imagine your boss come up to you, or the guy who you know at your job, he runs that part. You know, he's the cool guy there. And you're like, oh, I want to be in that. I want to be a part of that. You know, at first they ask you something small. You know, oh, yeah, do this. Like, think about it. You see somebody, they look a certain way. They act a certain way. They happy with you. Oh, they giving you attention. You love it. But then what happens? They ask you to do something you might not want to do. But then you like, oh, well, then what would happen if I said no? That smile turns to a frown. That warm welcomeness turns into, nah. So you're down to do something small. And then fast forward a couple months, a couple years, then it leads into the next thing. And then before you know it, you could have started off as not a bad person. I'm not even, like, straight up. You could have been the most innocent of people. But this desire to join into inner circles and inner rings and be involved in these little things like that, it is the passion for it is how you turn somebody from not so bad into very bad. Before you know it, it's going to result in who knows what happened. Do you know what we're talking about right now? Do you realize where this passion comes from? And it leads to something, and it leads into a very big problem. Why do you feel like that? I've felt like that at times. Bro, I grew up so different from a lot of people around me. Y'all don't see I move a little bit different than a lot of people on Wall Street. You should have seen me growing up with stuff because I wasn't always like that. I was different from everybody, but I didn't want to be different. I wanted to be in those inner rings. I wanted to be respected, and I wanted to get in there. Why? You think it's greed and power? Although I would love to say everything is money, it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like greed and power, those are cool things that people really do sacrifice a lot of things for. But, like, think about it. There's something bigger than that. This is bigger than... This goes into a lot of things. You may be doing stuff now you don't even like. And you're like, why do I do that? Why do I keep doing it? Why? The desire to be included, but what? But you're close, but it's something bigger than that. It's a bigger desire. It's beyond just being included. You have a desire, but what is that desire you're trying to fill? It's not please others. Bro, I'll tell you, this is the age-old desire. This is from day one of humans. We want something. What do we want? Not purpose. See, all these things come next. It's not family even. What do we want? To be accepted, that's part of it. But why do you want to be accepted? Let me ask you this. If I already accepted you, would you want to be accepted? Think about it. You say yes? I don't think you would. Believe it or not, where this desire to be in the inner circle, where we let little things turn us from one person to another, where you could say a lot of things in life are caused by it. Very simple. It's because we have the desire to get what we can't have. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. That's where it starts. Go think about anything that has wound you up into trouble. And tell me that desire was not creeping around. Again, why do you want to be in that group? You're saying acceptance because you don't have acceptance. You're like, I want that. I want to be accepted because if you already felt accepted, you wouldn't do certain things. That desire is different. Like I said, it's age old. We want what we can't have, all of us. That's why if you could get people to think they can't have something, oh, you could get them to desire it so much. So, Chad, how is that to think about it? Some of y'all be doing stuff even if you don't need to do it. Just because you have this culture idea in your mind that like, oh, I can't have that. Or I wasn't supposed to have, so you go after it. It's not to say you won't get it. That's the fucking irony of all of it. Isn't it? Right? How many times has there been something that you thought you couldn't have and then you got it? And then you know what? It wasn't really what you made it all out to be. But then again, before you know it, that may have just turned you into something else. And before you know it, then it kind of turns a habit, but then it's just like, oh, until you come across the next thing where you're like, oh, I can't have that. I want that. I want to be in that group. I want to be in that whatever it is, man. There's so I'm not talking. It could be anything. It could be girls. It could be money. It could be people to be around. I don't know. Every one of you is different. That's why I'm saying this is very human. We all have our different, depending on how we grew up and how we feel. We all have different desires of what we can't have. So I'm going to give you something, though. I am going to give you something. Very simple. I hope you understand what I'm about to tell you. Until you conquer the fear of being an outsider, you will always be an outsider. I'll say it one more time. Until you conquer the fear of being an outsider, you will always be an outsider. Do you understand that? So all those things you like, I don't have this. Oh, I feel like I'm not. If I have this, then I'll be in that group. If I do this, then I'll be like that. I do what society does. I'll be accepted with it. I'll be that. Until you get over that fear, if you cannot conquer that, you will always be an outsider your whole life. You did it as kids, you did it as in high school and college, even when you get older. If you always let this idea come in, then you're like, oh, I can't be on the outside. You are going to be an outsider your whole entire life. I don't know if you feel me, Chad. That's why you probably feel that way. You're like, it's because that fear. You have a desire to get what you cannot have. You want to fit in with it. But then no matter what, even if you get it, you still feel that way down the road. Why? Because you are too afraid of being an outsider. And until you can do that, you will always be an outsider your whole entire life. You know, the charm, the circle within does not have the charm from outside. Does that make sense? That's why we always repeat this. Because you see what's there, you're like, I'm an outsider. And it has a charm to it, right? It attracts you. It's very charming. Oh, if I did this, oh, the people do this. This is how people behave. Oh, wow, I could get this. It's going to give me this. I have never had it. I'll get it. But then, once you get in it, it's different. Come on, man. You don't think I've seen this? I see it all the time. You know, people just want to get in the market. I see people in this stream just want to get in the stream just so that they could get on the inside, right? They think we have an inside. That's why they get disappointed when I ain't got nothing to sell them. That's why if you've been here for a day or for a year, we all act exactly the same. I ain't giving no special treatment. They want something on the inside. And even then, even once you make it to something, you're like, oh, this is the inside. Always, the charm will go away. That's until you find something else that you're on the outside of. And then you're like, oh, I want to get in. Now that's my passion. Now that's what I'm going to wake up for. That's what I'm going to think about. Because the circle within does not have the same charm from the outside. Unfortunately. Right when you'll notice it. The minute you get into something that you always wanted to be a part of, that you felt that you were an outsider of, you will lose the charm. And you will then become charmed by something else you are on the outside of. It's amazing. So, I hope you guys know that the idea of wanting to be inside, on the inside, it is a pleasure of life that cannot last. Like, that's why you have to realize this. One simple thing. I've already told you. I'll give it to you in another way. You have to conquer it. Because wanting to be inside, wanting to be on the inner ring, the quest of the inner ring will break your heart unless you break it. It's very simple. Because every time you get into something and it had so charming, and then you're like, oh, well, why did it feel that before it felt different? Every time your heart's going to be broken. You're going to be like, oh, I thought it was this. Oh, I thought it was going to be like this. And then you keep going to one thing or the next. Makes a lot of sense. Your heart is on a quest for the inner ring. No matter how many inner rings you've gotten in and gotten out of. So, how do you break it? You know, I'm telling you these general ideas, but how do you break it? There's one thing. You already know it too. I will tell you. If you have the ability to break that desire, it shows up as making the work your end goal. Making what you're doing your end goal. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like being a musician. Like, if you just wanted to play the trumpet because you liked playing the trumpet, right? You wanted to join a musical team, and it was just because you liked to do it. Not because you saw the group, and you're like, oh, if I could play the music, other people can't, and then we'll have our own little language and doing all of this. Like, that's fine if you're doing it for reasons that aren't putting you in the ring. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you shouldn't desire things and you shouldn't pursue things. I'm telling you to be mindful of the inner ring. X is on the low, flushing. Oh, X down 2.3. U.S. Steel reviews expected last year or more. Review expected to last year or more. Oh, wow. That's for the buyout? So that means you're going to have to wait at least a year for that deal to go through. That's crazy, actually. Mm-hmm. You got to stay out of the mix. But again, do what you love. But do it because you love it. Do you understand? Be where you are because you love it and want to be there. Because you want to do it. But if you only want to join a music team, I'm gonna learn an instrument because you want to be in that. I want to play football so I could be in that. I want to trade stocks so that people view me as a stock trader. Come on. You're just chasing the inner ring. And I promise you the charm of the outside from the outside will not compare when you get in. You're just gonna you want what you can't have. Acceptance, whatever it may be. But there's some people who want to do stuff because they want to do it. You want to play music. I want to play sports. I want to go about doing. There's nothing wrong with that. Just make sure you're not chasing the inner ring. Because what happens, you get into that inner ring, like I said, it's you like the exclusion. And then once you get into it, you want to start excluding. But guess what happens, though? Even when you chase something normally, exclusion naturally happens. That's the problem people don't get. Maybe you joined the music team because you love to do it. You wanted to play the trumpet, but only 4 people could go because there's only 4 people that could go on stage. You see what I'm saying? Versus like, oh, I don't want you in here because you can't, unless you could do this. You're not one of us. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's a very big difference. But like I'm telling you, to break this quest and this desire of the inner ring, the only way you do that is by making the work your end. Once you are able to go after what you want to do, say, this is my goal, I'm going to focus on me, my job well done, and what I need to do. If you make that your end, you will find yourself in the only circle that matters. You become a sound craftsman. And guess what? Other sounds craftsmen will notice it too. Other sounds craftsmen also will avoid the inner circle. That mutual respect, you'll know what it is. It's people who want to be in it because they want to be in it. They want to do certain things, so they're doing certain things. Do you not realize that? You're telling me you can't realize somebody? You don't notice if you don't, that's crazy already. Because you don't know when somebody is just doing something because they're just trying to get in the inner circle. Versus you notice a sounds craftsman. You're like, oh, he cares about what he's doing. He cares about his work. So, bro, I hope y'all take this into consideration. I hope you only associate with the things you want because you want it, because you like it. I hope you only associate with people that you like. You know that? This is part of it. Honestly, this helped me realize a lot. Like, again, I know, I was like, I love people, and I want to be accepting. I don't want to exclude people. But how many times I tell you, I just don't like certain things. I don't like that. I got love as a person. I don't judge you. I don't condemn you. But I don't want to spend my time around things I don't like. I'm not trying to impress you. I don't want to get into an inner circle. Y'all need to get away from people. You gotta stop hanging out with people just because you wanted to be on the inside. You see what I'm saying? Hang out with the people. I don't go, they're too nerdy. They don't do this. If you like them, hang out with them. Oh, well, they got this, they do this, but I don't really like them. Then why are you hanging out with them? Because you will realize when you only do what you want, when you hang out with the people you want, when you do the projects that you want to do, you will find out that it's kind of its own little inner ring, but it happens by accident. It's simple as that. You got to stop hanging out with the Chads. Honestly, yes. If you only want to be on the inside and you're not here, because literally, if you are chasing an inner ring that doesn't exist, I would get out of here. 100%. Because you are chasing a desire of you want what you can't have. You're going after something way, way different. For real. You know, because literally, it's like you will find out that when you go after what you want, it will create its own little circle in and of itself, but it happens by accident. It's not because you wanted it. It's not. It will be exclusive as a byproduct, but not because you designed it like that and tried to. Because you will be around people and doing things that you like to do, and be around people that like to do the same things. Genuinely. That's called friendship. Aristotle will explain it like that and tell you that it's a virtue. That's a virtuous thing to have and attain. To be around and with people. Medical apparel supplier Charismac faces dwindling sales. Who's Charismac? $800 million in debt. Hires PJT and restructuring advisor. Charismatic? But I hope y'all feel me, man. Like, do what you want. Be around what you want. Again, it will create something. It will give you exactly what you're going for, but if you're only going for the inner circle, you're not going to get it. You will feel empty. It will break your heart. And once you get one thing, you're going to want something else. But if you take a stand on it, you actually say, yo, you know, I only want to be around what I want to be around. I'm only going to be around things that I like. I'm not going to give people attention because I want their respect or I want certain things because I like them. And what do I like about them? I like that they like what I like, that they work, that they are a craftsman, that they care about what they are doing. I like that. That's why I'm around there. Again, like I tell you, man, some people, if you desire a certain thing here, it's funny what people end up getting. But then at the same time, I could speak to the fact is, we have our group of people here. I won't exclude you. But if you don't like sitting here the same way we do, you don't enjoy the same thing, you don't even enjoy a PHILO, yeah, it's going to be different. And that's why, too, the charm of the outside will be different from the charm on the inside. But also at the same time, that's why I could tell you, some of y'all vibe with me on this, I say you are my friend. It is friendship. We could be around each other because we want to. That's why you don't want to be around me, leave. I don't want to be around you, I'll ban you. It's very simple. We all come up and show up. We're going to do it. You know I want to be here. I'll be here because I like the market. I like the news. I like the info. I like what's going on in the world. I care about it. I care about my soul. I care. That's why I have a PHILO. I think about these things. I'm not trying to impress you. If you like it, great. And you like it because you like it, not because you think it's going to make you rich, it's going to give you this, it's going to give you status, society, goal. Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, then we're friends. Any other definition, I don't know for friends. I think you're either trying to get something from me, trying to get something from somebody else. Who knows? But at the end of the day, the quest for the inner ring, this desire to have what we cannot have, it's not, nah. And I'm telling you now, if that is what you chase in life, bro, it's going to be a never-ending chase. People talk about the rat race. Well, there you go. So, Chad, I hope that you watch out for the inner ring. I hope you take control of those desires and realize very quickly that you need to break the desire for the inner ring and focus on what is on inner you, what you really want to do, and putting yourself around people that you genuinely like. Anything else, it's a never-ending chase. It will always lead in heartbreak. So, Chadadonia, I hope you enjoyed this one as much as I did. And I hope you take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Traded Fraternity. That's it, man. That's your PHILO. Amen, man. Amen. You guys like that one, huh? Amen. I'm glad to hear, bro. I'm glad to hear. Let's go, baby. Oh, man. Oh, man. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Man. I gotta get it released. I'll give it to you, though. I'll give you one. I'll give it to you after PHILO. I like it. I just want to hear it.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think when you watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about their weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it. Let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank. A speaker without a face. A people without a race. They eating without a taste. They scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
I just wanted to listen to it, man. Yeah, still cooking. We still cooking a little bit. That's Uncle. It's unreleased though. He'll get mad. If I put it out during market hours, bro, he'll get pissed. So don't get me in trouble, okay? You could take that one to the bank. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We was never willing to be the same. All right, man. All right, man. Let's go. Let's go, man. Let's go, man. The Hunger PHILO, I think it was on Tuesday. Yeah, it was on Tuesday. You could go back through it. No, like, events for the rest of the day. If anything, PPI tomorrow. And then we still, remember, it's a CPI day. So, like, I bet you your 10-minute rigged, your even power hour should be a little bit more exhilarating. I do think we got some volume today. Yeah, you're already at 48 million. It's going to be a higher volume day. Because we still got a couple of hours, baby. A couple of hours. PPI tomorrow morning. I'm not going to be there early, though. So by the time I'm probably pooping, it'll probably, like, I don't know. I kind of enjoy it. Because, like, I'll see the stock market and I'll get, like, everything ready. And then I go and take a dump. And then I'll just, like, look over. I'll, like, tilt my head over. And then I'll just see it go crazy. Or by the time it's like a surprise when I'm done pooping. So, again, I don't know if you poop that early or what you do in the morning. But that's what I do. So we'll see, man. We'll see. is it? The eBay news. That's from a long time ago. You guys don't remember that? eBay to pay $3 million penalty for employees sending live cockroaches and fetal pig to bloggers. Dude, it was like someone heavy in the staff. It's an old story. I think they're just getting the final judgment on it now. Like, I don't know if you guys like if you know the story, it was like the CEO or like the CFO at the time, or like it was a high ranking, I think it was like a president. He was like in the company, and then he got like mad. Yeah. He got mad at people writing like bad reviews or like talking shit about him. So then he like went on like a crazy like cyber stalking, just like insanity, and just started like fucking with all of them in like really weird ways. Again, that's just a nice headline. There was more than just cockroaches and fetal pigs to bloggers. He did like crazy shit. And then they found out it was like the guy who like was heading up the company, and they're like, what the fuck? So I guess they're paying $3 million penalty. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Oh, it's Fuego. God bless you, man. You just saw Wall Street with Charlie Sheen. It's good, man. Check out Boiler Room with Vin Diesel. It's a good one, too. That's a good one. Bro, you know boiler rooms are making a comeback? I saw it the other day. I saw a TikTok motherfucker in a boiler room. It was the craziest thing I've ever... I was like, they still do this? Like, it was crazy. Like, they straight up, they still be in rooms. Yeah. And, like, with 15 other people, and they're like, hey, it's for, like, business funding, and then some of them are, like, stock investments. But, yeah. No, they'd be calling, and they're like, and it's just like, New York, they talk like this, man. What's up? I heard you're in need of some funding. Could we interest you in this by chance? I'm sorry if you're from New York, and I just totally made you sound crazy, but, yeah, I don't know, man. Which would you recommend for literal equivalence for the Bible, or dynamic, easier to understand? King James is the best. There is another version before King James, just in case you want to criticize the king at the time and other motives. But the easiest to understand is the New Living Translation. But I do think King James, I forgot the other name of the other one prior to King James, but it's a good place to start. And then New Living Translation is super easy to understand. That's like what really got me reading when several years ago, because I was like, oh, this makes a lot more sense. You think about doing stand-up comedy one day. It's gonna be, I don't know if the show's gonna work though, because like we'll have like a stand-up comedy set, and then it's like every stand-up comedy place sells drinks, but then I'm gonna make you guys do a Bible study before and after. So it's gonna be a lot, man. So it'll just be a bunch of friends hanging out. But yeah, we're working on it. We're working on it. Yes, the Geneva Bible, that's the one. But there's even the Oxford Study Bible. That's one that they would give to you in college courses. Like, again, I believe they even use it at Harvard. Take that with a grain of salt. But it's that one has a lot of context and background behind it if you want both a mix of like King James or NIV with a lot of context to it. But nah, man, I said if we're gonna do it, I want to try. We'll try for this year. Maybe I'll have to do it at the Cole Real Estate, the yearly thing, because then we'll I've already done that. I'm comfortable with those guys, man. I can't wait to see them again. But other than that, we're going to have to do what's it called? I'll have to find a venue. I'm going to book a small venue. And my first ever stand-up comedy set. I'm going to sell it privately to you guys. That's it. Y'all just help me cover the cost of renting it out. We might have a 2-drink minimum, but I'm going to tell y'all not to drink. Y'all could give it to the homeless people outside or something. I don't know if that's a good idea, but you get the general idea. But yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do like a real stand-up set, bro. Like, you know, just around my friends, so it's not, you know, too crazy. I told you that's the thing. I didn't realize I think we could definitely do it. That's it. I think it's like, I don't know, we sell out like just 50 tickets or some shit. That's it, like 50 people, call it. It won't be a lot of people, I'm sorry. But, you know, and that's it. And then if it turns out good, then we'll see. You guys could judge me. I'll give you a survey afterwards. You'll be like, how would you rate this stand-up set? Hey, it's Josh AI. We just had a couple of questions. Thanks. Rest your voice before. Oh, yeah. Or I'll just have to maybe I'll have to take a week off afterwards. Or that's it, though. I'm not, just when y'all see me, just like, don't let me yell and like, you know, like maybe we'll like, just like talk to each other on a computer so I don't like, because I'll fry my voice. That was the unforeseen consequence of the Vegas meetup, is that I didn't know I was going to lose my voice for like 4 days afterwards. Don't bring the horn. Okay, well, I know who's not coming. All right, man, calm down, bro. Calm down. Calm down already, man. Are you trying to tell me what to do, man, on this? Man, this is why. I ain't trying to, like, nah, man, nah. We moving up. I know, bro. We're back. Is it 47570? This is at the bottom. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the CPI, now the whole S&P here. Started from the bottom, now we here. So it's a good level. As I said, if we get above here, this will be a good sign. If it fails, though, in a couple minutes, you're clapped. But we'll take it again. I'm still clapped on gold. Why are we going up? The CPI wasn't bad. The CPI was literally nothing, sadly. Again, that's the second time, first 2 big data sets of the year. They haven't been anything. They have not been telling. They have not changed the story. Even if you try to pick it apart and find some, you know, it's everybody talking about what can happen, but then what's the other thing that can happen? Powell can cut rates, and it's going to win every time. It's blue eyes, white dragon, if you know what I'm saying. I don't think y'all feel, you know, it's like you could get worried. You could put down any sort of trap card or whatever else you want, and it looks like, oh, but it's blue eyes, white dragon, bro. You can't defeat the blue eyes, white dragon. And that's Powell and the rates. Like I told you, the number one theme this year is going to be this policy shift. So even if we're like, oh, the data might show that inflation is going to come back up, everyone's like, oh, well, Powell, blue eyes, white dragon. I went Yu-Gi-Oh for that one. I didn't know I had it in me, but that's the only thing I could think of. A press briefing. I could eat a couple buffalo chips right now, if you'd like. Y'all gonna get worked up, man. I don't like the immigration questions. Y'all make me so sad. Because, again, y'all just like, immigrants, fuck them. And I'm like, dude, I'm an immigrant, please. I'm not an immigrant because I was born here. Shout out my moms. But, like, y'all heavy hating on the immigrants sometimes, bro. Yeah, but, like, it's just there. And you're like, but no, legal or non-illegal. I'm like, listen, man, just, you know, just all you could chalk it up to is just blame Biden, and then, but you don't blame the immigrants, okay? Don't blame the you don't understand how poppin' America is, bro. Shit, like I don't blame anybody. Like, yo, this place is dope. Y'all crazy, man. That's it. No inner circle. I get you in the inner circle, man. How dare you seek a better life? Okay, man. Yeah, man. We all immigrants. Amen. This guy's like, blue eyes, ultimate dragon. Meanwhile, we still on the Yu-Gi-Oh joke. All right, I'll give you a little bit. Man.
American defense officials didn't fully count for nearly 40,000 weapons that the U.S. provided.
SPY's back up though. Again, I have the post pre-market chart on.
Material.
But if we start working our way back up to open, I mean, yalla.
Bartered, put on the black market. Does the White House have any reaction, any concern about that report?
Certainly, I'd refer you to the Defense Department for a more detailed reaction, but just let me broadly say we have for many, many months now been interested in improving accountability over the end use of material that is provided to Ukraine. We have had that conversation with our Ukrainian partners, and they share our concerns about accountability. Now, we are grateful for the work that the DoD IG did. That was a significant body of work, and we appreciate that. We're going to go through this. I know DoD has already gone through this and reacted to it. I would also note that the report made clear that DoD has made some improvements, including things like handheld scanners, and tried to boost a little bit of the footprint there at the embassy to try to help with better tracking of material. The report also noted, which I think is not an insignificant, two insignificant things that it noted. One, that there's no evidence, the report noted, there's no evidence of any sort of wide-scale diversion or illicit diversion of any of the material that's been going on to
Yeah, I'm
Ukraine.
still in gold
And
futures. I'm
two,
getting murdered,
that it is
but
a wartime
if we
environment.
do end up bouncing,
and there are real limits
the PPI could bring the
to
dollar
our
down.
ability
I
to
think gold's
count
gonna
every
pop
beam,
eventually,
every
but
bullet,
for
every
now, bad
artillery
entry.
shell.
But if you didn't get that, I like the
We have a
2020.
small
I should've
footprint
just
at
waited.
the embassy of military men and women who are working on this accountability, but we don't want to, nor should we be expected to put them in greater harm's way, closer to the front to inspect every little shipment and how it's being used. I mean, it's a combat environment. And even in combat environments, Nancy, that we run, wars we're fighting, and then we're not fighting in this war. There are real limits in actual combat when you are being shot at and attacked and shelled for you to account for everything that you're actually using.
Thank you, Karine. Does President Biden share former President Trump's view that NATO took advantage of the United States and that Europe owes the United States billions of dollars? And may I ask you for a comment on former President's refusal to fully commit to NATO? And I have one more question.
Wait. Before you, let me put a fork in this one, because I'm not talking about the campaign trail, and I'm not going to talk about the former president, what he's saying on the campaign trail. I'm not going to get into that. That would be inappropriate from my perch. I would ask you to look at the record that this president has had with respect to NATO. NATO is now bigger, larger, and much more capable under President Biden's stewardship and leadership inside the alliance. And certainly in the context of Mr. Putin's war in Ukraine. This is a president who has invested literally from the beginning in improving our network of alliances and partnerships, investing in their capabilities, investing in trusting
Barkin
in
says
those
don't see
relationships
inflation
and making them
expectations as
stronger.
elevated.
It's not just NATO,
Fed
it's all around
Barkin
the
says
world.
paying close
What's your
attention to
second
1 to
question?
3
Or
month
third
pricing
question?
the
Last week
PCE
you told me
inflation.
that you're still
That's
discussing
looking
with your
for conviction
allies
on track to 2%.
whether
Barkin says watching gap
to
between goods and
confiscate
services inflation.
$300 billion of Russian frozen assets. But Bloomberg reported yesterday that in November, the White House sent a note to Congress supporting similar such a legislation about confiscating Russian assets. Could you clarify your position? Do you support in principle confiscating those assets, but you're discussing just details or the way to do it, or you're still waiting?
I don't have an update for you on that.
Thanks, Corinne. I have a question on Argentina. Argentina and the IMF announced a new staff-level agreement yesterday, and the IMF expressed support on President Javier Milei's economic policy. Does the White House support this new deal between Argentina and the IMF?
We're back to break even on bonds now.
We're seeing an uptick in threats against judges. One recent example, the judge overseeing former President Trump's civil fraud trial in Manhattan was the latest victim of a false swatting call. I wanted to ask what you're doing at the federal level to help local police departments deal with this increasing or increase in threats against judges?
I'm afraid that's a little out of my lane. That's probably a better question put to the Justice Department. Obviously, we don't want to see anybody come under these kinds of threats and want to make sure that they can do their jobs, particularly in jurisprudence, in a safe and effective way. But I'm afraid you're out of my swim lane on that one. I'm sorry.
Swim lane.
Back to the situation in the Red Sea, I know you're moved to
I've never
get
heard that in
into
my life.
details about any potential attacks, but understanding that, are there any red lines or steps that the U.S. would not take or would not be a part of that you could outline?
No.
Do those red lines exist, or you just wouldn't outline them?
I just don't think it's helpful, MJ, from the podium here to talk about or speculate about any potential future military options one way or another that the Commander-in-Chief is weighing or has weighed. We take seriously the responsibility to protect our ships and our sailors.
Just stay in your lane, but I thought it meant
as well
cars,
as the
not like
responsibility
swimming.
to protect the flow of international commerce. You talked to Lael Brainerd.
Last time I
here
cared
how
about
important
swimming
that
was when
waterway
Michael
is.
Phelps
It
was
is.
smoking
It's
a bong, and everybody
and
made
we
a
take
big
those
deal about
responsibilities
it.
Seriously, I would add that we're not the only one. Other nations are joining us in that
That's
effort. Some
crazy.
20+ nations now.
That's
involved in
common?
Operation Prosperity Guardian. These attacks need to stop, and we're going to do what we have to do to continue to
Now
protect
remember,
that
y'all
shipping,
lived
to
in a
protect
world
our sailors.
where Michael Phelps,
Secretary Austin,
he like did the
you
best
now have to
athletic
answer
thing
many
ever, and then he
questions about
smoked
his
weed.
hospitalization
And they
and
caught him, and
fallout
like
from
everybody
that,
was in
including,
shock. Even CNN
today.
was in
Do
shock
you
at
personally
the time.
think that it might be helpful for the White House if the Secretary
Now
of
look how
Defense
far
were
we've
to take
came.
questions from reporters himself? Is that something that you think might be a useful exercise when he is better, when he's out of the hospital?
I don't answer questions up here personally. I am a representative of the National Security Council and the administration. I would refer you to the Pentagon to speak to, the
Miss Owens
the
did
work
come
they're
up here
doing
today.
to better communicate
You're like, weed
in the wake of
ETA.
this
Oh, it already
and to
exists.
keep
No,
the
we're gonna
press
buy
and
the
public,
commodity. There's no weed future.
informed, and I'm
Would be
sure
the next
that
step.
they are learning lessons.
Oh shit,
as
that's
we
probably
all are,
when weed
from
will
what
take
happened
off.
here, and we'll work
I'll
to
invest in
improve
weed
that-
stocks
that
once they have
transparency.
weed futures.
Professional capacity, given that your
be
job
crazy.
is public facing, given that
Some of you are
you
like, is it
probably
deliverable?
are more aware and more knowledgeable about the kinds of questions that the White House is now confronting about Secretary Austin and that situation.
No, because seriously though, if
Is
it
that
would ever
something you
be,
would
they make a
recommend?
future
Again,
for
it's
it.
not for me to recommend. This is really a question better put to leadership at the Pentagon. But, and Karine has spoken to this, the president is committed to transparency. We're all committed to being as transparent as possible on a range of issues.
Good question.
We endorse and are in favor of efforts to be as transparent with the American people as possible, national security implications obviously notwithstanding.
Yes, Mr. Kirby, thank you, Karine. As the government of Ecuador is trying to retake control of all the country jails, I wonder if the U.S. has given any advice or any aid to the president of Ecuador that has deployed the military to try to retake control of all these country jails.
With the caveat that I don't have a lot of extra detail, we talked about this in at some degree yesterday. We are in touch with our Ecuadorian counterparts. Obviously, the State Department is in touch. We have
Slash
support,
DB4H,
the
Dimebag
needs,
March
for
24.
the Ecuadorian people to be safe and secure, and we have
That's pretty
offered
funny.
support, and we'll continue to
That'd be
stay
a good
lashed
one.
up with the
That'd be a
government
good
there to see
hashtag
what it is
slash
they
DB.
need. But I don't have any new updates to give you today from yesterday. The offer of support still stands. I'm not aware that they have asked for or requested anything like that, and the State Department's really a better place to go for that.
Thank you so much. So Politico reports that according to U.S. officials, there is a rising risk of Hezbollah striking Americans in the Middle East or here in the United States. So is there anything you can say about that? Has the threat environment changed in that regard?
I would just say that we're constantly monitoring reports coming out of the region. We're certainly monitoring as best we can reports coming out of Lebanon, and
Okay, bonds still up since the auction.
tensions
Same thing with the
there,
SPY,
that
but bonds are
northern
moving
border,
more. We're back
between
to
Israel
green on the bond
and,
play
and
now.
southern Lebanon. We don't want to see the conflict escalate. We haven't seen
videos still
Hezbollah
terror?
take steps to do that in any
Oh yeah,
meaningful
JP
way in
Morgan.
terms of like
Let me
really
get
coming
you
to the
some
assistance
previews
of
right now. I'll
Hamas.
cook 'em up
And as
while we're
for
listening to Curves.
threats to American citizens, I'm not going to get into intelligence assessments from here. I would just tell you that we watch this very, very closely, and we will do everything we can to make sure that Americans traveling overseas have the information that they need to be safe.
Thank you. I want to follow up on the ICJ. We have 22 Arab countries, including some of American allies from Jordan, Saudi Arabia, are supporting South Africa. Do you have any comments on that?
Each country should speak for themselves about this particular case and what their view is. I have spoken for the United States and what our view is, and that hasn't changed.
I follow up on DRC election outcome. Do you have any reaction to that? Any comments?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last part of your DRC and what?
Election.
Let me take that question. I wasn't prepared for that, but we'll get you an answer back. Promise.
Thank you very much, Karim. This question I would like to dedicate, national security questions, I would like to dedicate to a fellow journalist who just passed away in Pakistan. He started an English newspaper 40 years ago when the city did not have even a journalism department, and he was my father. This question, and I hope you like this question, because he sent me to a Christian school here in high school and university. So then going back to Pakistan, I met many religious fanatics over there who had no idea about Christianity. Then when I came here, I saw many Christians being fanatics as well. And then I hear you talking about anti-Semitism and Muslim clerics being killed and these things growing in these recently especially. So my humble suggestion as a journalist is that as a national security advisor, don't you think it's time you create something where you can bring harmony to tell these people that look, Isis and Moses and Abraham, it's the same people that are in Islam as well. Sure. So as a student and as a journalist, I feel like from national security point of view, America right now needs one place from national security where you can tell that, listen, these were the same guys, just with different names. So this is one of my national security thing that I feel like as an international journalist, I should bring this to your notice.
I appreciate that, and my condolences to you and to your family for the loss of your dad. I know how painful that can be. Look, President Biden has been very clear. Our foreign policy agenda is really driven from a foundation of human and civil rights, and certainly that includes religious freedom. And he does not, and has not, will not tolerate discrimination based on faith or any violence that's hate-based and that comes from that basic core. So we stand by that.
We have to wrap it up. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Thank you.
Just
a quick question on Gaza. Just given the very slow trickle of humanitarian assistance now getting into Gaza, are there any fresh concerns about a famine breaking out that you have, or is there any new assessment?
We recognize that there are real food security issues in Gaza, 100%. And that's why food has really been one of the main staples of the humanitarian assistance that we have been trying to get in, food, water, medicine, but food certainly right at the top of that list. We understand that there's a lot of hunger and starvation in Gaza. We're not taking that seriously, which is why Secretary Blinken, again on this trip, was so focused on trying to see what we can do to increase the volume and the speed with which those trucks are getting in. Now, we're grateful that the Israelis have opened up now Kerem Shalom. That allows a second venue, but I'm not gonna spin it here. There is not enough trucks getting in. We're not satisfied with the level right now. At the maximum on a given day, I think we've been able to reach around 200, and that's dramatically less than what was happening pre-war. Now, again, combat conditions make it harder to get stuff in there, but more work needs to be done, and I can assure you that we're not going to take our eye off that ball. We know that there's many people suffering in Gaza, not just from hunger, but other needs, and we're going to do everything we can to alleviate that.
And any new updates on military assistance to Ukraine? I mean, has the well really run dry here, or what does it look like?
We have issued the last drawdown package that we had funding to support, and that's why it's critical that Congress move on that national security supplemental request and we get more funding. The assistance that we provided has now ground to a halt. The attacks that the Russians are conducting are only increasing. And now, as I talked about earlier this week, they're using North Korean ballistic missiles to do their dirty work. So The need is acute right now, particularly in these winter months.
John, the hostages, are they any closer to being released? John?
All right. I do want to say one thing to Courtney's question about federal judges under threat and any violence. Look, this is a president that's been very clear. This administration has been very clear. We condemn any form of threats or violence against any judges, against any group, against anyone. And so I just want to make that clear. That is something that we're going to be certainly steadfast on continuing to say and be very clear about that. Sungmin, you want to kick us off?
Thank you. Two topics, if I may. There are reports that Speaker Johnson might renege on the top-line spending deal that he's reached with Senator Schumer. And now the Speaker has come out and said that he's made no commitments to doing so. He's just talking with members of his conference right now. But what is the White House's message to House Republicans who want to not abide by that deal between Johnson and Schumer?
So just a couple of things to say on that. Like, House Republicans, as we know, voted for an agreement back in May. That is what we know. That is a fact. Speaker Johnson reaffirmed it on Sunday. He did it himself, his own words. And so we have an agreement. Republicans need to keep their word and stop playing or any games here. We cannot have a shutdown. The American people do not deserve a shutdown, and that is their basic duty, to keep the government open. We've been pretty consistent about this. But again, there was an agreement House Republicans agreed on in May, and the Speaker Johnson reaffirmed it on Sunday.
And on another topic, this week alone, President Biden has had 3 of his judicial nominees withdraw from consideration. So can you discuss what's happening with that? Are there vetting issues on the White House end? There didn't seem to be blue slip issues here. So are you facing more resistance from members of your own party on nominees? Or do these nominees just not want to go through the confirmation process?
So look, I'm assuming it's a case-by-case situation. Every person has probably their own reason to not move forward on their particular specific respective nomination. So I can't speak to it in a broad stroke, obviously. But look, the president takes all these nominations very seriously. He always wants to put forth, and he has put forth, a very credible, qualified folks, especially in these, obviously in these positions, and to how important they are. But I don't want to speak about it in a broad stroke, and I don't know each case, so I just want to be super, super mindful. People may have their own reason to step down from this nomination or step away from their nomination.
The White House concerned that the pace of confirmations appears to be slowing, especially after the 2 sort of rapid pace years that you had for the first 2 years.
Well, you said something that's really important that I want to make sure the American people know. There's been a rapid pace. We've had historic movement on our nominations, so we appreciate that. We appreciate certainly the Senate for moving in that rapid pace. Obviously, we want to get these nominations done. It is a priority. It is important to get these folks into their position. I just don't have anything to share beyond that. I don't want to get into specifics as to why folks may have stepped down or not part of the nomination process anymore. I just want to be super mindful. Catalina.
Senator Schumer said it's crystal clear that a CR is needed to keep the government open. You had said yesterday that kicking the can down the road is not the way Congress should be operating, but is the president prepared to sign a CR?
I'm not going to get ahead. There's conversations happening, obviously. I don't want to get into hypotheticals from here. It is important to keep the government open. We've been very clear on that. There is a framework agreement here that is also important to note. And so I just don't want to get into hypotheticals at this point.
Will the president sit down with congressional leaders this week?
Well, don't have any schedule to preview. As you know, the president spoke to Speaker Johnson yesterday on the phone, because he thought it was important to have that conversation right away, and so they had that conversation. I just don't have anything to share on a preview, any meetings as it relates to the budget. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Great. Question on immigration. We understand that Secretary Marquez is willing to testify before the committee, trying to impeach him. Are you worried about him having to testify alongside other possible witnesses like families of fentanyl or overdose victims? We understand there's a committee hearing planned for Jan 18th, and there are fentanyl victims' families who are likely to testify there.
So look, that is for Secretary Marquez's decision for him to decide. How he's going to be moving forward. We've been really clear. I mean, what we've said from here is we just don't know as it relates to these impeachment proceedings on different members, multiple cabinet members at this point, and obviously the president. we've been really clear, like they are pushing and continuing to do these baseless accusation. It's almost as if, we have to ask the question, who else would they not impeach? Who wouldn't they impeach, right, in this case? And so look, House Republicans are playing political games, they're playing political stunts, there are baseless allegations here. We've been clear about that. What we want to see, I was just asked about a CR, I was just asked about the budget. That's what House Republicans should be focused on, how we're going to continue to keep the budget going, the government open. That's what we want to talk about. That's what the Americans want to see. They want to see a continuation of bipartisan movement here from Washington, D.C. There's a supplemental that we need to move forward on. And instead of playing these political games, having these political stunts, it is really shameful and it's unfortunate.
AMLO last week said he has asked the United States to give work permits to 10 million long-term Hispanic immigrants in the U.S. illegally, and also provide $20 billion in development funding in the Americas, and also lift all sanctions on Cuba and Venezuela. A lot of demands. Is the White House willing to do any of those things?
Who did you say was asking this? Oh, so look, we have a very robust, strong relationship with the President of Mexico, so I just want to put that out there. And we've worked well together in dealing with irregular migration and what's happening in the region. So I'm just going to not get into specifics about his ask. It's not, I will say this, it's not a transactional relationship with Mexico. It is indeed a partnership, a diplomatic conversations that we have with them. I'm just not going to get into specifics.
Thank you. President Biden has not had any events at the White House in the new year, and he's been kept from public view for 3 full days now. Why?
The president had a 3-day swing, went to 4 states in the new year. He went to, I should say just recently, he went to Pennsylvania, Valley Forge, where he gave a really impactful, important remarks on our democracy, protecting our democracy, on the eve ahead of January 6th. What we saw in 2011 on January 6th was an attack on our democracy, and he went out there and he spoke to the American people. It was very well received, and this is something that he's going to continue to do. He went to, obviously he was in Delaware, and then he went to South Carolina, also gave another impactful speech on our democracy and our freedoms, and then he went to Texas to honor a former Congresswoman, EBJ, who recently passed away, and he went there to pay his respect. So the president did a three-day swing. He went to 4 states. He's been out there. He's been able to talk directly to the American people, and we think that's really important. Tomorrow, he's going to be in Allentown, and you heard from Lael where he's going to talk about small businesses, how important, especially in Allentown, that's been 15 million applications in 3 years. That's a record number because it's important to see how Bidenomics is working. He's going to talk about Bidenomics, but let's not forget, if people are starting small businesses, they must have some confidence in the economy. So he's looking forward to being out there tomorrow and talking again directly to the American people.
So he did a 3-day swing, but for the last 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, none of his constituents have seen him doing anything. Who decided that the American people are best served by seeing less of the president?
I would disagree. I wouldn't say they saw less of the president. He was out there, again, a couple of states in 3 days. I think that's important to note as well, and give the American people the full information here. And yesterday we noted this. He met with Paul Whelan's sister, Elizabeth Whelan. And this is a commitment when it comes to American hostages, bringing them home. The president has been committed to doing that. And we have brought home more than 30 people, 30 Americans who have been held hostage across the globe. And so the president is committed. He wanted to have a conversation with Elizabeth Whelan. He did that. He met with his national security team, as he does regularly. He did that. He had lunch with the vice president yesterday, important partner in everything that he's trying to get done on behalf of the American people. So the president is active. The president is doing what he needs to do to deliver for the American people, and he'll continue to do that.
There's an item in Axios that President Biden was advised by the White House counsel to stop giving big dollar donors tours of the Oval Office. While he has been out of view of the public for the last 3 days, has he given any wealthy campaign donors tours of the Oval Office?
So just speaking to that particular point, those stories that were out there, so as many of your outlets have covered, it is typical. It is typical for all presidents, regardless of party, to host supporters at the White House complex, which is both, as you know, his working office as well as his personal residence as well. And President Biden and his team take all of this very seriously. We take rules concerning the White House and re-election seriously, and we're proud of that. We're proud of taking those rules very seriously. I just don't have anything else to add.
On that meeting the president had with Paul Whelan's sister yesterday at the White House, was there something that prompted that meeting? Is there any progress on a deal to get Paul's release?
So I wish I had an announcement to share on a deal on getting home Paul Whelan, and let's not forget Evan as well.
Corinne. Great outfit, by the way, too. I didn't comment on it.
Top of mind
the beautiful
for this administration,
outfit.
for National Security Council, and for the State Department to get home Americans that are being held hostage or wrongfully detained.
Anyways, Chad, so I have the previews for you, and I don't know. You guys hit 1,500 likes. I don't know if I could get greedy, but I'm willing to do all of your work today. Yes, I'm willing to do all of the work for you today. Yes, you know that. I want to do the work for you, you know. I want you to think for yourself, you mother effer. But I have every preview cooked up. I did skip a couple of them, but I have J.P. Morgan, Citi, Delta, UNH, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo. So you tell me. I don't know. I kind of need some likes on the video, though. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm trying to hustle it right now, because I'm down to go over the previews and then go over the option chain, and I'll just do the calculation for you if you would like. But you do have to make your own decision. I may not play every one of them. I'm in the J.P. Morgan one. But you do have to decide. I could make it easy for you. I don't know. So it's up to you. Does that sound like something you would be interested in? You want me to place the trade for you? I'm not. I think that's just too intimate. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to get involved, right? I'm emotionally unavailable right now. You know that? You know I told that to my girlfriend when I met her, and she still loved me. That's amazing. But that's why we don't have kids. I'm emotionally unavailable. I'm telling that to my children. My future children that don't exist yet, you know. Yeah, have a kid, Josh. Oh, tip your local Egyptian boy, please, please, please. I don't know, though. Have you ever seen those TikToks? I'm scared to go to Egypt, bro. Every TikTok I have seen is like Egyptians trying to scam tourists at the pyramid. I feel so bad because, I'm like, they would scam me because even though I know the language, too, and, they would he ain't from here. That's all. People be hating on Egypt tourism, bro. They don't like even tipping the little Egyptian boys, man. So I appreciate you. Do you want kids? Y'all asking the wrong question. Y'all should be asking me, do I want kids or do I want a McLaren? That's what I've low-key boiled it down to. You know what I'm saying? That's what I boiled it down to. Damn, I got 100 likes already? Oh, so y'all got likes in the bag like that. Well, shit. I got all the work. Let me show you what I have prepared, bro. Look, I got all of it. I got all of it ready to go. I'll do all the calculations, too. I'll read it. I'll get some vocal fry going on. You know, I have all of them ready to go. Y'all thought I was just listening, doing nothing, huh? No, I was eating chips. I was getting you info. I'll do the calculations, man. So I didn't know y'all got extra likes like that. I didn't know Bidenomics was working like that. That's amazing. Shout out Bidenomics right there. Like it there. Hit that like button. Y'all got some residual likes in the background. I'd get 20 Kias. I never thought about it like that. You know, make one and then turn it into one giant super Kia. That'd be dope. Yeah, let me get that like stimulation. That's good, bro. That like stimulus. $80K a year for child support or new McLaren every year. Well, that's the thing. You can't buy a new McLaren every year, but it'll pay the monthly payment for sure. You might have some interest on there. A Kia Transformer. Honestly, you could get something nicer. The McLarens are kind of cheap. You could at least lease one. You could lease a McLaren. They're not as expensive as you think for the leases. But then again, I don't know. Maybe I'll just have a kid. That's cool, but what's that kid? Can he go 0 to 60 in 4 seconds? Psst. Honest, dude, I watched the new show, though, and I love it. Have y'all ever seen Young Sheldon? I low-key, if I have a kid, I hope he is like Young Sheldon. I want him to be, smart and weird like that. Low-key. That's what I want. Oh, Young Sheldon, It's a good show. I've never watched The Big Bang Theory. I know who it is, like what it is, but like I never. I think it was a sin to watch Big Bang Theory, but I like young Sheldon. I like young Sheldon. He doesn't believe in God. Yeah, I feel, but I would want him to believe in God. But like that's how I was as a kid. I was like, oh, I'm gonna read all the books then, and then my mom would beat me. But you know, I read it in college, mother. But it's okay. I came home. You know. But anyways, enough of that. So let's start with the first one. I already did this play for you. You work in the studios. I worked on both shows. No way. That's hype, bro. That's so hype. I love that show. It's really grown on me as of late. I've liked it a lot. Actually, we'll use TD Ameritrade, make it easy. So here's JP Morgan. You guys can save these, again, by tomorrow. You should save them because, again, all of these earnings come out tomorrow morning. So the beauty is that the last day to make the play is today. Actually, let me send out a stream alert so mother effers don't miss. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Boeing, low of the day. It's a lot of fun. What do you do there? That sounds crazy. Josh put a J. Well, yeah, so I could easily identify it. The other ones, I started writing out the full tickers, but I feel like we should all know which one is J. This is JP Morgan, you know? Literally, it's the first word in the name, J, JP, okay, JP. Anyways, so JP Morgan, let me get this up here. I'll read it for you, then we'll go to the option chain. You should already know this one, though, so we'll see how it plays out. But JP Morgan revenue is expected to be $39.73 billion. Net interest income $22.9, reported $22.82. Non-interest income reported $16.55 billion. Investment bank fees $1.75 billion. Advisory $752. Equity and underwriting $332. Debt underwriting $706. Provision for credit losses $2.3 billion. Non-interest expense $24.56 billion. Efficiency ratio 58.7%. EPS of $3.42. Net interest margin 2.74. Average earning assets 3.339 trillion. Net charge-offs 1.95 billion. Ending loans 1.319 trillion. Ending deposits 2.364 trillion. Non-performing loans 7.7 billion. Non-performing assets 8.08 billion. Book value 102. Tangible book value $83. Price history since last close October 2nd. Stock is up 18%. S&P is up 9.5%. XLF is up 14.6%. Near-term options imply a 3% move. Last 4 quarters, starting with the recent one, gain of 2, gain of 1, gain of 8, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten consensus 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten consensus 16 of the last 20 quarters. So it's saying here it's implying a 3% move. We can get into percentages, but honestly, you really just want to know dollar for dollar. So I already have 2 plays on this. Remember, we did the calculation a couple of weeks ago, and when we did the calculation a couple of weeks ago, everything was already moved around a little bit. So let's see the plays that we have. I have the 182.5 call. I bought these at 33 cents. They're now at 20, so I'm down $27 on 2 of them. And then I bought the 160 puts at 50 cents a pop, and now they're at 26. I'm down $57. So both plays are down. But let's run the calculation and see if it gives us any different numbers. Now, remember, when we run the calculation, I am going to look at the week of the event, but then I am going to go to the next week options because you always want time, especially with these options being on Friday. What kind of asshole would only get for half a day tomorrow? You know what I'm saying? You got to be right on the money. So let's see what we got here. We'll go. It's showing 4.75. I think at the money 167. We could use the 170s. You're right there. $4.06. It's like 70 cents. Yeah, it's about the same. So $4.75 is what's priced in. $4.75 either way. Very simple, my brethren. 4.75 times 2. That leaves us with $9.50. So 950 minus, we'll do 170 minus 950. That gives us a put of 160.5. So that's where my puts are already. So I'm kind of happy with that. And then let's take 170 plus 179.80. I think the calls are a little further out. So 179.50 would be, so it's still the same exact breakdown. So honestly, I think the plays are still in play. So you could get the 177s for 60. That would get you a little closer if you wanted to spend a little bit more. And then what was the downside? $9 down. So it's like what, 162 or 160? Yeah. Honestly, you get the one. It's not that bad. So again, here's the problem. It's only expected to move 3. So then that means you would need it to move about 6%. That's a pretty big amount. And then again, if we go back there, in the last year, it's only moved more than 6% one time. So it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of give or take, but I'm kind of down with it. So I already have the first play. Let's see, how much would it cost for another set? 40. I'm thinking it'd be $100 more. I put in 170. Oof. I kind of already spent a little bit. I think I'm going to keep my original plays. I like it, though. If I was going to do it, not a recommendation, I would go with the 177s to be safer. You could grab one of the 170s and then one of the 162s, get a little tighter than where I bought in, so then you could get closer to the money. And then that's about it. It could surprise, but I don't know. I don't want to spend too much money because if I play any of the other options, if I don't play any of the other plays, then we'll come back to this one. But for the most part, I do think this one moves a lot, though. That's the thing about it. This thing could actually move a lot. Yes, this is not a recommendation. You will get clapped. Okay, if I had money to gamble on, if I was an idiot, I would do this. So if you're not an idiot, do it. And then if I was smart, I wouldn't do this either. So no matter what, I wouldn't do this. You know what I'm saying? It's not a recommendation. But if I was going to do it, and you know, if they put a gun to my head, I would say, do this. I promise. It's not going to work. What? But yeah, that's the 2 standard deviation. Let's go to the next one now. Citigroup, baby. C for city. C. Let's see. Okay, anyway, revenue expected to be $18.77 billion. Not net interest income $13.1, non-interest $5.5, institutional clients, investment banking $702 million, advisory $255, ECM $141, DCM $306, FICC $3.09 billion, equity $757, provision for credit losses $2.16 billion, non-interest expense $14.93 billion, EPS of 0.09. Net interest margin 2.39, average earning assets 2.214 trillion, net charge-offs 1.86 billion, ending loans 667.9 billion, ending deposits 1.286 billion, book value per share 99.53, and then tangible book value 86.79. Citi is up 30% since October close. S&P up 9.5%, XLF 14.6%. Near-term options imply a 4.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 0, loss of 4, gain of 5, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten consensus 19 of the last 20 quarters. So, not bad. They're expecting a little bit more. What's Citi's price at? They're trading half of their book value. No shit. But they've moved up 30% in the last couple of weeks here. So that one's definitely a little more interesting. But let's see what we have here. So priced in about 206.4. We're at 52 perfect. About $2.04. Yeah. We'll use the 206. I'll have a wider margin of error. So 206 times 2 is $4.12. So that'd be $56.12 and then $48, a little less. 52 minus, was it $4.12? $47.88. So 56 to 48. 56, not bad. We have to see how these contracts moved around. And then 48, yeah. So they're cheap, but it's cheap because the stock is cheap. Y'all feel me? So let's just see how those contracts moved. What is it? 56. Oh, shit. These were going for 40 cents yesterday? No shit. And then what's the downside number? 47.88. So we'll go with the 48. These are up. I just don't like how cities moved up a lot. Those are on fire, though, but they have upside with tangible book. They had bad news after the market. What was the news? That's good info. Citigroup can avoid another false dawn after 4-quarter charges. Oh, for $1.7 billion related to FDIC special assessment. They have a restructuring charge of $780 million. All right. Let's see. Okay, I'll grab 4 calls, not a recommendation, and then we will grab 1 put. I'm going to go wake. I'm getting closer if you don't notice this. Oh, but these, yeah, they jumped up a little bit, but those could be decent. So we're spending $100, $70 on calls, $30 on puts for January 19th. So I went in a little bit less than 2 standard deviations. Again, the only worry now, I wouldn't chase after this one, unfortunately. Like, I do think JP Morgan is a better play. Just because JP Morgan has, what's it called? Oh, shit. Did I grab the right ones? Oh, yeah, I did. So 56 and 49, 15. Because JP Morgan can move a lot more. Remember, you're paying, I just spent $100 on a $50 stock, whereas JP Morgan is like $170. So if that goes in the money, you're way more likely to get more dollars for your investment. Does that make sense? I really hope it does. So I'm gonna go through all the other earnings. So don't shoot your load just yet, my friend. 56 and then 49.50s. You heard what I said. So fucking pay attention. Let's go. You ain't got time to waste, my brother. Okay? And don't be a jackass just because I have this play highlighted. That's not the one I made. Fun fact. But you did watch me do it there again. So it's I went a little bit below. I grabbed the 56 calls at 17 cents. I grabbed 3 of them for $70. 4 of them for 70. Oh, excuse me. And then I grabbed 1 put for 30. So I spent $70 around 2 standard deviations on the call side, and then I grabbed 1 put for 31 cents, a little bit closer. But I don't know. I would give this one like a C plus, maybe a B minus. I do still think that I do think JP Morgan is a little bit better above all else, just because you could have more dollars to get out of that one. So let's go to the next one, Delta Airlines. Oh, yes, you forgot. It's not just banks, baby. It's not just banks. So Delta total revenue adjusted $13.5 billion versus guidance of $13.4 to $13.8. Passenger volume $12 billion, cargo $169, other $1.3. Third-party refinery sales loss of $553 million. Adjusted operating income of $1.25 billion. Adjusted operating margin 9.2 versus guidance of 9 to 11. Adjusted pre-tax income of $979.8. Adjusted pre-tax margin of 7.2. EPS of $116 versus guidance of $105 to $130. This is a wide range. They're on the lower end of everything. Load factor 84.8%, RPMs 57.8 billion, ASM 68.6, PRASM 18.15 cent, TRASM adjusted 1995, CASM 18.79, and CASM exclusion 13.39. Next quarter expected to be revenue adjusted 12.37 billion, passenger revenue of 10.8 billion, cargo 179, other 1.58, and a loss of 650 on refineries. EPS expected to be 0.38. Delta since last close of October is up 17.6. S&P is up 8.7. XLI is up 7.9. And last 4 quarters, loss of 2, loss of 1, loss of 1, loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters, 1 in line. EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. So that's for Delta. How y'all feel about that one? They have not had a good earnings reaction in a year. So the stock still went up, though. That's something to keep in mind. I just read you the earnings. This is why you should get more than 1 week of time low-key, because even though they've had bad earnings, they have somehow found a way to rocket up regardless. Are they at the same price of 2021? So they're just pinned, bro, like low-key. They're right where they started in 2021. And then they're still at the resistance of 2020. So good upside if it could break, but also they're at the low end of all of their guidance. Let's see what they're pricing in now. So 42.20, like 1.7, it's like 160, 140. This is showing 1.7. I'll just use the two out of the monies because there's like 25 cents difference between them. It's like 140, 144. This shows 170. So that's kind of a pretty big gap between the Thinkorswim and whatnot. We'll just use the Thinkorswim. I'd rather have a higher again, by using the higher number, you're implying a bigger move, and then we'll go to the prices. CVS Health to close dozens of pharmacies inside Target stores. Paid effort to reduce retail footprint based on changes in population and consumer buying patterns. That's coming out right now. CVS closing stores in Target. We just did Citi. That was the one I made a play on. We went JP Morgan. That one's like 2 weeks old, but I decided to just go buy Citi instead of putting more money on JP Morgan. But I do think JP Morgan would be the better one, though, if you have to bet on any of it. And then this one, we're doing Delta Airlines right now. So we're going to use the higher number. I'd rather be safe than sorry, because then we could just always assess it by looking at the prices. So times that by 2, you're looking at $3.42. So let's see, 342 minus 342. That'd be 38 to the downside. And then what would that be to the upside? 42.22 plus 342. 45.64. Shit, what was the number to the downside? We'll just start with the calls. 45.65. 45.65. Oof. 9 cents. Oh, wait. I'm looking at the fucking weeklies. I'm a jackass. So you got to go to next week. Yeah. See, the prices change. Now you got to pay a little bit more. I don't think they can move as... I don't know. That seems kind of expensive. What's the downside? I'll check these on the 12 cents. No, 45.65. Yeah, so these would be the ones we want. You'd want the 45.5. And then what's the downside? 42.22 22 minus 342. 38.80. So these 39. So 39 and then 45 and a half. These ones, what do you have, Habibi? Oh, these are kind of pinned, so I think the calls are kind of a little more expensive. And then the 39s, these are the puts are dirt cheap. What the fuck? Yeah, Delta. I don't know, man. Actually, I was going to buy 2 of these, but maybe we just buy 140. Yeah, I'm going to buy 140 for $30. That's it. I'm not going to go calls on it. I don't like the call. I don't like how the calls look. I think they're holding up a little too much premium. Again, looking at it, and then it's not like Delta. If they break out, I'm fine missing a breakout. Yeah, so which one did I grab? I think I grabbed a 40. Yeah, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I'm going to go with that. $30. Again, I'm keeping it small, too. Don't be a dickhead. Hopefully you guys realize, like I said, because if you hit one of these, you'll make a shit ton of money, or at least enough to cover it. But it's like I'm not trying to lose a lot of money. That's my key with this. If you haven't noticed, I'm not trying to predict anything. I am trying to get high-risk, high-reward plays but then again, if I could keep the pricing low, I don't have any, I'm making sure I have nothing to lose on there. But that makes sense, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, if you really, now here's the deal. If you like one of these plays, you have conviction, use the numbers. And if you haven't noticed, what have I been doing? I'm giving you the points of where 2 standard deviations are, but even on the last 2 plays, I'm going a little bit closer. So you got to think about the play a little bit, right? These are just giving us a boundary of what a double expectation is. So if it does surprise, we have a general idea of where this thing could move. So if you have a conviction, you have anything else, you could go about it however you want. But like I'm saying, I'm trying to keep it small. I already spent $100 on JP Morgan. My plays are down. Instead of trying to buy more, I'm going to go for I'm trying to scatter my seeds here and keep them really cheap. Again, I did put a little bit more on Citi since I bought a couple, but now on this one, I'm doing literally $30. I'm only going one side too because I don't think the calls are going to be worth it, but I could be wrong. So again, you could adjust that play. You could buy calls if you'd like. You could go on one direction. It's all on you, baby boy or baby girl. It's up to you. So that's the other one. Let's see what we have. I'll write down the total cost on all these. So JP Morgan, we did what? It was like 170. And that was early though. So honestly, imagine if we waited today to make the JP Morgan, you would have got closer to the money and you would have got a better deal. Sadly. Okay, and then what's the Citi's? 1770, so $101 on Citi. And then Delta, we did $29. I think JP Morgan is still probably the most optimal out of all of these. Because again, for the same $50, same $30, you're getting a stock near all-time highs that could, again, move $10 in a day. It doesn't always, though. It's not pricing in that much, but that one has a way bigger ability to move. So the next one, UNH. UNH. Bonds are ripping. SPY is back to green. My goodness. Even the Nazi. My goodness. So UNH, let's see the daily. What are we working with? Can you work it? Put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it. It's your if rate cuts with the. It's your if rate cut with the. If you got a rate, let me cut it. If you want to find out when real estate drop. Okay, I'm sorry. It's a good song, man. All right, UNH. 91.94 billion expected, premium 71.73 billion, products 10.5, services 8.8, investments and other income 949, United Healthcare revenue 68, Optum revenue 57, ratios consolidated MCR 84.1, operating costs SG&A 15.2, EPS of 598. Price history since last close, they're up 2.1. S&P is up 9.5, and XLV is up 8.5. Near-term options implied 2.6% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, gain of 7, loss of 3, and loss of 1. Revenue has beaten consensus 18 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20. This comment was revised to include consensus UH Optum segments and enrollment January 10th. So this is updated. All right, so it's implying a 2.6% move. That means 5% on UNH, but let's double check. See what we work with. I put the pricing in, then I'm going to double it. Okay, I'm sorry. 1407. Let's see if that makes 5. You're right on the money, baby. This is making our job a lot easier here. So 12.9, so like 7. It's like $14. Again, we're going to use the high number, but it's way closer than the other one. So we'll take that 1407. So like what, 28.14 probably? We don't need to use a calculator. So 540 minus 28.14, 511.86. And then 540 plus 28.14, 568.64. All right. So let's go to next week and see. So let's start with the high side, 568. Oh, 570 is right there at $70. I'll have to go check it on the contract, but that one's kind of pushing it. It's still a little bit up there. You see, this would have been nicer if these were like a little cheaper. It would have been pretty decent. But let's see, 511, so 512. Though puts are expensive. Yeah, your puts, you got to pay for the puts. So even if you try to get below $60, $100 on the 510s, you would still be out of the money. Let's see what we're working with. So what was it, 568? Yeah, so these could be, someone got filled at 66. That's not bad. Yeah, these aren't, and then where's the other one? The 511s. I think these are overpriced. I think these are bullshit. Trying to get those 60s. Let's try this one. All right, I got in 67. I may have worked the chain a little bit for you. I'm going to grab one call. This one's pushing it, but again, why do I like this one? $67. What do I like about it? Someone tell me what I like about it. I still think it's kind of expensive. Well, there's only one thing I like about it. Can somebody tell me? Oh, there you go. It's not cheap. It's not. It's up. It's hard to tell. I think it's appropriately priced, if that makes any sense. Remember, it's still a standard deviation out there, or 2 standard deviations. There's only one thing that really, and then again, the stock doesn't move a lot, but there's one thing that I like about it. Yeah, there you go. Oh, wait, I should have got the 565. Fuck. Oh, I kind of fucked that one up. Well, this one we really got to get lucky. I forgot, because if it goes to 568, we'll still be out of the money. Ugh. So watch out for that. But there's only one thing I like with the $60 play. Anybody know? You already said it. The stock price is expensive. So think about what we just paid for. Let me give you an example with one that we just did. So like $560 times 100, or let's say, is it 560, 570? 570 times $100. That's $57,000 of value, right? And you paid $60 for that. So which one did we buy $60? Did we buy any of these ones at 60? We'll just use Citi. So take a look at Citi. We spent $31 on a $49.50. So $49.50 for 100 shares is $4,000. And we spent half of the price that we spent on this one. Do you feel me on that? So that is kind of the problem right there, is that you're just getting way more dollar for dollar on a company like UNH. But again, this is going to take a lot to move, a how many billion-dollar company? Probably, what, 600 billion maybe? What are we working with, UNH? $5 billion, $500 billion company, 2 standard deviations is going to take a little bit more juice. So the only reason why I could judge, that's why I buy one of them, $60. Honestly, anything out here starts to get into 3 standard deviations, but we will see. That's UNH. And now the next one, and again, none of these are a recommendation. I'm making plays on some of them, but I am trying to teach you guys this. And then I know some of you guys are going to cry about earnings. Like, what is it? What is it? I'm just trying to show y'all exactly what I would do in my head. I mean, this is literally what I'm doing. And the goal here, I'm trying to bet small, win big, because if we just hit one of these, then that's it. So, like, between all 3 of the plays I made right now, I've spent less than $200. And I have exposure now to Citi, Delta, and UNH. So if one of them surprises, we'll make money. If not, you're going to lose. Very simple. None of these plays are expected to win. They are here to just give you a good return if you get some sort of crazy type of move. So Bank of America, revenue 23. Let me throw it up there. Banco America. Oh, and it's Power Hour. And then bonds are back up. We're up 340 on bonds, and now I'm only down 400 on gold. I was only down $200 on gold not too long ago. So that came up nice. So revenue 23.7, net interest FTE 14 billion. This is Bank of America. Provision for losses 1.31 billion. Non-interest expense 17.42 billion. Efficiency ratio 72.1. EPS of 57 cents. Net interest margin 2.03. Average earning assets 2.739. Net charge-offs 1.05 billion. Non-performing loans 5.36. Ending loans 1.0 trillion. Ending deposits 1.878 trillion. Book value 3304. Tangible book 2419. Investment banking 1.07 billion. Advisory 377. Equity debt capital markets 184 and 443. FICC 2.39 billion. Equities 1.47. Price history since last October up 26.6, S&P up 8.9, and XLF up 13.2. Near-term options imply a 3.7% move. Stock last 4 quarters, gain of 2, gain of 4, gain of 1, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten consensus 13 of the last 20 quarters, 1 in line, and EPS has beaten consensus 18 of the last 20 quarters. So they're expected to move a little bit bigger. I don't think I'm going to play this one. I could already tell I don't like it. So let's see what we're working with. 30's right on the money, baby. So about what? $1.10, $1.12, $2. Yeah, that makes sense. I think this number's a little lower. We'll keep it. So 224. 33.09 minus 224. 30.85. And then 33.09 plus, what was the number? 2.24? Colby! Sorry. 3533. All right. Is there 7 cents? That's weekly. You got to go to the next week's. I go to the next week's on the UNHs? Yeah. Word. Let's see. So 35, 33. The 35s would work. They're kind of, these are more expensive than City. So literally, you were paying more for this, and you're getting almost half the amount. I don't know if I like the calls. And then 30.85. You have to go with the 31s. These ones aren't that bad. You'd make 20 cents if that went there. So these would go up 200%. If it actually went there. It sucks these are up. I'm down. I'll grab one of these. I'll grab one put on Bank of America. $32 for next week. Not a recommendation. You'll lose money. And I think that'll be our oh, no, we still got Wells Fargo. Literally $25. $32 put. New trap 2 so you could sell 1. I want to keep it small. If I could ghetto spread it if it hits. We don't need to worry about, selling and getting money back. Again, the idea, like I'm saying, none of these plays should work. You got to keep that in mind. We are betting that the computer is going to be wrong or something unexpected to a big degree happens, and then it moves down. So assume, this isn't just a disclaimer, assume all of these plays are going to lose, right? And then again, if they don't lose, you have upside potential. This play can make a couple 100%. We're going against the tide. It's very contrarian, but the idea is keep it small because if you hit one of them, you'll at least make up all the money. But if we start throwing 5 here, 10 here, 20 here, you're going to kind of run into an opportunity to get clapped more or less. You could ghetto spread, no, because then the plays underneath will be negative. You could only ghetto spread it if you do good. SPY down. You're gonna lose money, yeah. On these ones, you should. That's it. So if the math is correct, what should happen would make us lose money. We are betting that something beyond what was going to happen. No. I'm taking the price predictions. That's why you got to watch the original video and pay attention because I have been communicating this from the very first play. So I'm taking what's priced in and then I'm doubling it. So I'm going after the unexpected. That's why, but those are the plays where if you get them cheap enough, again, the reward should be high and the risk is dependent on how much money you put on it. And then Wells Fargo. I made a heart for you guys. You were making fun of me. I made it. You see that? Isn't that nice? All the swirlies, Wells Fargo with a heart. So Wells Fargo, they're the next one. Quickly, get to the chain. Hurry. Where's Wells Fargo? Oh, the spy's coming down. Hurry. Watch out. Why not do half at 2? These are around 2 standard deviation. We're not going for the 3 standard deviation ones. But then again, some of them, if the play looks decent enough, I have gone closer on 2 of them just because I could get one. Instead of buying 2 contracts for like $15, I'll just go a little bit closer. And then buy one for the $30 or the $60 or whatever else it may be. So Bank of America, we spent what, $25? And you'll see I wrote all of these down though. So you guys, like, again, we'll go over how much we spent and then we'll see what the results are by tomorrow. But in general, I'm telling you now, like we're barely pushing $200. So it's like if I could get all of these plays for under $200, just keep in mind, this is what I mean by watch your budget, because dude, you could burn $200 on one UNH play, and if you're wrong, you lose. If you try to copy these plays with 5 times the size, you're going to get clapped on every single one. Like, you could lose a lot of money. So I'm not trying to be correct. I'm trying to lose, and I'm trying to lose good. But what I mean by that is if I lose, I'm not going to lose a lot, but I'm in these contracts that if they do move, they all have big stocks again, they've moved a lot recently. We could get a big return on them. You're either going to lose very gracefully or you're going to be able to walk away and be like, yeah, what's up, son? How you living, man? What's going on? So Wells Fargo, net expected revenue 20.32, net interest income 12.74 billion versus guidance at 12.7, non-interest 7.5 billion, provisions for credit losses 1.34 billion, non-interest expense 14.2 versus guidance of 12.6. Damn, analysts are expecting a lot from them. Efficiency ratio 67.6. WEC getting clapped. Yo, WC Energy, WEC down 5 in Flushing. Goolsby says his federal funds rate is not the lowest dot of the market makers. His is nearer to the median. Yeah, remember we saw WEC get clapped the other day, huh? Wasn't that one random day they just died? And then the market started getting clapped with it? Goolsby, can't you see? Sometimes the golden path just hypnotize me. I just love your dovish ways. This is how you know that they'll cut rates. Oh, that was a good one. Anyways. Provision for credit losses 1.3, efficiency ratio 67.6, EPS 0.89 cents, net interest margin 2.94, average earning assets 1.727, net charge-offs 1.03 billion, non-performing loans 8.14 billion, ending loans 939.35 billion, ending deposits 1.35 trillion, book value 4506, tangible book 37.98, price history since last close, October 12th, Wells Fargo's up 25.6, S&P's up 9.5, XLF is up 14.6, and near-term options imply a 3.7% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, loss of 0, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. So, not bad. Let's see what we're working with. Put my thing down, flip it, then revert it. I love how all of these are right at the money. So we'll just use the 49s, about 150, 154, we'll take it. So what, 308, I believe? Yep, 308's our number. So 49 minus 308, 4592. Plus 308, 5208. You're going all in on JP Morgan? Well, listen, if you're going all in on JP Morgan, You just have to remember this one thing today. A lot of this will like literally make or break it. You have to remember that and then that's it though. But I'm telling you that like the people who told me that, bro, it's gonna hit. If you have to do that though. Otherwise it's gonna be it'll be very difficult. But otherwise, like I'm even considering doing that too, you know? So yeah, it's just very simple. Anyways, where are we at? 45.92. Right? That's to the downside. So you need a 46 off. Keep looking. We got to go one more week. 13 cents. Let me see. This is how you, in this, I'll pay. They's kind of holding. They were all over the place. I don't like the puts. 45.92 or 52.08. So you need the 52s. These dropped a lot recently. They could go up. I think we're gonna burn Wells Fargo. I don't think I'm gonna avoid Wells. But I would only go calls on that one. Maybe the put again. You could play it both ways, super cheap. But I don't know. I don't like it. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to skip that one. You could go for it, but I think I've made enough plays. But it'd be 52 to like 40, 46 downside, 52. But I'd rather save the money and throw it on JP Morgan or UNH. I like those. But UNH is usually a dud. It's just a big name, so keep that in mind. So as of now, let's see. So on just the plays that we made today, I already had the JP Morgan. So the ones we made, and that one's actually a little bigger. So we did $101 on Citi, $29 on Delta, $67 on UNH, and $25 on Bank of America. I have 4 earnings plays for $222. Look at that. You can't get that anywhere, bro. You can't get that anywhere. You got 4 earnings plays for $200, bro. Are you serious? This is like Wendy's. Is it 4 for $222? I don't know if that's kind of expensive if that was Wendy's, but think about it. You have exposure, and if anything goes crazy, you'll be able to do good. But if anything, again, it's like these companies might move. If they all cuck, you get nothing out of it, but then you're not going to, again, I could lose $200 in a heartbeat on any sort of play. You could actually make money on these. I do believe so. Yeah, all it would take is, in this case, especially with the earnings previews we went over, all you would need is it's simple. Take the number that's expected. If these companies move more than what is priced in, these go from dog shit to, able to make money. So if JP Morgan moves more than 3.5%, you have an opportunity to make money. If Delta moves anywhere towards 8% instead of 4%, you can make money. Same thing with Citi. Instead of 4.7, if it moves 8%, and that could happen. I mean, that is what happened recently. And then some of these plays, I think every play that I bought on, where is it? So, just take a look. 3% move, double it up, 6%. That shit has moved 18% in a quarter. Citi, 4.3% move, 8% move. Is that possible? This shit just moved 30% in 3 months. You see what I'm saying? So you're coming into earnings in a lot of these plays, even though I'm assuming it would have to move double. The fact of the matter is all of these companies have moved so much in the short term already. It's I think it's well worth the risk. But then again, if I'm wrong, I'm only going to be $200 wrong. No, these all have one extra week. So all of these are going to make sure that we could play into next week as well, too. So then that way we don't have to, again, we're not trying to be exactly on the money. It's just boom, if something has a really good or bad earning, depending on where we're at, then we're going to, you'll probably get some premium or get your money. I didn't get puts on all of them, no. Some of them I got calls, some of them I got puts. Again, we just did all of them. I did every single one live. We went over the earnings preview. I calculated everything in front of you. If I made a play, you saw me do it, and then, yeah, well, good. So we'll see, but it may not hit. Yeah, one play would pay for it all, but if not, then no. No, I have not betting they're gonna fall. So we have Citi calls and a Citi put. We have Delta put, UNH call, and then Bank of America put, and then JP Morgan. I go both ways, but that one I spent 170 on because we did it early, and I like JP Morgan. I should have waited, but that's the moral of the story. But the ones we all did today. Those four, those are the one. And again, some of them I went both ways. So I have Citi for both directions. That's the crazy part. I did a call on UNH. But UNH is the king of cucks. But if we do get a surpriser, that thing could be beautiful. I just want you to know. You know, oh, these came down too? You could get them cheaper now. 10 cents cheaper. Be the 512s. Yeah, these puts are just jacked though. So we'll see. You got 40 minutes left, man. I hope you enjoyed it. Now on that note, I need to go to the potty. I need to go to the bathroom and eat a buffalo chip. I do that before I go, but yeah. Anyway, all right. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. I will be right back. And none of these earnings we're gonna have anything until tomorrow morning. So you just got to wake up to it. Oh man, they're going to commercial right when I want to go pee. Right when I finished. Thank you again. My pleasure, my friend. My pleasure. I hope they work. I hope they work. That's it. Otherwise, you'll be like, fuck this, Josh. I hate you. But it's okay.
Airbus hit an
That's why I keep it small.
in European trading earlier today after announcing that it shattered its record for jet orders, up almost about 30% from its prior record set back in 2014. So a different situation for Airbus versus Boeing. Mike?
Very. Okay, Christina, thanks so much. We are just getting started. Up next, JP Morgan's Mira Pandit is back, what she's forecasting for the year ahead, and what global markets she's steering clear of right now. That's after this break. We are live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
They don't want me to pee. I'll just eat the chips until it's gone. Yo, Verizon and AT&T, they're getting clobbered. We got communication stuff. What's going on there? Yeah, cytokinesis. They said Novartis is backing out of the deal. I didn't go to the bathroom. I went to go leave, and they went to commercial. Wait. Yeah. EPA calls on telecom executives to meet about lead sheath phone cables. Yeah. That one came up here. I think it was an exclusive. Damn. I think you guys got that a while ago. I think while we were talking about it. Yeah, right here. So that's why they're reacting. Damn, we should have had that earlier. That one flew right across you guys. We were just focusing on options. No. That's everybody in the chat. It was right there. I was literally right there. 15:04. That's like 20 minutes old. My goodness. So yeah, now remember, last time that happened, it got clapped. Wasn't that here? Appreciate you too, man. God bless you. I just really need to go pee, though. They're killing me out here. Cytopop. All right, I'll be right back.
Off $10 million worth of art and antiques. That's after selling their Atlanta home last year. If you take a look through the article, what's actually being sold, you could get some 1970s era silver platform boots, Romaine. Those might look nice. Apparently his 1990 Bentley two-door convertible. Do you have one of those?
I do.
Okay, well, okay, so maybe this isn't for you, but I'm sure a lot of people will be psyched. Apparently 900 lots that all total about $10 million.
Yeah, I was going through all of these things, and I mean, obviously, given a man of his taste and style and wealth, he's got a lot of good stuff in here. I'm really interested in a lot of the artwork prints. I mean, he's got the collection of photography that he has is insane. I mean, just some of the most prolific and most important photographers probably of the last 70, 80 years he has there. But the one that struck out to me was, and I'm going to quote here, there is also a significant amount of Versace clothing.
A significant amount.
Deals today.
He's buying Versace inside.
Back in the red, the big cap index is hovering close to the flat line, just a little below after a peak into the green a little bit earlier. As we head toward the close, investors continuing to digest this morning's hotter than expected CPI print. Joining me now at Post 9 is JP Morgan's Mira Pandit to talk about what it could all mean. Mira, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Wow.
So modest upside to the headline CPI. It leads to this series of questions of, does it change anything about the overall inflation trend? Does it change anything about what we should expect the Fed to do about it? And how much does all of that mean in terms of a make or break dynamic for the markets?
This doesn't change our outlook on what the Fed does, on what CPI does from here on out, because we don't expect the path going forward on CPI to be a very even one when it comes to getting all the way down to the Fed's 2% target. But if you look at the last 3 months trend and annualize that on headline CPI, that's actually slightly below 2%, and on the core measure, just a little bit above 3%. So we're still getting to the point where the Fed is seriously considering when they start cutting. So to your point earlier, I think it's still more of a when, not an if. But I do think slightly hotter jobs, slightly hotter CPI, and the fact that we had record
and then, I couldn't stop the pee. It's not healthy, you know. I didn't want to, do any unhealthy behavior, so I just let it ride, I felt like it would wake some of y'all up. I got confused, bro. I thought I was tripping out. I thought life was just a dream. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. But then again, that's crazy, though. If that's how this shit sounds, like, I don't want to listen to any of this, man. If that's how it sounds, like if you listen to that in the room, it's like, oh man, Buffalo. You still laughing at my dad sitting in the hotel lobby? You know what the crazy part is? There's some white dude out there who's still thinking about it and like, dude, I avoided a terrorist attack. You know what I'm saying? He's thinking about it too, just a little differently. So I'm glad you're enjoying it, because he has a whole different story in his head about what happened. He's like, this dude was using a Toshiba, and he played. So a Toshiba. When the last time you saw a Toshiba flat top? It don't make sense. Oh, can I tell you something though? It's my dad's fault. You realize it wasn't until, I think it wasn't until I was in like maybe high school that, laptops, like a laptop, like a MacBook, but like a laptop, like I didn't know what it was called because of my dad. So the first time my dad showed me a laptop, he was like, laptop. So, like, I always thought it was laptop, like a laboratory. So even when I was young, I was like, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Like, I thought it was like your little lab that you, like, laptop is weird. Like, why are you talking about my lap? So, like, literally up until I was in, like, high school and motherfuckers had to explain it to me, I straight up, like, I thought it was for your, like, I thought it was, like, a science equipment. I didn't know that it was for, like, it was designated, like, where you put it. That's stupid. But I thought it was laptop for a long, long time. A long time. My dad still calls it a laptop, so we'll let him. Dude, Verizon and AT&T getting clapped up. We missed that, but we had that so early. That's crazy. You ever got a laptop? I was allowed to play with them. Like, my dad would have a work one, or like they had them at church. So like I remember the laptop with like, you remember they used to have the mouse, the little button in the middle of the keyboard? That was tech at one point. That was like high-end technology. Tesla to halt most Berlin site output on Red Sea conflict. Habibi, how can we make the Americans respond? I know. Take out their Teslas. They love those things. Take them out. Yallah. What? Elon's like, what did I do? I'm just tweeting about immigration, providing satellites for the world. Houthis, maybe you guys want internet. Come on. What's the big deal? We got to do it for society. Reproduce. What? Yeah, the red thing. No, that was tech, bro. That was tech. I want a laptop now. I thought it was a science equipment, though. I thought it was for a lab, like a laboratory. But hey, man, I guess not. They misnamed it. Is that good or bad? Probably bad for Tessie. Bloomberg's just posting it, though, but that came out 10 minutes ago. The strike for the Bank of America. How did you miss it, though? Like, I want to give it to you, but, like, I want you to, like, do you know how many people were here? And then by the fifth play, they're like, wait a minute, we're going to lose money on these? I'm like, man, the whole idea. So I don't want you to miss, like, it's not like these plays are excellent plays where I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? There's a strategy behind it, and it's really like we're just, you know, we're going for the 10X, but we're also probably going to miss. It's like playing a carnival game. You know what I'm saying? Where, like, the hoop looked close, but it's like a double rim, and the ball is really bouncy. So it's like I could give you the play, but it's not like, you know, where there's a bigger theme at play with understanding the options that we did. I made a tutorial on this last week, so I thought it'd be good to show you all in the process of it. But I definitely, like I said, I did every play in front of everybody. I gave you guys the strikes and everything, but it's a little different. If you will go broke if you do it the wrong way. I mean, like I'm saying, in that same 4 plays that I spent $200 on, I know people in here could have easily spent $800 trying to go after all of those, and then like, oh, I want this much, and then this, and then, oh, these look cheap, and then I'll buy this. But it's like, just, you know, I'm assuming I'm going to miss on all of them. What happens when an option is about to expire? Expiration date is on the day of the company's earnings. Nothing. It might have a little more premium, but you just better hope it's in the money. That's it. V-shape. Dude, today's crazy. Again, almost every play's up. I'm only down $300 on gold. I was down $1,500 earlier. My bond plays, I'm up $300. I was up $500 in the morning, went down to $560. Now I'm back up to $3. Even the EYPT is in the green. Every play that went, like, it's just stupid. Again, nothing happened. It's just fucking moving around. I'm taking a longer vacation next year. Ever since 2020, lost money. Once did I blame Josh, but my lack of knowledge had hard to do. But if you persist, you'll stay alive and do instead of suffering and quitting and get a long term. But why am I just finding out about this that you blaming me? What the hell? It's a good inspirational story, but like, what? When did I get? Wait, when did you blame me, bro? What the hell? No, I'm playing with you. But I feel, again, that's why I do try to make it clear with everybody on here, but definitely, you know, especially in these cases, the market's crackheady. Some of these options hit or not. Docu's up. I don't know if there's any news on it, but you do just got to control the balance, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, I agree with what you said, man. Stay alive, and that's what it is, you know. Have exposure. You may hit a good one. It'd be great, but, you know, you got to make sure you don't lose all the money leading up to it. Go pee. I just went pee, and you guys all got confused. You're like, why do I hear 7 voices? I feel it doesn't Docu always get buyout news? Damn, they're up 6% in one candle. Wait, didn't Docu have buyout news? I forgot. We played it. Oh, remember we hit those. Those are like 2,000% in like 1 minute. Yeah. I forgot about that. Reuters reporting it? Uh-oh. But you guys remember we hit those Docu plays Those are a couple of 1,000%. I forgot. All of the options already went up 2,400%. Everybody's a crackhead on these. Yeah. Very, very hard. Betaville holding for an offer of 130 and 140. Oh, that's cytokinesis. I was like, what the fuck for DocuSign? Yeah, all those options are crazy on Docu already went nuts. Low key, the spreads are ridiculous. Even the ones you think you want to buy, they're just so far out. That's the only problem. What did it go? Again, you're at that high price last time. Ended up 63. Docu's ripping. Let's see. Okay, I found a DocuSign play. It's risky, though, because it's super far out. But I'm kind of down with it. I'm down with it. I spent $40. Maybe you could find it. And it's actually still negative on the day, believe it or not. That's the crazy part. Yeah, there's no news on it either. That's the crazy part. Bain Capital are reportedly competing to acquire DocuSign. So we had that. So I think these are going to go a little crazy. I only spent $44. I'll keep it cheap. Last time it worked out pretty good. Yeah, Reuters, they're the first one posting it. Or again, I think Reuters said they had it. So there was a little bit. But remember, we played this news. We made 1,000% on this, a couple thousand, I think, last time. I didn't grab a next week. Believe it or not, there's an option that is still sitting there. But the problem is the buyout risk. So it's fucking crazy. That's why I went with it. It's the only, every other play moved up 500 to 1,000. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went with a January 25 play for $44. If you can't find it, you just hate looking for any. At that point, you should quit options if you cannot find the play. Not a recommendation. Not a recommendation. That's the only. If you cannot figure out that play by then, I don't know what to tell you. I told you the date, what I paid for it. It's really kind of easy if you look at that chain. So now it no longer exists at 44. The Chad has eaten it up. You can no longer get it at 44. It is over. On Docu. So, but again, the only way we miss out is if they get bought out below $100 or fucked. If they get bought out above 100, then there you go. You got 10 of them, so at least you save some for the other Chads, bro. That's cool. Now they're up 100% on the bid. Don't go after those anymore. They're up too much. Actually, comparatively, it's only up 69, but if you're going to spend $69, I would try to bid on the 85s at that point. Docu 95. That's again. I spent $40. I'm just trying to keep. Whoa. Did those big? Oh no, I looked at that. I was looking at the 75s. But yeah, they're going up a little bit. But we'll see. Last time we got lucky on that one. You just need to actually get an offer. Nice little pump and dump. I didn't sell it, asshole. Why are you mad? See, y'all don't know. Y'all don't recognize anytime I ever share the options with y'all too. Half of y'all just get pissed. Half of y'all get really mad. Even then, if I do 1,000%er in front of you off like a small play, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then it's too late and it moves 1,000% on snake in the chain. Y'all love that. If I do anything else too, y'all get real pissed off about it. Y'all start with them comments. You're like, well, that pump and dump. I'm like, how's it a fucking pump and dump if I didn't sell it? That makes no damn sense. As I put $44, only pumping. Motherfucker in the chat was like, I got 10 of them. I'm like, okay, well, there you go. That's cool, I guess. That's how it's going to be. You got 3 more at 44. Oh, yeah, they're still going for 44 now. Well, there you go. But that one, dude, you just dumped like fucking $500 into it. Like, you got to realize, though, if that goes, if you know, the buyout risk is on that play. If it gets bought out less than 100, we're fucked. I did say that. I just told you guys all of that. I said you should quit options if you couldn't find that play. It was literally the only contract at 40 cents on January 25. So, I don't know at this point. And then we went over all the other plays too, but I don't know, man. Y'all are, I don't know. You should quit. Honestly, I mean that. Because at that point, this ain't for you. After, if it's that one, you're like, I don't know, man. Josh, can you give me more info? I'm like, what the, like, dude, it's right there. It's right there. About 85 calls for 45? No, you didn't. I'm looking at the chain, sir. If you saw in January, you didn't. Maybe another one. We're talking about DocuSign. We played this. Again, we got that first rip. I did this one. Remember, we snaked the chain. I think we made like 2,000% in like 4 minutes or a minute or something. And then we got a bunch of free ones, and then they chilled out. But we made a lot on DocuSign on the first buyout rumor. So it just started pumping here right now. And then there's a Reuters article. And then all the options already went up 500, 1,000%. So I went to the Januaries because I was just looking through every other option. Like, oh, look at February. Some of these you'll see. These are up like 81% on the next weeks. They were already, and again, you could probably hear me clicking around. Did they come down? What are these at? Yeah, these are already up 1,600% and shit. Like, why would I buy any of those? See what I'm saying? Like, people were just spending a grip on these. So I went further out. Nobody was looking at them. January 25, and then these were going for $40. So they're already up 100%. Pump and dump. I haven't sold, asshole. Okay, I'm going to hold until I get the news. So, again, it's $40. So if I'm wrong, I lose $40. But if I'm right, we only make money if it goes above $100. So that's the only issue. You need a fat buyout premium. Otherwise, we'll see. DocuSign shares jump on 11. Reuters report of PE interest. But yeah, that's the story. Amgen may be evaluating Cytokinetics 130, 145. Are they going back up now? Oh. Hot dog. You got to remember, be careful with those option prices on that one. Yeah, all the options above 120, 130, they're jacking up the premiums. Bain and Friedman vying to buy DocuSign, hitting red now. Yeah, the site, you could try to find it, but it is difficult on there. It's not worth it. If you could have got them for pennies, that'd be nice. Yeah, Saito, you got to go with shares, bro. If you want Saito, maybe. Hold on. It's actually not a bad idea, sir. Ugh. Nah, they won't even raise the premiums on them. Assholes. You get $5 lower and shit. No, you can't even do the covered call shit. You'd have to just go shares on that. That's the only way. Cytokinesis is pretty hard. Oh, yeah, the market is closed on Monday. You should sell it right now. My option, I'm down to hold. It's back to 44 on the bid. I bet you that's just logistics staying there the whole time, but I'm going to just write it out. Oh, wow, someone got the 95s for 48. Whoa. Whoa, someone bought 300 of those? How? Yo, that's not showing up, but somebody just got 300 of these at 48 cents. What a fucker. Interesting. It's only showing one contract, but when you see that volume went through, it'll show up later. Interesting. Well, we'll see. I wanted to go to the snow. I wanted to go back to the snow for the long weekend. But then did y'all see there was an avalanche in California? Or like the Cali side of Lake Tahoe? I was like, you know what? I'm done with the snow. I think I've had enough. Excuse me. Market close. 10-minute rig should come out here in a little bit. And then Cytokinesis is not going too crazy, but if you want that risk, you got to buy the shares. I don't know. I don't think there's any other play on that one. The 85 for April 19th. That one was an interesting one over here. But again, if it goes in below 100, we're fucked. So again, if you're going big on that, I'm talking to you, logistics. Be careful. Be careful. That's the only risk with that play. Cytokinesis symbol. I think it's side duck. No, it's CYTK. It's the one in the top right. Are you in Big Bear? I wanted to go to Big Bear, but then I'm kind of nervous. How's the snow out there right now? How's the trackhead? The trackhead. I was gonna say the roads, but then crackhead came out. The trackhead. How's the traffic? Trackhead. Big Bear. Let's go. This would be the weekend, bro. We'd have a day off. Or I could just stay in the sun like a normal Californian. You have a winter advisory till Saturday. Yeah, bro, the rest of everywhere is getting freaking cold. How's the traffic to Big Bear? Because don't everybody, like, crash on there? Doc, you know, not for 40, not for 60. And I would try to get closer to the money than I did. I don't think it's a good one. You'll know when you see the orange Subi. There has to be more than one orange Subi. Actually, those are pretty rare in color. Now that I think about it, it's a good one. It's a good color. Mod on the high. Thanks for the extended stream. It's the same stream. What did we do that's extended? I'm not staying for any earnings. There's no earnings tonight. Or there is, but we didn't play any of them. We're playing the ones for tomorrow. Traffic's normal. LA on Saturday. You come, let's go to Big Bear, bro. Actually, is LA on the way to Big Bear? Oh, dumplings. Bro, that one place you told me to go, I went. The one in, what was it called? In Coast Plaza or whatever. And they had that fucking dude, they had a pulled pork dumpling. Or like, you know, the Din Tai Fung type beat. Bro, that shit was so good. Everything else, though, I wasn't vibing with too much of it. There was other stuff I didn't like, but they had a pulled pork dumpling. A barbecue pulled pork dumpling, bro. That was crazy. Dim sum. Yeah. That was like, I was like, that's America. I loved it. I loved it. Now I'm hungry. I got buffalo chips if you're interested. Been good. You want to hit Din Tai Fung? I've been to Din Tai Fung. I'll go back. I want the truffle dumpling there. But I don't know. I don't like the wait, bro. That's it. If Din Tai Fung had a 10-minute wait, bro, I'm down. But you can't even get a reservation. Like, it's good. No, Din Tai Fung, I don't think it's overrated. I think it's good, but like, I can't be waiting 2 hours, bro. I say if you put your name on the wait list 2 hours ahead of me, then tell me when it's ready, I'm down. I'm down. You know the manager? Oh, let's fucking go then. If he gonna pull it, oh, let's go. I'm down, bro. We'll go tomorrow. UTC, fuck yeah, let's go. Let's go. Oh, we'd have to go at night. I can't go because we gotta stay on the stream for a little bit, and then I got a couple of things to do. We'd have to go at night. Oh, hell yeah, bro. You didn't tell me you got the plug. No wait time, bro? Oh, I'm so down. I'm so down. Yeah, too expensive. They don't miss. You're going tonight at 6. Enjoy it. Get the truffle ones. They're mad expensive. It's like $25 for 5 of them, but it's so good. It's fire. You can't place reservations at Din Tai Fung. I did. I got the truffle one. I didn't like their truffle dumpling. Like the Din Tai Fung truffle one hit better. I went to that place. I got a bunch of shit, bro. It was good. I think they beat Din Tai Fung at everything else, but then the truffle they let me down. The egg tart, I had that one. I think that one was good. But the barbecue pork one, that was insane. That was insane, bro. Don't flake. What time do they close? I'm down for tomorrow night. It'd have to be later. Or we go Saturday. But I'm hella down. You didn't tell me I didn't have to wait. I'm going to walk in there. I'll be like, I don't wait here. The funeral? Oh, man, I'm sorry. DocuCall, another buyout thing. But I went for, that was just the only one that was cheap. I snaked the chain there. I don't know if it came down. Yeah, it came right back down. $46 now. You didn't need to chase it. And then somebody bought a shit ton of the ones above here. But this is the only one that it just doesn't have a premium. So even at 45 cents, you're buying it negative on the day versus, what's it called? Versus paying a premium if you go on any of the other ones. They all kind of got a premium attached to it. Even the ones further out the money. So I only did one for $44. You get to eat good. Swiss Miss gets to go to a shop and you can walk it off. You know that was the reason why we ended up getting a dog. You know that trip that I took there fucked me up because we were shopping there before. I was walking around with her, and what do you think happened at the mall? It was this is the most craziest shit ever, bro, but it worked. This guy and this girl are just sitting in the middle of the mall, and they have 5 puppies with them. They are just holding puppies. And I'm like, is that a bunch of puppies? And then my girlfriend's like, where? And then she's like, can we go see it? I'm like, he kind of looks like he'll stab me, but I'm down. We're in a public location, but it's California. Feds will release marijuana rescheduling memo and related documents in their entirety to response to lawsuit. Oh, MSOS, finally. Come on. I still at the high. It's not really moving too much. So then this dude has a bunch of puppies, and then we start playing with them. And I told her, I was like, listen, I was like, if he'll give me this for like $500, I'll take it home. He wanted like $2,500. So I tried. I was like, listen, man, I was like, come on. I said, give me your phone number. I'll text you. I was like, we gotta go get dinner right now. And then I texted him. I was like, listen, man, I just already got gifts and everything. I was like, $500. I'll take the puppy. I'll take it right now, $500. I told my girlfriend, I said, only way we get a puppy if he takes it for $500. And he said no. So I was like, oh, we're not getting a puppy. And then 4 weeks later. Oh, shit. New guy. You're right. Look at the time. How? How has this already happened? That's crazy. Oh, man, you guys are going to have to hold up here. Yeah, so I don't know. It might be a good time to give you guys the warning. But if you guys don't know, the new guy, he's going to come on here, and it gets extremely loud. So I need you guys to all be very careful. When I say earmuffs, that is your moment in your warning to mute your speakers. Why? Because it gets extremely loud. How loud? Some people allegedly, even a couple of CDC complaints, they have said that they have had auditory issues, auditory bleeding, hemorrhaging, diarrhea from the auditory. That could happen. Apparently, I don't know. So I just want you guys to be safe. You guys have been a very, very great audience all day. I think you've learned a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've learned a lot. We've gone over plays. We got stuff for tomorrow, but I just want you guys to be careful. So when I say earmuffs, that is your signal to mute your speakers, okay? So earmuffs. 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 Right now, it's going to get loud. It's going to get loud. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 62 degrees, partly sunny, looking like a good day unless you thought the market would actually stay down or stay up because it's just messing with you burning premium. But the good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Yeah, Chad, you got a couple markets ending green, a couple in the red. The market's crazy, man. Crazy. Crazy, bro. So, Chatadonia, time to bring it home. You have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. You want those earnings plays? You only have until right now. You got less than 30 seconds because options are in the plays and the earnings tomorrow. PPI data before the bell. We're going to get a lot more on the way, but Chad, you have to finalize it now. Shares, futures, options, it don't matter. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You have less than 10 seconds remaining. Oh, my goodness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. Are you kidding me? We did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the books once again. God is good, but you made it to the bell. I don't care if you're new, old, you just got here. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go. GG, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that brought something to the table contributed. Plays, vibes, news, personalities. You are in the game, learning, participating. Really out there, baby. Thank you, and we love you. Good game, baby. Let's go. And listen, best chat, worst chat. Without a GG, it don't matter, bro. Listen, without a GG, you are more likely to get banned. 9 out of 10 chance get banned because they didn't have a GG after talking out of pocket when we pulled up the chat facts. You better get that GG. Drop it. It's good sportsmanship, baby. Good game. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You shot at it with a dono. You showed love. Show some support. You got that membership badge. Honorary member, and it's shown to a clean chat fact. Oh, yeah, baby. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it down. Thank you all. Good game, baby. That's how you play. I'll see you tomorrow. GG, bro. GG. You played good. GG, bro. Let's go. You'll get him tomorrow. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Whew. Oh, Chad, we did it, bro. We did it. Oh, damn. It's playing this one? They playing World War III already? Nah, playing breakfast. Playing some breakfast, bro. Playing some breakfast. That's it, Chad. That's the day. I love you all. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to see you tomorrow. We got a lot to talk about, but God bless every single one of you. I will see you on the watch list. Thank you for your time, bro, especially y'all showing love. Making the most of it, baby. Welcome. Take a knee and thank the man, then I get back to the church.
Houses in the evening. They go to LA, brother, tear the mama's eyes.
That's the day, man. Thank you guys again. Thank you again. For real, man. You ain't have to show a donation. You ain't have to be a member. You ain't have to be positive, bro. You know, we ain't even got no inner circle, baby. Shout out, I recognize your craft, baby. I see you. Oh, God bless you.
$20 for the clothes, so I don't forget the days that I barely stay to flow. Hope you picking up the game. I ain't saying this shit to close. Don't trust her.
Don't eat. It don't matter if you done it with the king.
Cause your weapons, I can kill you before you blink. That's a pride, and it's talking about the great. Crazy, but I'm diligent. Contrary and a dissident. I keep the peace, don't be naive. I'm moving like I'm militant. I translated transitory, there was no equivalent. Everything except the president is unprecedented. Damn, you might get that in a minute. We're on a second listen. I son him, that's repetition. The Father got all the knowledge and granted me with the wisdom. The truth is still hard to swallow. Ain't following what I'm spitting. Valley of the death, I be walking, chilling, seeing what I see. Yeah, caught in vision. Got a lot of skies, but they taught me lessons. We gon' take it 5, that's what God's willing. Morning I be eating, money still my back. Take a knee and thank the man, then I get back to the church. Seeing houses in the evening, they go to LA. Brought a tear to mama's eyes, you should see how far we came. Wait, ain't got time to even finish hooks. I'm busy making plays and just waiting to get the push. Ain't caught up in what they talking, cause often they overlook the progress we making often and focus on what we couldn't. You don't bring now, don't eat. That's reality, that shit ain't up to me. You can look, but that don't mean you really see. Price inflated, but still the land of the free. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Me and you no semblance. Mama was an immigrant, and look at what we did with it. You look like you think you quit, but nobody gon' give a shit. That's between the future you. I hope that you could deal with it. Damn, I should cool it for a minute. Cause I ain't really tripping. It's different. The PHILO hitting. I deal with the dealer different. And wholesaling for the difference. I got a tree planting trees, and it's feeding my children. In the morning, I be eating. Money still my back, take a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trade, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brought a tear to mama's eyes. You should see how far we came, another prayer in the evening. Ain't promised a day, so this money that I'm saving, there's some money on the way. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid, cause the Lord can give a lie and the Lord can take away.
Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy, baby. Chatadonia. That's the day, man. I've been leaving y'all early. I gotta leave you early again here too, man. I still gotta, bro. I didn't tell you. I kind of told you I didn't poop in the morning, and then I had a poop attack middle of the before your roll close or something, man. So, but don't worry, we got Friday. We gonna chill tomorrow. Don't worry, baby. We gonna kick it. We gonna be there. We'll see how the option plays play out. You know what I'm saying? I'll hit you with the watch list. I don't know. Do you want another tutorial for the watch list? Let me know what y'all looking for. Let me know. You gotta email me or something, man. You gotta hit me up with something. But tomorrow's just gonna be PPI. The PPI won't let me be. Will let me be PPI. No, they try to shut me down. Oh, okay. Anyway, want some diamonds? Nah, I'll play you something else, but that's it, man. Thank you all for being here, man. God bless every single one of you. You gave me your time, man, so I really appreciate it. I hope you learned something today. I hope you got a bunch of fast news. I hope you got everything else in between. I hope you cracked a smile. I hope you stayed focused, got a little PHILO. I got to think a little bit, baby. Got to, getting ready, baby. Watch that desire, baby. It's okay. You don't have to go after what you want, what you don't have. Nah, you don't need that, baby. You do what you want. You get what you want. You know what I'm saying? Let's go, baby. I hope you feel me, man. So, God bless all of you. Thank you again. Go check out the links. I don't think I have the thing up. It's second link for the watch list. First link for the alerts. You won't miss anything that happens on the stream. You want the free long term. You won't miss anything. Where is the long term? Fidelity. Okay, we lost $1,000 on the long term. I don't care. We don't look at it. You see, it just works. This stuff hasn't been touched. You don't even have to touch it. The long term, you could get free long term alerts, man. Stop playing with me, man. But that's it, man. I love you all. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And then, I don't know. Honestly, here, somebody can, I don't know if I could send this. If y'all want me to, I was gonna put it on with everything else, but I'll make it lag. But if y'all want the new Uncle track, I need Uncle's face on here. I need Uncle's face on here. If you want to make the artwork for it, send me one. You can't have any words. It could only say Uncle Answers. That's it. But this is the general idea I had in mind for Paul Freestyle. I don't know. You let me know. I'll send you it. You email me. I'll send you the picture. I got you, bro. I got you. But that's it, man. I'll see y'all in a little bit. Have a wonderful one. I'll give it to you one more time. I like it. I just like hearing it. Marcus did good, baby. It's good. I like it, man. I like it. Let's go. Yalla.
Watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's deeded, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste. They scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm.
I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signed and then it's deeded, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it. Let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the troops. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. Oh, I love it. I love it. I just like listening to it, man. It's good. It's good. Yep. You could take that one to the bank. Listen, Chad, I love you all. God bless you. And above all else, man, don't forget why we here. Why you got to live a little different, man. You know, faith, hope, love ain't never going out of style, but do it because you want to. You know what I'm saying? You ain't never have to chase and get your heart broken over and over again, trying to get in on an inner circle, baby. Once you give it up, it's all yours, baby. That's it. You will always be an outsider until you conquer the fear of being an outsider, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadonia, God bless you. I will see you in a little bit, man. Okay, I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you have a wonderful day, man. Enjoy the rest of it. Wake up and drive tomorrow. We got Friday. It's Friday. I'm excited for it, man. It's going to be good. So let's make the most of it. I will see you all tonight. Let me know. Email me if you want a tutorial, man. Give me a little more questions you got. Like, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I'm going to just go. I'm going to see. I'm going to freestyle it. I don't know what's going to happen next. Let's see what's going to happen next, man. But enjoy it. Have a wonderful day. And peace out. Yeah, I don't gonna play my song no more, huh? Listen, man, biodynamics is working, huh? Look here, this market go up and down. It's high. 401,000. Everybody, that's just fine. Fuck you. I'll kick you out of your school. Fuck you. Yeah, you don't matter. We gotta do it. It's biodynamic. I'm working on a lot of things. I'm working. You know how fast I work. I work so much you can't see me. Yeah, you don't know what I'm doing. Exactly. Perfect, man. Perfect. It's good to say, man. Let's see what's going on, man. We'll have a good day, man. Enjoy it. And enjoy your time. Enjoy what you need to do out there, all right? Anyway. Exactly. Now, Joshua, if I can't see you, how do I know you're working? You don't have a face. Does that mean you're not working? Is it ironic? I've never seen Biden. He said he's supposed to be. I didn't see him in Texas. Where is Lloyd Austin? Can you find him for me? Exactly. I'll reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Exactly.